Your Highness, how did the meeting with His Majesty go? A middle-aged demon, that had a single horn on his head, asked. Same as always, Felix replied. Have you made the necessary preparations, Seabass? Yes, Your Highness, Seabass replied. They are all waiting for you at the ruins. Felix nodded as he rode the flying carriage that was especially prepared for him. Right now, the demonic clans had gathered in the capital because of the great undertaking that his father, Lucille, wanted to accomplish. For that to happen, he needed the support of the patriarchs of the various clans in order to raise an army. As to what that army was supposed to do, only Lucille knew. That had always been the case. The demon lord didn't trust anyone, even his children, when it came to important matters of the realm. Lucille was a selfish, self-centered individual who only cared about things that would benefit him greatly. Felix sneered inside his heart as he thought of his crippled father who desperately clung to his throne. Although Lucille still had the support of the majority of the demonic clans, his rule was growing more and more unstable with each passing year. Your Highness, we will now be entering the teleportation gate, Seabass announced. Felix nodded as he crossed his arms over his chest. As Lucille's eldest son, Felix was busy building his own factions that would support him when the time came for him to take over his father's mantle. Still, getting the support of these candidates is not going to be easy, Felix thought as his flying carriage passed through the teleportation gate that would bring him to the recently discovered ancient ruins. All of the candidates that he was going to meet were all prodigies, proud geniuses who were a cut above the rest. Between him and his father, he was sure that the candidates would choose the latter to support, but Felix wasn't someone who gave up easily. If he was able to convince a few of them to join his faction, he would already consider it a victory. Ancient ruins of Atrum. Felix walked proudly, while Seabass followed a few steps behind him. The guards stationed at the temporary stronghold, that was built on the outskirts of the ruins, pressed their hands to their chests in order to salute him. Felix gave them a brief nod as he passed through the gates. There, he was escorted to the lodgings of the candidates who wielded the power of darkness. The moment he entered the spacious training room, 33 pairs of eyes locked onto his body. This wasn't the first time he'd met the candidates. Some of them respected him because he was the son of the demon lord, while others ignored him because he was merely a son and not the demon lord. Felix was already used to this kind of treatment since it was something he had frequently encountered when he was young, so he didn't mind it one bit. The first thing he did was approach the strongest and youngest among the candidates present in the training room. Felix knew that if he wanted to gather as many elites as possible, he should first take the leader of the pack under his wing. Once he succeeded, it was only a matter of time before a few more joined as his subordinates. Adam, how's your training coming along? Are you satisfied with the arrangements I made for you? Felix asked with a smile. A demon who was in his late teens smiled and nodded his head. Adam was a few years younger than Felix, but his purple eyes seemed to have seen many battles in life, which made him look more mature than he actually was. This place is wonderful, Your Highness, Adam replied. However, I'm very curious about the ruins. I feel like there's something inside it that is calling to me. No, to be more exact, there is something inside it that is calling to all of us. Am I right, everyone? The other candidates that were older than Adam and Felix by a few years nodded their heads in agreement. As wielders of the dark arts, the ancient ruins were like an oasis to them, who thirsted for water. There was a feeling deep inside their hearts that what they sought could be found within its depths, which was protected by layers upon layers of deadly arrays. This was the reason why Felix had sent every other demon with lesser potential to explore the ruins. He hoped that once they found a way to reach its depths, they would be able to proceed with the second phase of their plan. Rest assured, Felix said as he patted Adam's shoulder. Once the explorers return, I will let all of you enter the ancient ruins. I just hope that after you manage to learn its secrets, you will share them with me. Of course, Your Highness. Good. Felix nodded in satisfaction. Adam had already secretly pledged his allegiance to him, so it wasn't bad to give the young prodigy some benefits to solidify his trust. The eldest son of the demon lord then turned his head to the side to look at the other candidates, who were also looking in his direction. To those who will excel in this endeavor, you may ask me of one wish, Felix stated. If I have the power to grant it, I will give it to you without fail. So, do your best to train your dark arts until the explorers return. We no longer need to stay here in the demonic continent. The world is ours for the taking. Yes! The other candidates raised their fists high in the air, as if to proclaim that they would be the new conquerors of the world. Felix smiled as he looked at this scene. He was already looking forward to seeing how many of these candidates would become his followers. Since he was too preoccupied with his thoughts of one-upping his father, he didn't notice the sneer that had briefly appeared on Adam's lips. A sneer that showed his disdain for the demon lord, as well as those who carried his bloodline. For Adam, only one thing mattered, and that was power. As long as he had it, he was willing to bow his head and bide his time until he reached a height that could no longer be reached by others. Adam was a patient person. As a wielder of dark magic, he knew better than anyone else how to act low-key until the perfect opportunity arrived, to claim what was rightfully his by birth. William stared at the Black Sea in front of him as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. This was the edge of the central continent, and beyond it was the Black Sea that led to the demonic continent. If he were to travel it using normal means, the journey would be perilous and filled with uncertainty. However, Optimus had told him that there was one interesting island in between the central continent and the demonic continent, where a dungeon was located. This was the only dungeon that could be found in the Black Sea, so it had sparked William's curiosity. This island went by the name Seraphos. It was an uninhabited island in the middle of nowhere that housed a dungeon called the Dungeon of Gorgons. There was a time when the demons tried to build a settlement on the island, but after a year, they were forced to leave due to the unpredictable weather, in addition to the dungeon outbreaks that happened once a year. It was simply a difficult place to relocate to, and when the casualties continued to pile up, they no longer wanted to do anything with the island. The Dungeon of Gorgons had 90 floors. It was ranked as a Class S dungeon by the system. Optimus thought that it would be very useful to William once he had unlocked his Dungeon Conqueror job class full potential. The half-elf was also very interested in the island, so even though it set them on a long detour in terms of reaching their destination, he still decided to give it a visit. The demons no longer traveled to the Black Sea in order to reach the central continent. They had built many teleportation gates that they had kept hidden in places where humans, and the other races, didn't dare to go. If William wanted to reach the demonic continent right away, he would have used these hidden gates as a means to travel, but the allure of establishing a teleportation point on the island using the Ring of Conquest held a temptation that the red-headed teenager couldn't pass up. In any case, Soleil is already in the location where one of the teleportation gates is located, William said as if to assure himself. A little side trip will not hurt too much. The half-elf summoned Raiden and jumped on its back. They flew over the Black Sea as dark clouds hung above their heads. Flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder greeted their arrival as if welcoming their lord, who had graced their subjects with his presence. As someone who possessed the Thunder Emperor job class, William and the Black Chelan, Raiden, were the least scared of the thunder and lightning. 3 days passed before William arrived at the island of Sephiros. But, unlike what Optimus had said, the island was not uninhabited. There were literally hundreds of monsters living on the island, and all of them looked like walking abominations. Some looked like a giant sea slug, while others looked like demi-humans with grotesque features. However, no matter what they looked like, they all had one thing in common, and that was their snake-like hair that slithered and hissed at William, who was looking down on them from the sky. These monsters are capable of spraying deadly venom at their enemies. Although I'm sure that they wouldn't do much damage to you, it would be best to summon only members of your herd and King's Legion who are millennial rank and above. William nodded his head in understanding. Truth be told, he didn't have any intention of fighting the monsters in the dungeon. His goal here was to set up a waypoint so that the dungeon would be connected to the Ring of Conquest. However, if he wanted to do that, he must clear half of the floors of the dungeon first. This was a condition that had been set by the Dungeon Conqueror job class. As William was about to psyche himself up to enter the dungeon, one of the monsters on the island flew up towards him. The half-elf was about to attack, but stopped midway when he noticed that the monster flying towards him bore no killing intent. In fact, the monster even made a gesture of pressing her open palms over her chest, which some people in the central continent used to express that they meant no harm. The flying monster stopped several meters away from William and spoke in the language of the Gorgons, which were composed of hissing sounds that would not make sense to ordinary people. However, William had Optimus who could translate almost any language in the world, so understanding what the Gorgon was trying to say was not a problem for him. The half-elf had to admit that he was quite curious about what the flying monster wanted to say to him. "I welcome you, Dungeon Conqueror." The flying monster bowed its head in greeting. "We have been waiting for many years for your arrival. Please proceed to the lowest floors of the dungeon. Not one of our brethren will block your path." William blinked once then twice before the flying monster's words registered inside his head. This was the first time he had experienced something like this, and he didn't know how to react to the sudden pie that fell from the sky. "Optimus, did we just get a free Class S dungeon? It seems like it." The half-elf was still half in doubt about what the flying monster was saying. However, after entering the dungeon, the red-headed teenager found himself not in the first floor, but in the final boss room where three beautiful women smiled at him as if they had found something very tasty to eat. William gulped as he looked at the three beauties in front of him. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was, "I guess this is what you call buy one take three for free," William thought as he smiled back at the three beauties in front of him, whose charming eyes almost turned him to stone. "So, what are your favorite foods?" William asked the three Gorgons who were humans, demons, half-elves. "Okay, from this day onwards, half-elves are no longer part of the menu," William replied as the corner of his lips twitched. The youngest of the Gorgon sisters, Medusa, who reminded him of the purple-haired young lady in Faith Grand Order, smiled sweetly at him. The three Gorgon sisters chatted with William as if they had been his longtime friends, who just happened to reunite with him after many years. The red-headed teenager found the three ladies quite lovely and easy to talk to. The Gorgons told him about the time when the humans and demons tried to establish a city on the island, and why they failed in securing a foothold, despite having many strong individuals in their ranks. "This island is a very special kind of island," the oldest of the three Gorgon sisters, Steno, explained. "Twice a year, this island will submerge itself under the sea and stay in its depths for a week. During that time, no one is able to enter the dungeon, so those caught by the sudden change of events would either find themselves trapped inside the dungeon or floating in the sea in the middle of nowhere." Riley, who was listening at the side, giggled as she also added another possibility. "Those who can't swim find themselves sinking along with the island, only to be buried at the bottom of the sea for all eternity," Riley added. Steno nodded as if to affirm her sister's claim. "Because of this phenomenon, this island was given the nickname Sinking Island, and everyone stopped visiting us," Steno complained. "It's been several years since I've eaten humans and demons. I hope that our new master, you, will allow us to dine as we please." The half-elf could only smile on the surface as beads of sweat start to form on his forehead. Steno's words were quite sincere and had no falsehoods whatsoever. Meaning, she really planned to eat humans and demons, and her pleading gaze made William feel like taking them in was a bad idea. "Don't worry, master," Riley commented from the side. "Without your orders, we won't eat humans and demons, even if they walked right in front of us." Riley wasn't able to finish her words because William had summoned Zhu and presented him in front of the three sisters. Immediately, the three Gorgon sisters salivated as they gazed at the chubby demonic pig, who suddenly felt like his chastity was in danger. "Oink! What are you girls looking at?" Zhu asked as he slowly backed away. Bro, my friend, my nakama. Where am I? Who are they?" Steno and Riley tried to reach out at Zhu, but the latter was one step ahead of them and hid behind William's back. The half-elf scratched his head as he introduced the 3 Gorgon sisters, who were looking at Zhu as if he was lunch. Zhu, these are our future comrades, William answered. Steno, Euryale, and Medusa. Girls, this is my friend Zhu. Nice to meet you, Piggy. Today's lunch will be pork chop. Roasted pork is nice as well. Zhu felt all the fat in his body tremble in unison as he stared at the 3 beautiful ladies whose saliva flowed out from the corners of their lips like a river. Will. Okay. The half-elf returned the trembling Zhu back to the thousand-beast domain, which made the 3 ladies have a disappointed look on their faces. Just from that short experiment, the half-elf knew that the girls were still not ready to mingle with other races aside from their kind. The only reason why they didn't consider William as food was because he was the successor of the Dungeon Conqueror. For the Gorgon sisters, he was their ticket out of this miserable place, so they had no intention to harm him. I need to tell you girls the truth, William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Although I am indeed the successor of the Dungeon Conqueror, most of my abilities are sealed. Meaning, I can't register your dungeon as part of my army. William's words made the 3 Gorgons look at him in confusion. Explain the details, Steno stated. Why are your abilities sealed? The half-elf nodded his head and told the 3 ladies that he still hadn't met his father's friend, who held the key to unlock all the abilities of the Dungeon Conqueror job class. He also told them that his purpose for visiting the island was to put his mark on it, so he could teleport to it instantly once his abilities were unlocked. Steno and Euryale glanced at each other as they contemplated William's words. Only Medusa looked at William with a sad expression, as if she was denied something good to eat. How long do you think it will take before you meet your father's friend? Steno asked. A year? 2 years? 3 years? William shook his head. I do not know when, but I have a feeling that it will not take long for that day to arrive. If I had to give an estimate, it would be in a year, or less than a year before my Dungeon Conqueror's job class is unlocked. What William didn't tell the Gorgon sisters was that, even without his father's friend, he would be able to unlock the power of his Dungeon Conqueror job class in less than a year. His recent adventures in the Forbidden Ground had brought him a lot of benefits, including the laws that he had acquired from the Deadlands. These laws had merged with William's body, and they had mostly unsealed the restrictions placed on the prestige class that was passed to him by his father. The smile on Steno's and Euryale's faces returned after hearing William's reply. Then we have a favor to ask, Steno said as she patted William's right shoulder. Take our little sister Medusa with you. She's not bound to the dungeon, so she can move freely anywhere. Euryale nodded her head in agreement. Her rank is also at the peak stage of the millennial beast. She will definitely be helpful to you in the future. Medusa, who was just listening to the side, suddenly became alarmed when she heard that her 2 sisters were planning to send her away. Ever since she had been born, she had been with Steno and Euryale. The mere thought of being separated from the 2 of them made her panic. No, I won't leave. Medusa clung to her big sisters as she pleaded. Either we all go or we don't go at all. I'm not leaving without the 2 of you. Ha, you're so silly, Medusa, Steno said as she patted her little sister's head. Just think of it as going away on a short vacation. It's not as if we are parting forever. That's right, Euryale commented. You know where this island is, so you can return here at any given time. So why don't you explore the world for a bit? You have been cooped inside this island for so long that the only thing that you have seen of the outside world is the Black Sea and that gloomy sky above our heads. William was touched by the 2 sisters' encouragement to Medusa. However, those feelings instantly disappeared when he heard the next set of words that Steno told her. The world is a beautiful place, Steno added. As you know, we can't leave this island, but nothing can stop you from doing so. This is a perfect opportunity to gather as many demons and humans as possible for us to eat. Yes, Euryale nodded like a hen pecking rice. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Just imagine eating as many humans and demons as you can, without worrying that they will be gone the next day. Isn't it simply fantastic? Medusa drooled at the images that her sisters were painting inside her head. As if waiting for that moment, Steno and Euryale delivered the killing blow which made Medusa's will falter. "You love us, right?" Steno asked. "Since that is the case, you should bring as many humans and demons as you can back to this island. That way we can eat them too." "I want elves as well," Euryale declared. "Since half-elves are no longer part of the menu, get me some of those long-eared delicacies. Their bodies are overflowing with magical and spiritual power. Just thinking about them makes me drool." Medusa nodded her head with a determined expression, as if she was a brave general who was going to order takeout at McDonald's, which she would bring back home to her sisters. William, who was watching this scene from the side, felt his liver itch. He was wondering if it really was a good idea to bring the young lady out to the world, who was determined to catch humans, demons, and elves so she could bring them back to the island of Seraphos and eat with her sisters. Wow! Medusa exclaimed as she looked at the creatures that lived in the thousand-beast domain. This was the first time she had seen so many different types of creatures in one place, and she couldn't stop herself from salivating as she gazed at all of them. It was at this moment when a certain rainbow-colored anteater walked towards William. Kasaganaga had been busy helping the Requiem ants increase their ranks by letting them explore the dungeon of Atlantis and bring back the corpses of the creatures inside it, so that their queen could eat them. Right now, the majority of the ants, numbering in the tens of thousands, were at the peak of Class B monsters. It would just be a matter of time before all of them broke through Class A, which would make William the owner of one of the strongest armies in the continent. "Will, why did you call for me? Don't you know that I am busy?" Kasaganaga asked as it neared William. The anteater wasn't aware that a certain Gorgon had locked it into her sights. When Kasaganaga was only 2 meters away from the half-elf, Medusa immediately lunged at it and grabbed it in her arms. William laughed internally as he watched the entire thing unfold. He knew that Medusa wouldn't be able to control her urge to attack the beasts in his domain, so he planned to teach her a lesson. He called Kasaganaga to meet him without telling the anteater the reason why he called for it. Just as he expected, the little Gorgon lunged at the first beast that came within her strike range. Soon, a resounding cracking sound, followed by a panicked cry, reverberated inside the thousand-beast domain. Medusa hurriedly backed away as she dropped the curled-up, rainbow-colored anteater in her hands. She then covered her lips as tears streamed down her eyes. William glanced at the several cracked teeth that lay on the ground after the little Gorgon bit the sky deity, who was known for having one of the strongest scales in the multiverse. Kasaganaga rolled towards William before uncurling itself, and glared at the crying purple-haired girl who had lost several of her teeth. "What's that?" "Chiffon's long-lost cousin," Kasaganaga inquired as it narrowed its eyes at the now wailing little girl, who got her just desserts for biting something that she couldn't chew. William chuckled when he heard Kasaganaga's question. Comparing Medusa to his glutton wife was like comparing heaven and earth. If Chiffon really wanted to eat Kasaganaga, the rainbow-colored anteater would be hard-pressed to escape once Chiffon activated her divinity of gluttony. "She is Medusa," William explained after he finished laughing. "From now on, she will be staying here with us until I can fully unlock the power of my Dungeon Conqueror job class." Kasaganaga clicked its tongue because it could tell that the purple-haired little girl was trouble. If it hadn't reacted fast enough to stop itself, it might have unleashed its sharp spikes, which would have pierced Medusa's throat when she tried to take a chunk of flesh earlier. "Medusa, you should really curb your instinct to try and eat any beast that you see," William stated as he pressed his hand over the little Gorgon's head. He then activated his life wizard lesser restoration magic to help the crying girl recover the teeth that she had lost. When the pain went away, Medusa touched her newly grown teeth to test if they had really regenerated. After making sure that they were fine, she hugged William's leg and thanked him for restoring her teeth. "She's like a little pet," William thought as he patted her head. Just as the half-elf was about to introduce Medusa to the other inhabitants of his domain, a pink-haired girl walked towards him with a smile. "Will, have you already arrived on the island of Seraphos?" Chiffon asked. She then looked at the purple-haired girl who was hugging her husband's leg with an amused expression on her face. Before William could even introduce the two to each other, Medusa lunged at Chiffon with her mouth wide open. When she was only a few meters away from the pink-haired girl, the latter raised her hand, summoning her mace, Sharer. The mace instantly enlarged itself to up to 4 meters in thickness, in accordance to Chiffon's will. The pink-haired girl then smashed the mace, that earned the nickname Smasher of Thousands, into the gluttonous Gorgon without a shred of mercy. A powerful shockwave spread across the surroundings, as Sharer pinned Medusa on the ground, like a nail that had been hit by a hammer. William and Casagonaga winced at the same time because they knew for certain that anything hit by that attack would definitely be in a world of pain. Chiffon raised the mace to inspect the condition of the girl that had tried to attack her. Medusa was at the peak of the millennial stage, so she had survived the attack. However, she wasn't feeling too good as she reached out to the pink-haired girl in front of her. I will eat you," Medusa declared. The corner of Chiffon's lips curled up into a smirk because she found the words of the little girl, who was the same height as her, very funny. "You are going to eat me?" Chiffon asked with an amused expression on her face. "Yes," Medusa replied angrily. "I will eat you." Chiffon smiled evilly as she looked down at the struggling little girl in front of her. "Not if I eat you first," Chiffon stated. As soon as those words left her lips, the number 1 glutton under the heavens opened her mouth wide. Just like a powerful vacuum cleaner, Chiffon swallowed up the little Gorgon until she disappeared under William's and Casagonaga's horrified gazes. "Chiffon, spit her out." William immediately grabbed his wife's shoulders. Medusa is still ignorant of the world. She thinks that everything that moves is food. Chiffon hugged William and patted his back. "Don't worry. I just stored her in my 99th stomach," Chiffon replied as if to assure William that Medusa was safe. "My stomach acid over there is only strong enough to make her skin feel itchy. The most it can do is melt her clothes. Relax, she will be fine." William and Casagonaga both sighed in relief because they thought that Chiffon had really eaten Medusa. "Can you let her out now?" William inquired. Although Chiffon had already told him that Medusa was fine, he was still worried because the little Gorgon was now his responsibility. If anything happened to her, it might sour the relationship he had with Stheno and Euryale, and he didn't want that to happen. Chiffon shook her head firmly before giving her husband a teasing smile. "It will be best if I teach her a little lesson first. That way, she will not accidentally die once she comes face to face with someone whose appetite is greater than hers." Chiffon smiled sweetly, which made William and Casagonaga feel their liver itch. Clearly, the pink-haired girl really wanted to punish Medusa for even thinking of eating, the sole person who could devour almost anything in the world, just by opening her cute and adorable mouth. "Adam, did you really align yourself with the prince?" one of the prodigies that were also in the stronghold asked. "Yes," Adam replied. "What's wrong? He's just a puppy compared to his father. Why didn't you swear allegiance to the demon lord instead?" "In my eyes, there's not much difference between them." "Ha ha ha. Do you mean to tell me that in your eyes, the demon lord is just another puppy?" Adam smiled as he lightly patted the young prodigy's shoulder. "The one who said that was you and not me," Adam replied before leaving the prodigy behind. The youngest and strongest among the dark magicians in the demon continent returned to his room and shut the door firmly. He then activated his powers to ensure that no kind of scrying or spying magic had been placed inside his room. After making sure that everything was in order, he activated a sound-proofing spell to prevent anyone from hearing anything that he did inside his room. "Fools, you still don't understand the situation you are in," Adam thought. "Once we get hold of the power inside the ancient ruins, no prince or emperor will be able to stop us from usurping their position. All of you are just frogs in the well who don't know anything about the opportunity that is right in front of you." As someone who held the purest and strongest form of dark magic in the group, Adam was able to feel the limitless magic power inside the ancient ruin. If he was able to absorb it, the demon lord would just be another puppy in his eyes. Several hours later, under the cover of darkness, Adam left his room and snuck towards the ancient ruins. He had covered his body in dark magic and applied stealth to himself, so that he wouldn't be discovered by anyone. The main entrance had several guards stationed in it, so any unauthorized persons wouldn't be able to slip through. However, Adam didn't need to enter the front door to enter the ancient ruins. He had already sensed another place that was far away from the prying eyes of others, where he could enter. He had accidentally discovered it while on his morning jog around the ancient ruins, which was just an excuse to observe it from a distance. He still hadn't tried to enter that back door, since the security at that time was quite tight. Fortunately, all of the guards were now stationed at the main entrance, so it was easier to slip past their area of detection. Adam leaned on the wall of the ancient ruins and looked at his left and right side. The night was silent, so any kind of sound would easily reach his ears. After making sure that there was nothing unusual in his surroundings, he placed his right arm over a runic design on the wall's surface. A few seconds later, a black portal appeared, and Adam didn't waste any time and entered it without fear. He knew that within great danger lay great opportunities as well. "Adam, are you awake?" Felix asked as he knocked on the door of Adam's room. "Can we talk?" Felix waited outside of Adam's room, but no reply came to him. He continued to call for the young genius for 10 more minutes before finally deciding to give up. He might be tired from his daily training, Felix thought as he decided to take a stroll around the stronghold. He had been assigned by his father to be the supervisor of the stronghold, so no one stopped him from doing anything he wanted. After an hour of patrolling the area, looking for opportunities to have a chat with the various prodigies living inside the stronghold, the prince of the demon lands stared at the ancient ruins from the elevated viewing platform that allowed anyone to observe it from a safe distance. "Just what kind of secrets are you hiding, and will I be able to put any of them to good use?" Felix frowned. Although he was the eldest son of the demon lord, he could feel the contempt in the eyes of the prodigies that he had encountered inside the stronghold. Felix knew that these prodigies thought too highly of themselves, especially since their existence was being given top priority by the demon lord himself. Aside from Adam, he was only able to bring 2 more candidates under his wing, but after looking at the rest of the candidates, he knew that no one would be joining his faction anytime soon. "Well, I still have time," Felix thought. "As soon as the explorers return, I will be able to devise a way to let my chosen candidates advance inside the ancient ruins first, leaving the others behind. This way they will understand that, as long as I am the supervisor of this place, they will have to curry favors from me, or they will be left alone to rot inside the stronghold while my candidates explore the secrets of the ancient ruins." Felix knew that if words of this reached his father, the latter would be displeased. However, he could always make the excuse of sending a few people to test the ruins first, to ensure that it was safe enough to send all the candidates in. Although Lucille would still find this excuse troublesome, the demon lord would also see the reasoning behind it, which gave Felix the opportunity to have his way inside the stronghold. The demon prince didn't know that one of his chosen candidates was already inside the ruins and investigating it without his permission. Inside the ancient ruins. "So, this is the reason why none of the explorers returned," Adam muttered as he narrowed his eyes. He had come across 2 demons sealed in what seemed to be giant blocks of obsidian. Their horrified expressions told him that something might have happened to them before they met their tragic fates. Adam carefully traversed the maze-like structure in search for more clues about the missing explorers. His purpose in going find them was not to save them, but to understand the dangers that were lurking inside the ancient ruins. Although he was confident in his dark magic, Adam understood that he was far from invincible. As the young prodigy traveled within the ruins, he found 3 more explorers, embedded in the walls, pierced by several steel spears that pinned them in place. The young genius frowned when he saw this because ordinary spears couldn't possibly kill these demons. Although the explorers knew dark magic, their knowledge was not as profound as Adam's. Because of this, they were used as guinea pigs by Felix to scout the ancient ruins in order to pave the path for the other prodigies. Felix had prepared himself to see that some of the explorers had died during their mission, but he didn't expect that not even one of them would be able to return alive to report about the things that they had found inside it. As Adam was inspecting the dead bodies pinned on the wall, he heard a muffled laugh coming from the other side of the hallway. His body immediately tensed as he chose between investigating the source of the sound to fleeing the place before anything untoward happened to him. Adam was an ambitious person, so he would always prioritize his safety above all else. As soon as he made up his mind, he hurriedly retraced the path he had taken that would lead him back to the exit. However, after making a turn, he came face to face with what seemed like a dark wraith blocking the passage that led to the exit. "Tell me, child," the dark wraith said in a hoarse voice that made Adam's heart tremble. "Do you believe in dark magic?" Adam made his way back to the stronghold with his heart caught up in his throat. The things he saw, and the entity he met along the way, made him realize how dangerous the ancient ruins truly were. If I answered wrongly back there, would I have suffered the same fate as those people? Adam's body unconsciously trembled as he remembered the scene that had happened not too long ago. When the dark wraith asked him if he believed in dark magic, he had answered with a yes. He thought that it would be over after that question, but he was greatly disappointed when the dark wraith asked him a second question, then a third question. All in all, the dark wraith asked him 5 questions. After answering all of them, the dark wraith gave him a bone-chilling laugh before disappearing like a wisp of smoke. Adam didn't know if he answered all of the questions correctly or not. All he knew was that if the dark wraith wanted to end his life then and there, it could have easily done it without breaking a sweat. Just as he was about to arrive near the stronghold, he noticed a figure standing on top of the elevated platform, looking straight at him. Adam momentarily stopped to see who it was. After identifying the person as the eldest prince of the demon lord, he gave Felix a brief bow before entering the stronghold. He had no intention of telling anyone what he saw, not even the prince who believed that he had Adam in the palm of his hands. Meanwhile, back in the central continent, William had used Soleil to instantly travel to one of the locations where the teleportation gates of the demonic continent were found. This place was strictly regulated by demons, so any other race, aside from them, wouldn't be able to pass through the gates without being attacked by the guards that were stationed to protect it. After careful consideration, William knew that the best approach was to enter the place as demons. So he, Zhu, and Sha discussed their plans for infiltration within the Thousand Beast domain. "First, we will proclaim ourselves as slave traders," William said. "Even if we manage to pass through the teleportation gates, we will still be questioned at the fortress that guards the demon continent's borders. Posing as slave traders will allow us to easily infiltrate the stronghold." "This is a good plan, oink. But how can we be slave traders if we don't have slaves?" Zhu asked as he scratched his head. "Who said we don't?" William smiled as his gaze landed on Charmaine and the other elves who were serving them tea. "Will you be fine with this arrangement, Charmaine?" "I am fine with being Sir William's personal slave," Charmaine answered in a heartbeat. "Feel free to exploit me in any way you wish." "Me too, Sir William," a pretty elf commented. "I will carry out this mission without fail. Also, feel free to exploit me as well during the duration of this mission to make it look convincing." "That's right, Sir William," another elf commented. "Elves are usually used as sex slaves by the demons. As slave traders, you need to show them your lecherous side as well." William nodded as he patted Zhu's shoulders. "I'll leave the lecherous side to you." "Sorry, but I'll pass," Zhu replied without batting an eye. "It will be more convincing if you were the one that does it. After all, me and Sha are still inexperienced when it comes to women." He knew that if he really did anything lecherous to the elven beauties, all of them would unite to castrate him. Hearing Zhu's answer, the elves nodded their heads and returned their sharp daggers to where they hid under the skirts of their maid uniforms. If the demonic pig had said yes, all of those daggers would have pierced his body, turning him into a pincushion. Sha, on the other hand, averted his gaze. A red hue was creeping up his neck and cheeks as he pretended that he didn't hear Zhu's words. The demonic pig chuckled as he placed his arms over Sha's shoulders because he thought that his friend was being shy about being called inexperienced. What Zhu didn't know was that Sha was already in a steady relationship with the black-haired librarian back in Hestia Academy. Both of them had done the deed several times, and he was no longer as inexperienced as Zhu thought he was. It can't be helped then. William sighed as he glanced apologetically at Charmaine and the other elves. If the circumstances call for it, I may do inappropriate things to you girls. I apologize in advance for my rudeness. Not at all, Sir William, Charmaine replied with a smile. We are willing to play our part well in order to make this mission a success. William smiled and nodded his head. Although he felt bad about taking advantage of his maids, there was simply no other choice but to do it. Very well, I will make the preparations now. William closed his eyes as his body glowed briefly. When the light receded, a black-haired young man, who may be considered good-looking, but fell short when compared to the half-elf, appeared in front of everyone. How do I look? William asked. You look nice, Charmaine replied as a blush crept on her pretty face. Although the current William was not as good-looking as his former self, the appearance he had right now had a more innocent appeal, which made Charmaine and the other elves attracted to him. Darling, is that you? Princess Sydney asked as she entered the villa, followed closely by Ash. William nodded. It is me. I almost didn't recognize you. That's the plan. My face is too well known, so I can't use it to infiltrate the demonic lands. It will be best if I use this appearance for the time being, so that our plan will be successful. At first, William was surprised when Optimus told him that another ability had been added to his Quickshot Shepherd job class when he returned to Hestia. This new ability was the ability to change his appearance to what he looked like back on Earth when he was still living. Although the half-elf didn't know how he acquired this ability, he was more than happy to use it. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, even if he were to strut around under the eyes of the people who were familiar to him. However, William was not finished yet. He then equipped his vampire progenitor job class, which gave him a noble presence. Although it made him look paler, it also added a bad guy sharpness to his look, which made the succubus princess have the strong urge to have a taste of this brand new William, whom she had never seen before. Seeing Princess Sydney's gaze, the half-elf hurriedly cleared his throat and told everyone that the operation would start in 8 hours. William knew that if he didn't sate Princess Sydney's cravings, her divinity might flare up while he was doing his mission. This was something that he couldn't afford to have happen, so he had no choice but to spend quality time with her, Ash and Chiffon, so that his wives would be watered adequately and not left to dry, while he looked for Celine's whereabouts in the demonic continent. The guard captain that protected the teleportation gate perked up when he saw several carriages approaching their location. Guarding the teleportation gate was a boring task. They were assigned to stay there for 2 months before their commander would send a new batch of people to take their place. It had only been 3 weeks since he, Ozil, had been assigned to guard this barren place, with over 3 demons from the demonic continent. So far, everything was going smoothly, with the occasional slave trader, bounty hunter, and mercenary passing through the gates once or twice a week. As the group neared, he noticed that the carriage leading the group was pulling a large cage. Several elven ladies were tied up inside it with specially designed chains that prevented them from using their magic. This was a very common procedure when handling races with powerful magic, and Ozil had seen his fair share of such things. However, this was the first time that he had seen elf slaves, and it made him think of indecent things. 5 minutes later, 2 carriages stopped at the bronze gate, which barred anyone from entering the demon encampment. "Halt!" Ozil shouted. "What business do you have here?" After making his declaration, the carriage door opened and a teenager with short black hair and brown eyes emerged from it. He had a teasing smile on his face as he dragged a pretty elf behind him as he walked towards the bronze gate. "My name is William, and I have come here to use the teleportation gates to return to the demonic continent," William lazily stated. "There is business to be had, and I will definitely sell these beauties to the highest bidder in the capital city. Aren't I right, sweetheart?" William wrapped her right arm to the elven beauty beside him, whose proud face was filled with disgust. The demons who were manning the ramparts whistled when they saw Charmaine's pretty face, who was being held by the black-haired teenager. "So, you came to do business." Ozil smiled as his eyes appraised Charmaine's body. The pretty elf was wearing nothing but rags that showed some juicy parts, which made the guard captain's inner desires flare up. I like doing business as well. Men, open the gates. The bronze gate slowly opened wide to allow William's group to pass through. The black-haired teenager walked lazily, while half dragging the pretty elf beside him, who was powerless against his whims. Hurry up, girl, William ordered. Or would you like me to screw you in front of these gentlemen for their entertainment? You evil fiend, Charmaine replied. You can do whatever you want with my body, but you will never have my heart. William chuckled as he pulled the elf towards him, and locked her body in a firm hold with his right hand. Sorry, gentlemen. This lass is quite stubborn and arrogant, William said as he winked at the demons who watched this scene with amused expressions on their faces. Breaking her will give me incredible pleasure and satisfaction. Who's afraid of who? Charmaine stated as she struggled in William's hold. You're just all talk. I dare you to make love to me right here, right now. William raised his hand and held Charmaine's chin in a firm grip. Are you sure? You want me to humiliate you right in front of these gentlemen? You have guts. I'll give you that. Shut up and do me. We'll see who has guts between the two of us. Or are you scared? Girl, don't push my patience. You're all talk and no action. Charmaine sneered. You want to make me submit? You have to man up first. The demons cheered and whistled as they saw the arrogant elf badmouth her captor fearlessly. William, on the other hand, felt that Charmaine's acting was over the top. She was even pressing her body against his, as if daring him to do her in front of the demons, whose eyes glinted with greed. Even Ozil was quite impressed about the elf's tenacity, which made him more interested in her. Since that was the case, he took the initiative to introduce himself to the black-haired teenager whose pale skin made everyone identify him as a member of the vampire race. I am Ozil, the guard captain of this encampment, Ozil declared. William, since you want to do business, how about you sell that elf girl to me? Name your price. William glanced at the demon who had light brown skin and a scorpion tail hanging behind his back. One quick glance and he knew that this particular demon was of the adamantium rank, which was equivalent to that of a centennial beast. Sorry, but I decided to make this bitch my personal toy, William replied. As for the others, I plan to auction them and sell a few directly to the demon princes. Ozil frowned when he heard William's reply. He knew that elves fetched a high price due to their beauty and rarity. They just couldn't be compared to human slaves that could be captured in the dozens. Well, I won't let you pass unless you sell me one of your wares, Ozil stated as he crossed his arms over his chest. I am the one that calls the shots here. If you don't like to sell, I can also take them by force. Right, boys? The demons shouted in agreement at their captain's words. Having a few elven beauties to enjoy for the duration of their stay was not a bad idea. After checking that the black-haired teenager only had a chubby demonic pig and a skinny demon with blue skin as bodyguards, the demons guarding the gate felt that stealing the slave trader's slaves was a very profitable idea. Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you, William said in a teasing tone. Do you want Prince Felix to personally chop your heads off? The demons who had started to encircle William's group immediately froze and looked at the black-haired teenager with suspicious gazes. His Highness personally ordered me to capture these elves at the risk of my life, William stated. I already informed him that I would be returning soon, and even told him that I would be using this encampment as the gateway into the demonic continent. If something happens to me, or my wares, all of you are dead. The demons glanced at each other. Their eyes showed unwillingness, as well as fear as they felt unsure about what to do next. In the end, they all stared at their captain, who was eyeing William with a serious expression on his face. Very well, I will let you pass here under one condition, Ozil said with a devilish look on his face. I want to see how you will break that elf and make her submit to you. If you can't do it, you will not pass this place. Aren't I right, boys? The demons once again cheered in agreement. Although they weren't able to touch the merchandise, they were more than happy to watch an entertaining show and see how the pretty elf would be humiliated in front of them. What these demons didn't know was that Charmaine was giving Ozil 2 thumbs up in her heart. She then gazed at William with a contemptuous look, as she waited for him to humiliate her in front of the Ozl's lecherous gaze. "Isn't your acting a bit too good?" William asked Charmaine via telepathy. The pretty elf smiled as she replied to her master's question. She didn't mind being humiliated in front of everyone, as long as the one that was humiliating her was the person standing next to her. "Sir William, doing it like this will make it more convincing," Charmaine answered. "Demons are known for their lecherous tendencies. If you don't do anything, they might suspect that you are fake. You're really making things difficult for me. Are you prepared for this? No matter what happens, I will carry out this mission without fail. Come at me, master." William was touched by Charmaine's sacrifice, so he decided to get a little bit serious as well. "Those eyes of yours, ever since I saw them for the first time, I have long wanted to make you kneel before me," William stated as he looked down at the pretty elf, whom he had forced to kneel on the ground. "Before this day is over, you will know who your real master is." Charmaine looked up with a defiant gaze as she gritted her teeth. "I'd like to see how you will make me submit to you." The demons laughed as they taunted William that he should just switch with them, so that they could teach him how to break the pretty elf, who was showing her arrogant nature. Ozl crossed his arms over his chest as he narrowed his eyes. A part of him was disappointed that he wasn't the one who would personally break Charmaine, but the other half was looking forward to an entertaining show that was rarely seen inside the demon encampment. "Fine," William sneered. "Since you want it rough, I'll make your wish come true." William pulled Charmaine up by grabbing onto her hair, which made the elf grimace, but no words escaped her lips. The half-elf then used his left arm to wrap around her waist, while his right hand groped her right breast from underneath her ragged clothes, in front of the demons, which made them howl in excitement. Suddenly, without any warning, William bit into her neck, which shocked Charmaine, Ozl, and the rest of the demons who were watching the scene. Immediately, the pain Charmaine was feeling disappeared, and what followed next was the familiar, sublime pleasure that she hadn't felt in a while. She felt herself floating, as William's hands and lips made her lose her sense of reason. Blood flowed down her neck, and into the rags she wore for her clothes. She looked like an innocent young lady that was being corrupted by an evil vampire, who happened to find her while she was all alone. The smell of blood made the demons excited. They were a bloodthirsty race that liked violence and torture. The scent of the pretty elf's blood intoxicated them, as their nostrils flared and lust boiled up in their loins. William didn't pay any attention to them, and simply continued drinking Charmaine's blood. He drank sparingly, because his bloodthirst had grown stronger when he became a vampire progenitor. When he made love with Belle back on Earth, he told her about his current condition, and the black-haired beauty volunteered to let William have a taste of her blood. This was a bad move on her part because the two of them had been resting after they had made love with each other. Because of this, William wasn't able to stop himself from sinking his fangs on her soft and tender breasts. The memories of that memorable night surfaced in William's head, as he too had become intoxicated with Charmaine's blood. Ever since the elves had become his personal slave, Charmaine was the one who was always there to give him blood whenever and wherever he needed it. When William pulled back, the wounds on her neck had healed, but it still looked tender. The black-haired teenager then licked the bloodstains that had trailed down her neck to where it had mingled with Charmaine's clothes. The pretty elf, on the other hand, was still lost in her euphoric state, and moved subconsciously to hold William's face. Without any warning, she kissed her master, and intertwined her tongue with his, realizing the wish that she had since she had started serving him. They kissed for a full minute before William backed away, making Charmaine reach out to hold his body. "Who is your master?" William asked in a domineering voice that was filled with charisma and power, that even made the lady demons within the encampment feel their hearts stir. Demonic ladies loved bad boys, and the black-haired teenager right now was making them want to join in on the fun. "You," Charmaine replied in an enchanting voice, that made Ozl feel a great urge to reach out to the pretty elf and pin her down under his body. "How about your body?" William inquired as his hand trailed down her lips, down her neck, and into her ragged clothes, brushing over the firm tip that lay hidden under that thin piece of clothing. "Yours," Charmaine replied as she pressed her body unto him. "Forever and ever." William smiled as he kissed her soft lips for a few seconds before whispering in her ear. "Kneel and make an oath of subservience," William whispered. "By doing so, you will belong to me for eternity." Charmaine nodded as she kneeled on one knee in front of William and looked up at him with moist eyes. "I swear upon my name, and the gods above, that I will be forever loyal to you, my lord," Charmaine said in a voice filled with passion. "My heart, body, and soul will be yours, and yours alone." "Good," William replied as he lovingly caressed her face. "Rise, and become my slave for eternity." "Yes," Charmaine said as she stood up and wrapped her arms around William's body, burying her head on his shoulder. "My lord." William smiled evilly as he winked at Ozil. "That is how you break these stubborn girls," William declared. "Pretty easy, right? All I need to do is sink my fangs on their necks, and they will be driven to ecstasy. If you have anyone who needs to be broken, just look for me. I will be more than happy to break them for you." Seeing the arrogant and pretty elf submit her entire being to William made Ozil, and the demons, look at him with jealousy and envy. They were a race that recognized strength, whether it was underhanded or not. Although they had heard that vampires had the power to charm women, this was the first time that they had seen it in action. Charmaine's sighs of pleasure escaped her lips, as the black-haired teenager's hand groped her breast, over her clothes. William kissed her lips one last time before glancing at Ozil with a triumphant gaze. "Well then, Mr. Guard Captain, can we pass through the gates now?" William inquired. This slave still hadn't had enough. "I want to enjoy corrupting her slowly. I apologize, but I don't intend to show how I will break this girl completely. It's one of my trade secrets." The black-haired teenager wunked, which made Ozil snort at him. However, he had indeed enjoyed a good show, albeit briefly. "Go," Ozil said as he stepped aside to let William's entourage pass. William nodded as he walked towards the teleportation gate, while holding Charmaine's waist, who seemed to still be in a state of euphoria. Just as the black-haired teenager was about to step inside the teleportation gate, Ozil shouted and called out to him. "Sir William, I have a request," Ozil stated as he walked towards the vampire, who had made his day interesting. "A request? Well, if it is within my power, then why not?" William replied with a smile. "The next time you hunt for elves, reserve one for me," Ozil replied. "I will pay you handsomely for your trouble." The demon then glanced at Charmaine, who had turned completely docile under William's sensual touch. "If you can find someone like her, I will double the price," Ozil added. "Just like you, I like to break arrogant girls until they beg me to have mercy on them." William nodded. "Very well. The next time I hunt for elves, I will reserve the best one for you as a sign of friendship. Till we meet again, Sir Ozil. May your trip to the demonic continent be profitable, Sir William." "Thank you." Ozil raised his hand and signaled the demonic mages to activate the teleportation gate. As soon as the light receded, William and his entourage were nowhere to be seen. Demonic continent near the southern fortress. "Charmaine, I'm sorry. I got carried away," William said as he lightly patted Charmaine's back, who was currently leaning weakly over his body. The two were currently inside the carriage, as they made their way towards the southern fortress, which served as the first line of defense for the demons against any kind of invasion from the central continent. This was the side effect of having her blood taken from her. Once the euphoric state fades, she would be in a lethargic state for a few hours before returning to normal. "You don't need to apologize, Sir William," Charmaine replied. "I'm glad that our mission succeeded, so please let me stay like this for a while. Treat it as my reward for doing my best." "Okay?" William nodded as he allowed the pretty elf to wrap her arms around his body, allowing Charmaine to enjoy this rare occasion where she was alone with him. "I will treasure this fleeting happiness," Charmaine thought as she hugged William's cold body, which was slowly becoming warm due to her blood. She knew that what she wanted was not meant to be, but she still enjoyed the feeling of tenderness that had bloomed in her heart when she had declared her everything to the half-elf, whom she had hated in the past. "Well, that was easier than I expected," William muttered as his group passed through the gates of the fortress city that guarded the demonic continent's borders. He had underestimated the special privileges that slave traders had in the demon lands. As long as they brought in slaves of other races, the doors of the fortress would always open for them. Although this was a very ridiculous notion, he somehow understood that they had nothing to fear. After all, the one overseeing the fortress was a demigod that guarded the demon realm. Stronger than Takum, but weaker than Vlad. William thought as he and Optimus felt the energy that was coming out from the tall tower that stood at the center of the fortress. In the past, the half-elf would have cowered to such existences, but times had changed. He had plenty of things in his arsenal that could fight them on even terms: his heroic avatar, summoning Sun Wukong, his vampire progenitor at full power, and of course his Einherjar job class. Out of all of these options, William didn't want to use his Einherjar job class because his memories of Bell were only few. He was afraid that if he used it one more time, he would forever forget his wife, whom he had left back on Earth. This was why, if possible, William didn't want to have a confrontation at this moment. His priorities were to find Celine and take her back to the central continent. He couldn't afford to fight against such an existence before he could find his first master, who was somewhere in the northeastern regions of the demon continent. "Where is the best inn in this stronghold?" William asked one of the demon guards that were patrolling the area. The black-haired teenager didn't forget to sneakily give the guard a few gold coins, which made the latter smile in satisfaction. "Near the plaza, you will see a 3-story tavern with a black horse sign hanging above its doors," the guard replied. "That is the Nightmare Tavern. It is the second best inn and tavern in this stronghold." "Why not tell us where the first best tavern is?" William inquired with curiosity. The patrol guard moved closer and told him the reason why he didn't tell him where the best inn was located. "Right now, the Grand General has reserved the best inn in this city," the guard replied. "If you want to keep that head of yours on your shoulders, it is best to just settle for the second best. Our Grand General is known for having a short temper." The demon guard then glanced at the slaves that had been locked up in the cage and smirked. "If he saw your merchandise, you would definitely suffer a loss," the guard added. "He is known to seize any men, women, or slaves that he comes to fancy. You're pretty good looking yourself. Make sure to stay out of his sight." "Thank you, friend," William replied as he handed 5 more gold coins to the demon guard as an added bonus. "You've been a great help." The demon chuckled as he took the gold coins offered to him. He then gave William a brief nod before walking away in good spirits. A few gold coins was enough for him to enjoy some good wine and food after his shift, which gave him a good impression of the black-haired vampire, whom he had met for the first time today. Sorry. But stay with the elves tonight and guard them properly," William stated. Zhu and Sha nodded in understanding. All of them were on the same team. The least they could do was offer protection to their comrades as they completed their mission. William then took out a black blanket from his storage ring and used it to cover the cage, so the elves would be hidden from plain sight. The elves were his maids, and he would not allow any scum general to have his way with them. As they traveled towards the center of the city, they eventually arrived at the Nightmare Tavern. Zhu and Sha led the carriages to the stable, while William entered the tavern alone. At first he wanted to travel with Charmaine walking alongside him, but the guard's advice had reminded him that showing his merchandise out in the open might not be the best of ideas while inside the fortress city named Amberfong. William sat on the stool in front of the barkeeper and placed a few gold coins in front of him. "Send your best food and wine to my 2 guards in the stables," William said. "Also, I'd like you to give me one of your best rooms available." The barkeeper nodded as he took the gold coins from the counter. He then presented a mug of mead to William as he relayed his orders to the kitchen. The half-elf took a sip of the sweet and spicy mead that was surprisingly delicious, as he scanned the demons that were present in the tavern. After meeting Zhu, Sha, and his wife Chiffon, he no longer had any bias for this race. For him, they were just like ordinary people with just different appearances. Some demons could easily take human form, which almost made them impossible to identify when they mingled themselves in human lands. Chiffon was half dwarf and half demon, but she looked like just an ordinary human girl, if you looked past the part that she could swallow an entire city if her divinity surged out of control. Several of the demons inside of the tavern were observing William, just as much as he was observing them. Most of them were regulars in the Nightmare Tavern, and new faces were certainly something that they paid extra attention to. After several minutes, the barkeeper told William that he had already sent his men to bring the food he ordered to the stables, and handed the black-haired teenager a key to his room. William thanked the barkeeper as he made his way upstairs. It didn't take long before he found his room, so he entered it without a second thought. "Not bad," William muttered as he scanned the spacious room. This was the first time he was spending the night in a demonic city and noticed that their standards for good accommodations were similar to humans, but without the luxurious decorations. Even so, the half-elf found his room to be comfortable enough to stay in. It also had a balcony that allowed him to have a good view of the plaza. William observed the demons that were walking the streets, minding their own business. It was at that moment when he saw a green-haired beauty walking in the plaza with steady steps. She had a long tail that resembled that of a lizard that swayed as she walked. As if sensing someone was staring at her, the young lady glanced in William's direction and arched an eyebrow. Although they were dozens of meters apart, both of their eyes met, and William felt a sudden surge of electricity run down his spine. The green-haired beauty smiled, and even winked at William, before continuing to walk in the direction she was headed. Only after her figure disappeared in the distance did the half-elf move away from the balcony and return inside his room. The reason why he felt a tingling sensation on his body was because the lady that he saw somehow felt familiar. It was at that moment when William suddenly remembered the memory he had in the Deadlands while he was in a comatose state. He had seen the green-haired beauty alongside Holith, Amelia, Pearl, Priscilla, a beauty with a single horn on her head, and a halfling that looked like a doll. Back then, the half-elf had no idea who the lady was. But now things had changed. For some reason, he felt that this brief meeting of theirs would somehow lead to things that were not part of his plan. "Will, stop raising flags," William thought as he lightly tapped his forehead. The guard earlier had already raised a flag about the elves, and him, so adding more to that queue would definitely not be a good idea. Just as William was trying to regain his composure, he heard a soft rustle coming from the balcony. He thought that it was just his imagination, but when he turned his head to look in its direction, his body stiffened when he saw the same green-haired lady, who he had seen not long ago, sitting on the railing, and looking at him with an amused smile on her face. Hello?" William said as he looked at the young lady who was looking at him with amusement. "Good evening," the green-haired lady greeted as she appraised William from head to foot. "Your face and hair color are different, but are you perhaps William von Ainsworth?" William's body immediately froze when he heard the young lady's inquiry. He didn't know how the lady knew of his identity, but he would be damn stupid if he admitted that he was indeed the one she had mentioned. The name Ainsworth was a taboo to the demon race. This was the family name that had prevented them from conquering the Silvermoon continent, and made them suffer for a decade due to Demon Lord's defeat in the hands of the dungeon conqueror, Maxwell, who was also William's father. "You are mistaken, my lady," William replied. "Although my name is William, my surname isn't Ainsworth but Stark. My full name is William Stark. Nice to meet you." The green-haired lady smiled as she nodded her head. She gave William the "don't worry, I understand" gaze, which made the half-elf's liver itch. "So, Mr. Stark, what brings you here in Amberfong City?" the green-haired beauty asked. William smiled as he gave the lady a brief nod. "My lady, I already told you my name, but you still haven't told me yours? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Where are my manners?" The young lady jumped off the railing and walked towards William. When she was only a few meters away, she made a curtsy as she introduced herself. "My name is Vesta Psi Agni," Vesta said with a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir William." "The pleasure is mine, my lady," William replied as she returned her smile. Deep inside his head, alarm bells were constantly ringing. Every fiber of his being was telling him that the girl was bad news. The two stared at each other for a while before Vesta walked towards him. She once again appraised him up and down and circled him 3 times to observe every angle of his body. Although your current form isn't bad, I still prefer your half-elf form, Vesta muttered as she continued to circle around William. Well, I guess you will show that form in good time, so I don't need to hurry. Excuse me, Ms. Vesta? What are you doing here in my room? William asked. He was starting to have goosebumps because the girl that had entered his room clearly knew who he was. Even so, he still tried to keep the smile on his face as he addressed this seemingly bold girl whose eyes were focused on his body. Me? I came here because our eyes crossed earlier, Vesta replied. Isn't that a good enough reason to visit you? The corner of William's lips twitched. He knew that the green-haired was just making an excuse. What he wanted to know was the real reason she was inside his room. Just relax, Sir William, I mean you no harm, at least for now, Vesta said as she faced William with a sweet smile that was enough to rot a person's teeth. William finally frowned. He didn't intend to do anything unusual while he was inside the fortress city because it would cause complications to his plans if he did that. Vesta chuckled after seeing William's expression. She was like a rich young lady who had found something very interesting while window shopping, and decided to have a closer look at the thing that caught her fancy. Just, what do you want from me, Lady Vesta? William asked. He knew that the young lady was toying with him, so he decided to just ask her what she wanted, in an attempt to get her leave him alone. Well, that will depend on how our talks will end tonight, Sir William, Vesta answered. If we part in good graces, then things will be good. If we don't, Vesta grinned before she mouthed the words, I will leave the rest to your imagination. The frown on William's face deepened. Right now, Vesta had complete control of the conversation, which left him in a passive state. Clearly, she knew William's difficulties and she was exploiting it to the fullest. Talk? You want to talk? William inquired. Then how about the two of us have a seat first? It's not good to talk while standing up, right? 7 points, Vesta commented. I'll give you that much for trying to regain your initiative in this negotiation. Vesta giggled before walking towards a chair. She then gestured for William to sit on the chair opposite hers, so that they could have a serious discussion. William sat and faced the young lady who seemed to be oozing with confidence. Just as he was about to ask her again what she really wanted, the green-haired beauty placed a finger on her lips, which made the half-elf hold back the words he wanted to say. First, let me tell you who I am and who my father is, Vesta declared. I am the daughter of Josh Agni. William nodded. I understand. No, Sir William, you don't understand. Vesta giggled. I just told you my name, and who my father is, but you don't have any idea who we are. Well then, since this is your first time coming to the demonic continent, allow me to educate you a bit. Vesta leaned on her chair and crossed her long legs over the other as she gave William a confident gaze. My father, Josh Agni, is a very well-known figure here in the demon continent, Vesta explained. He is also looking at you, right here, right now from up there. Vera pointed at the tower that overlooked the entire city. It was at that moment when a realization hit William and he finally understood the alarm bells that were going on inside his head. Seeing his expression, Vesta grinned mischievously because the intended effect that she was looking for had appeared on the half-elf's face. Yes, Sir William, Vesta smiled evilly. My father, Josh, is the demigod that is stationed to watch over this domain. Would you like to say hi to my daddy? William cursed internally as he met Vesta's evil smile head-on. Right now, there were only 3 words that he wanted to say to her, and they were, fuck your daddy. So, this is the famous son of the Dungeon Conqueror, as well as the only person who has managed to overcome the trial of the Tower of Babylon. Vesta thought as she observed William with her eyes that were of the same color as his. As the daughter of one of the demigods in the demon continent, her reputation was enough to make even the demon lord treat her as an equal. Although she was born with a golden spoon in her hand, Vesta wasn't someone who relied on her father's influence. She trained hard in order to become powerful, and as someone who had the blood of the legendary Black Dragon in her veins, Her physical and magical prowess had exceeded the realm of mortals. Simply put, she was a true elite warrior who had achieved the black rank, which was equivalent to that of a millennial beast. This was also why she felt very interested in William, because no matter how hard she tried to gauge how strong he was, she couldn't estimate his rank. There were only two reasons for this to happen. The first one was that the half-elf was carrying an artifact that prevented others from gauging his rank. The second one was that the person standing in front of her was leagues above her own rank, which, of true, was the main reason why Vesta was very interested in him. As expected of the one that conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, Vesta mused. He's not that simple. Truth be told, when William appeared in the fortress city, the demigod who watched over this territory sensed the blood that flowed in his veins. There was a time when Vesta's father, Josh, had fought against the dungeon conqueror and lost. Because of this, the demigod made sure to remember the smell as well as the unique qualities of Maxwell's bloodline, which allowed the black dragon to sense William when the half-elf entered his domain. As someone who had fought against the dungeon conqueror, Josh was interested in knowing the reason for William's visit to the demonic continent. Because of this, he had tasked his daughter, Vesta, to check for herself what the son of the man that defeated him was like. Vesta was more than happy to take this mission because she had grown up hearing the tales of the dungeon conqueror who had single-handedly defeated the demonic army, and also cut off the demon lord's arm during their one-on-one battle within the grove of the World Tree. "Yes, Sir William," Vesta smiled evilly. "My father, Josh, is the demigod that is stationed to watch over this domain. Would you like to say hi to my daddy?" The green-haired lady's eyes sparkled in anticipation for what the half-elf was going to do next. She wanted to know how William would react to her subtle threat. Half a minute passed after she asked her question when suddenly the black-haired teenager chuckled. "And why should I say hi to your daddy?" William asked in disdain. "Shouldn't he be the one who should say hi to me?" Vesta's smile stiffened because she clearly heard the disdain in William's voice. No one in the demonic continent, not even the demon lord, would dare to say these words towards her father, which made the green-haired lady irritated. "Oh my, I think Sir William should choose his words wisely," Vesta replied icily. "I think you are forgetting that you're not in the central continent, but in the demon lands. Aren't you worried that you will be besieged by all the warriors that are stationed in this fortress city?" "Besieged? By whom?" "By your father, and the people inside this tiny little fortress." William scoffed. "Girl, I think you are making a very big misunderstanding here. No matter where I am, no matter where I go, the place where my 2 feet stand is my territory." The half-elf wagged his finger at the dumbfounded green-haired lady as the corner of his lips curled up into a sneer. "If I wanted it, I could easily destroy this fortress with a wave of my hand," William said in a teasing tone. "I didn't know that the son of the dungeon conqueror was delusional," Vesta replied with sarcasm. "You're still a boy with milk on your lips, and you think that you can conquer the world. You sure have guts." Vesta sneered at the half-elf because she found William's words truly ridiculous. If their fortress city was so easily destroyed, then the human armies would have already advanced deep into their lands. The fact that the fortress of Amberfong had remained standing for 2 decades proved that no force in the central continent could conquer their lands. William chuckled. He wouldn't deny that he still had milk in his lips because he had just drank it a few days ago, when Ella visited his room to have a chat. One thing led to another, and before he knew it, he had already drunk a mouthful, directly from the source. "I have waged battles the likes of which you have never seen before," William stated. "I fought against the might of the elven army, as well as their guardians. I've also dealt with their demigod Sephiron. So what makes you think that I'm scared of your father?" For the first time since she had met William, a frown appeared on Vesta's face. She had indeed heard the news of the invasion of the elves in the southern continent, which ended in failure. Also, there were rumors that William had defeated not only the guardians, but a bona fide demigod that had guarded the Silver Moon continent for a millennia as well. Even so, Vesta's love for her father wouldn't allow her to back down. He was the only one that she respected, aside from her mother, and she wouldn't allow anyone to look down on her father's legacy. "Sephiron? Although I admit that he is indeed a strong demigod, I don't believe that you defeated him on your own, Vesta replied. You must have used some kind of trick to deal with him, or borrowed the powers of another demigod. Someone like you can't possibly defeat a demigod on your own. William looked at the young lady whose face had become flushed out of anger, and chuckled once more. True, William nodded. Back then, Sephiron would have turned me into ashes with a single flap of his wings. But now, it's different. I have fought against demigods and pseudogods and lived to tell the tale. Your father doesn't scare me one bit. Even if there are 2 demigods here in this fortress, the end result will still be the same, and that is... William paused as he gave the green-haired beauty, who was now staring daggers at him with a devilish smile on his face. A one-sided massacre. William finished his explanation. That is what awaits this fortress if your father is stupid enough to provoke me. You're lying. Your father is a demigod. He can tell if I'm lying or not. So, what do you think, Your Excellency? William turned his head towards the balcony and asked, Am I lying or not? Vesta looked in the direction of the balcony and saw a man wearing a majestic black robe that covered his entire body. He had short black hair, and his face had sharp features like a hawk that could go for the kill at any moment. Josh gazed at William with an indifferent expression on his face. As the guardian of the fortress city, and the first line of defense of the demon continent, his authority was the highest inside his domain. The demigod stared at William, and the latter stared back at him with a calm expression on his face. Both men appraised each other as if trying to understand who was stronger between the two of them. William had seen many powerful beings in his current lifetime, and he no longer felt fear or coward when facing a demigod. Right now, he was in his vampire progenitor job class, which was equivalent to a demigod in its initial stages. If Josh really wanted to exchange blows with him, the half-elf was more than happy to oblige. William didn't mind using one of his trump cards to show the demigod the consequences of provoking him. Vesta could feel the atmosphere inside the room change subtly as the gaze of the 2 men met. She had a feeling that whatever was going to happen next was something that she would remember for the rest of her life. Arrogant, just like your father, Josh stated after staring at William for some time. But I can see that you have the strength to back it up. Have you really fought against a pseudogod? William nodded. I did. And who won? I think it turned out to be a draw. The half-elf had definitely dealt Apophis with a killing blow, but after the explosion, he wasn't able to see whether he succeeded in slaying the pseudogod or not. When he asked Optimus this question, the system stated that the possibility of Apophis surviving the attack was high. However, the pseudogod definitely suffered grievous injuries and would not dare to show his face in front of William for a very long time. Optimus added that if Apophis really died, William would have definitely gained a title that proved that he had slain a god, and that title was none other than Godslayer. A draw? Against a pseudo-god. Josh frowned. If others were to brag about having survived a battle against a pseudo-god, he would have definitely spat on them, turning them into ashes. But, since he could tell if William was lying or not, he knew that his words were without any falsehood. Although he was still half in doubt, he had no choice but to recognize that the half-elf was telling the truth. Vesta looked at her father, then at William in disbelief. Her father didn't refute William's amazing achievement, which meant that the half-elf had indeed fought against a pseudo-god and lived. This concept was something she couldn't fathom because the strongest beings that she had seen were demigods. If there was still another class above it, then... The green-haired lady shivered subconsciously as she entertained the possibility of that higher realm of existence. A being that was between a demigod and a god. An existence that could make the entire world of Hestia tremble under their feet. Tell me, what are you doing here in my territory? Josh asked. My method in dealing with you will depend on your answer. Although Josh had recognized William's strength, that didn't mean that he wasn't his enemy. This was the first line of defense of the demon realm, and his duty was to ensure that no harm would fall upon their lands. Even if what William said was the truth, then so what? The fact still remained that they were not friends, and he still bore a grudge against the half-elf's father, who had torn off his tail during the battle in the Silver Moon continent. If not for Baba Yaga's powerful restoration magic, it would have taken him a century to fully recover from his injuries. I didn't come to this land with the intention of harming anyone, William answered. I only came here to look for a person. Josh snorted as he waved his hand. Suddenly a chair appeared behind his back, and he sat beside his daughter, while eyeing the half-elf in suspicion. You came all the way to these lands just to look for a person? Josh arched an eyebrow. This person must be very important, for you to brave the dangers alone. I'm not exactly alone, William replied. I brought some friends to sightsee with me. The corner of Vesta's lips twitched. The mortal enemy of all the demons had just casually strolled into their fortress city, met his father, and had the audacity to tell him that he had brought his friends for sightseeing. The green-haired lady was very tempted to lift the chair she was sitting on, and smack the half-elf's head for his impudence. If any other person were standing before her, she would have done it already, but since her father was here, she needed to act with class, and not disgrace their family's reputation. Just as she was cursing the half-elf inside her heart, she saw something that made her mouth hang wide open. Josh was smiling. Vesta couldn't believe it, but her father was really smiling, and he was smiling at the son of their mortal enemy. If news of this spread, then the demons might call her father a traitor for showing goodwill to their enemy. Who? Josh asked. It was a single word, but it was more than enough to convey his interest to the person that William was looking for. My first master, Celine, William replied. I came here to find her and take her back to the central continent. Josh tapped his finger over the table as he mulled William's words. Baba Yaga's disciple, Josh stated. So she's your master. You wield dark magic as well. William nodded. The guardian of the fortress city seemed to be a reasonable fellow, so he decided to be civil and talk things out, instead of using his fists to settle this matter. Do you know about the elven prophecy? Josh inquired. His eyes never left William's face. It was as if he was looking for a sign to confirm the suspicions he had in his head. I'm not the Dark Prince, William answered. Can't you see how red my hair is? Vesta's body stiffened as her eyes widened in shock. The prophecy of the elves had been the talk within the demonic continent for the past month, so even those who were not aware of it in the past were now fully informed on what it entailed. There had been several candidates that had been scouted by the demon lord and brought to the demonic capital to train. It was said that the Dark Prince would be born in their lands, and he would avenge their loss against the elves, and make all of them kneel before him. The only thing that Vera knew was that the prophesied prince must be proficient in dark magic. Only someone of that caliber would have the right to cover the entire world in darkness. Baba Yaga's disciple, Celine, is one of the Dark Prince's bride candidates, right? Josh asked. William shrugged. He didn't want to talk about this matter, since it had something to do with his first master, who he already considered to be his woman. Seeing that William was not in the mood to talk about his master's connection with the Dark Prince, Josh decided to steer their conversation to another topic. How about we make a deal? Josh stated. A deal? William narrowed his eyes. What deal? Josh smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. It's really simple. On the small chance that you become the Prince of Darkness, I want you to promise me two things. William smirked as he crossed one of his leg over the other, and crossed his arms over his chest. And that is? William asked with a calm expression on his face. The first one is that you will owe me a favor, Josh answered. The second one is that you will allow the demons to live in the central continent without being prosecuted. If you are able to promise me these two things, I will turn a blind eye and allow you to pass safely within these walls unharmed. Okay, William answered in a heartbeat. He didn't really care about these things, but since this would allow them to part without escalating their talks into a full-blown conflict, he was more than happy to agree to Josh's two conditions. You really think that you're not that prince in question, do you? Of course not. Josh chuckled as he stood up from his chair and stared at the half-elf who was just chilling in his chair. Deep inside, he admired William because he was still young and had already attained the power that was beyond the reach of normal men. The demigod knew that it was not easy to reach their realm, and since the half-elf had done it, he definitely sacrificed many things to get to where he was currently at. As someone who recognized the strong, Josh had no choice but to treat William as his equal. The fortress city was under his protection, so he would definitely fight anyone or anything that posed a threat to it. After chatting with William, he understood that the son of his enemy really only wanted to search for the person that was important to him. Since that was the case, Josh would let him go unharmed. Also, he entertained the possibility of William becoming the Dark Prince. Although it was highly unlikely, it was good to cover all of his bases. This is why he decided to add another insurance that would let the two of them part on good terms. 2 days, Josh stated. Stay here in the fortress for 2 days. On the 3rd day my daughter will accompany you on your journey to Baba Yaga's place. She is well known in the demon continent. Having her with you will prevent any conflicts between you and the denizens of this realm. William was about to refuse the offer, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was actually a good idea. If Vesta accompanied him, then it would prevent unnecessary discord with the locals, and he would be able to focus his attention in searching for Celine. Thank you, William replied. I will gladly accept your hospitality. Josh nodded as he lightly tapped his daughter's shoulder to tell her that it was about time to leave. He had already said what he wanted to say, so there was no need to extend his stay. Vesta gave William one last glance before following her father towards the balcony. She didn't understand why her father suggested that she accompany him in search of a woman. However, since it was very rare for her to leave the fortress city, she thought that going out for a while would not necessarily be a bad thing. William watched the father and daughter pair go with a calm expression on his face. Only when the two of them had left his room did he finally sigh in relief. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen, William muttered as he raised his right hand. Inside it was a small golden staff that was the size of a ball pen. If Josh had attacked him during their talks, he would have called for his heroic avatar and fought against the demigod with all of his might. Dad, why didn't you deal with him earlier? Vesta asked when she and her father had arrived in the tower that served as their home. Because if we really fought, then this fortress city might have been razed to ashes, Josh replied as he walked ahead of his daughter, who was looking at his back with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Is he that strong? Vesta inquired. This time, her voice was filled with curiosity, which made Josh chuckle. Ever since she was born, Vesta had always been someone who searched for the answers to her questions. If Josh didn't give her an answer, she would ask other people for the answer. She was just that kind of person, and sometimes Josh felt that he should have been more strict in educating her while she was growing up. Strong? No, he is rather weak, Josh answered. But in that weakness, he also becomes the most dangerous. During our talk earlier, both of us were measuring each other up. I'm sure that if I made a single move that could threaten his life, he would definitely retaliate. Even if he retaliates, so what? Vesta snorted. Aside from Baba Yaga, there is no demigod that is as strong as you in the demonic continent. I'm very sure that you can pinch that boy to oblivion if you wish. Josh smiled. He didn't affirm or deny his daughter's words. As a father, he needed to become a pillar that would make her feel safe. However, as a demigod, his instinct was sharper than ordinary mortals. He had a feeling that if he really attacked William back then, the one who was going to lose was him. This was what his sixth sense was telling him, and it was also why he didn't make any moves to provoke the boy, whose hair reminded him of Maxwell, the man responsible for cutting off his tail during their fight in the Silver Moon continent. In 2 days, you will accompany them on their journey to the northeast region of our domain. That is where Baba Yaga lives, Josh stated. Vesta nodded, but there was something on her mind that was bugging her, so she decided to ask her father about it. The only way that Celine could have entered the demonic lands is through this gate, Vesta said. How did she pass here undetected? Although I haven't seen her, she is an elf. Any demon would have definitely made a move against her if they discovered her identity. Josh stopped walking before turning around to look at his daughter. This was also why he wanted Vesta to accompany William in his journey. The green-haired beauty had grown up under his radiance, so she still hadn't seen the world and discovered what lay on the other side of a coin. In the demon lands, no matter where she went, No one would dare cause trouble for her unless they were stupid. He had also given her special protective artifacts, and one of them allowed her to summon one of his avatars to protect her. Because he had given her so many layers of protection, Vesta wasn't able to understand what hardships and true danger were. Although she had done her best to train herself and strive to succeed without his help, the fact still remained that she was his daughter. Even if she didn't ask for it, she was born with that layer of protection, and this was something that Josh wanted her to understand as she journeyed together with the son of the man that could have conquered the entire world if he wished for it. Selene entered the demon lands and passed through this fortress, Josh replied. I personally escorted her out of the city to ensure that no fools would dare to block her path. You did? Yes. When did this happen? Vesta inquired. She felt a little disappointed that her father didn't let her meet one of the two bride candidates that would become the Dark Prince's woman. A few months ago, Josh replied before turning around to continue walking towards his chambers. Make the necessary preparations. Also, don't provoke that boy, William, Josh added. What you should do is observe him carefully. Perhaps, by doing so, you will understand why he managed to clear the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, which remained unconquered for the past 100 years. Do I make myself clear? Vesta nodded. Although she still had misgivings about traveling with William, her father had given her a mission, and she would complete it without fail. And that's what happened. William explained to Zhu, Sha, and the elves that were in the cage about the discussion he had with the demigod of the fortress city. All of them looked at William in disbelief and wondered if he was lucky or unlucky to have Josh pay extra attention to him. I think he doesn't want to have conflicts with you, Sha said after pondering William's story. If he really meant us harm, he would have definitely attacked us first and used us as hostages in order for you to listen to his demands. Zhu had his arms crossed over his chest as he agreed with Sha's conclusion. However, Charmaine and the other elves thought otherwise. As maids who had given their loyalty and devotion to their new master, their opinion was very different from the one that the sand demon had come up with. Even if he used us as hostages, it still won't work, Charmaine replied. Master would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. If I were in his place, I would have taken this entire fortress city as a hostage. Just one whack of Rui Jingu Bang will be enough to show them that they're messing with the wrong person. That's right. Our master is invincible. Sir William is formidable. That demigod doesn't know who he is dealing with. The elves heaped praises one after the other, which made William scratch his cheek out of embarrassment. He had also thought of this scenario where Josh would use his friends as hostage, but he already had this covered. All of them had been registered under his king's legion, so with a single word, the half-elf could forcefully return them to his thousand-beast domain. This was why the thought of them being used as a hostage wouldn't work on him. Since the other party didn't want any conflicts, then we should also behave ourselves for the time being, William stated as he raised his hand to stop the elves from their praises, that seemed to have no ending. But stay vigilant. We are currently deep inside enemy lines. Carelessness is something that we should avoid at this point in time. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After talking for a bit and making several contingency plans, the half-elf once again returned to his room at the inn. This was the first night that he would spend in the demon lands, and he wanted nothing more than to let it pass peacefully. That Josh is not so simple, William thought as he stared at the tower that overlooked the entire fortress. Although he couldn't sense if the demigod was watching his every move or not, he understood that he shouldn't show any signs of weakness that could be exploited by someone who had fought his father many years ago. Inside William's thousand-beast domain, Josh, I don't know much about him, Chiffon said as she patted Medusa's head, who was sleeping on her lap. After she had devoured her on their first meeting, the little Gorgon had recognized the pink-haired girl as someone stronger than her, and willingly submitted to her. This was a very normal occurrence for monsters because they were someone who worshipped the strong. Chiffon didn't think much of Medusa's choice, because this was a common mindset in the demonic continent. The demon clans followed the strongest demon, which was the demon lord. What Medusa did was nothing different in Chiffon's eyes, so she was even flattered that the purple-haired girl treated her as her master. Simply put, Medusa was similar to a little pet that followed Chiffon around. Also, for some unknown reason, Gullinbursty, the golden piglet, and Medusa had suddenly become rivals for the pink-haired girl's affection, which made William chuckle when he noticed it. The black dragon of the demon continent, Josh Sai Agni. He is indeed someone that you shouldn't take lightly. Chiffon and William glanced at the delicate-looking elf who was seated on a chair and sipping his tea calmly. Among the demigods of this domain, he is only second to Baba Yaga, who rules the northeast, Kenneth explained. It is because of this reason that he chose to become the defender of the demonic continent after their loss in the Silver Moon continent. My grandpa once mentioned that Josh had both brain and brawn, which made him a very formidable enemy. After persuading William to allow him to accompany him, the half-elf gave up and brought Kenneth inside the Thousand Beasts domain. He knew that the silver-haired elf had been sent by his mother to check up on him, so he decided to just bring him along to honor her wish. To his surprise, Kenneth seemed calm and collected when he entered the Thousand Beasts domain. Although he had been surprised, his surprise was different from the surprise that his wives, and the other people he brought inside his domain, had expressed when they had entered it for the first time. When William asked him about this, Kenneth only said that he had already suspected that the half-elf was in possession of a portable domain. That is the only explanation that Kenneth could think of on how William was able to summon so many beasts to fight for his side during the war in the southern continent. Well, since he has already shown goodwill to you, it will be best to not stir up any kind of trouble inside his domain, Kenneth commented. Demigods are prideful beings. Going back on their words was something that they rarely do. More than anything else, they don't want the other demigods to look down on them because of something petty. William smiled as he looked at his ex-roommate who was making himself at home in his domain. Kenneth, let me ask you something, William said. Have you ever dreamed of a young lady whose long hair seemed to know no bounds? She could extend it indefinitely, and her favorite pastime is to sleep. Does that ring a bell to you? No, Kenneth answered in a heartbeat. He then looked at William with a curious gaze as he asked him a question of his own. Where did you see this lady you're talking about? Kenneth asked. In my dreams. What kind of dreams are you having then? William chuckled as he dropped the subject. This was something that he didn't want to talk about at this moment. For the past few months, he would often dream of a lazy young lady who did nothing but sleep under the shade of an ancient oak tree. In his dreams, the young lady would use her very long hair to entangle William, and hang him upside down in the tree as a way to prevent him from poking her face while she was sleeping. For the most part, these dreams were quite comedic, and they gave William a sense of peace whenever this kind of dream visited him at night. Chiffon arched an eyebrow as she gazed at Kenneth. For her, the silver-haired elf was an enigma. All the sins were born as girls, and there had been no exception in the past. They were not like the 7 virtues who were graced by a man as a member every now and then. The 7 deadly sins had a strict requirement, and all of them had been born girls. Even now, she, Princess Sydney, and Lilith didn't know what to think about the delicate-looking elf who no doubt held the sin of sloth. Well then, I guess I'll go back to my room in the inn. William stood up and kissed Chiffon's right cheek. I'm pretty sure that I'm currently not being monitored, but I don't want to take chances. Josh would become suspicious if he didn't see me in the inn if he checked up on me. Chiffon nodded her head in understanding and kissed William back. Although she wanted to spend some quality time with her husband, she understood that his mission was very important as well. Take care, Chiffon said. At the first sign of trouble, it will be best if you teleport to where Soleil is. You have already sent it flying towards the north, right? William nodded. The half-elf had always used Soleil to instantly teleport to a location of his choosing. This method had saved his life countless times in the past, and he would definitely use it if the circumstances called for it. Will, before you go, I need to tell you something first, Kenneth said as he placed the empty teacup on the table. It's not a good hobby to poke girls in the face when they are sleeping. Girls need their beauty sleep, so you shouldn't disturb them just because you find them very beautiful. William rubbed his chin as he eyed the silver-haired elf who was looking at him with a calm expression on his face. Did I ever mention that she was beautiful? William asked. No, but... Kenneth smiled. I'm sure that the girl in your dreams is a beauty, no? William shook his head to deny Kenneth's words. No, she was very ugly. Her face was stained with drool and her body was covered with dried leaves. If I had a flint, I would have gathered all the dried leaves and ignited it. Maybe, by doing so, that troublesome girl would have no choice but to move, or let those golden curls of her get turned into ashes. The half-elf smirked before teleporting out of this thousand-beast domain. He didn't bother to wait for Kenneth's reply because he wanted to have the last words in their conversation. In the end, the silver-haired elf looked at the place where William disappeared before closing his eyes. His lips moved as he said barely audible words that even Chiffon wasn't able to hear. You broke your promise, Kenneth muttered before his body relaxed. Soon he fell asleep while seated on the chair, no longer caring what was happening around him. His goal was to accompany William on his journey and keep him safe. Since the half-elf was fine for the time being, Kenneth decided to sleep to conserve his strength. He had a feeling that sometime in the future, he would need to use everything he had to ensure that the red-headed teenager who smiled at him back then would not fall into the hands of darkness. 2 days passed, and it was time for William to leave the fortress city. Perhaps due to Josha's influence, the barkeeper treated him like a VIP guest, and no one dared to cause trouble for him during his stay. Half an hour later, 3 carriages left the northern gate of the fortress. 2 of them belonged to William, while the last one belonged to Vesta. The green-haired lady's carriage was simple-looking, but it was at least twice the size of William's carriage. Also, the one pulling it was so high-profile that the half-elf couldn't help but scratch his head. In the end, he said nothing because there was no use in saying anything. Even the elves who were riding on the cage behind the carriage couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at the majestic beast that was calmly walking side by side with the horses that pulled their carriage. A black griffin, that was bigger than a normal one, pulled Vesta's carriage. It was clearly an alpha monster, and they were very prideful creatures. William didn't know if the one that tamed it was Vesta or her father. Regardless of who they were, he could only sigh internally because the griffin was like a big sign that said, I am pulling a VIP passenger. Get out of the way, peasants. Sir William, you look troubled. Charmaine, who was seated beside William inside the carriage, said with a smile. How can I not be troubled? William replied in a helpless tone. A group of slave traders, being accompanied by the daughter of a demigod, is something you don't see every day. Anyone who sees this will find it suspicious. This in turn will prompt them to investigate. I don't know if Josh is playing a prank on me, but if he is, he got me really good. Charmaine giggled because it was very rare for her to see William's troubled expression. Clearly, the daughter of a demigod wasn't part of his plans to act low profile while searching for Celine. Sir William, just look at the bright side, Charmaine stated. With her by our side, no one will dare cause trouble for us. William shook his head because Charmaine's thinking was quite simple. You're only half right. William nodded his head. As one of the most popular beauties of the young generation, I'm sure that Vesta has a lot of admirers in the city. Seeing her accompanying us will make those one-sided admirers of hers stalk us on our journey, in the hopes that they will be able to use the opportunity of her being away from her father to become close to her. Not to mention, I am slave trader carrying elves as merchandise. They can always use the excuse of checking our wares as a reason to approach us. Sir William, you think too much, Charmaine commented. Even if that is the case, you just need to intimidate them and they will divert their attention from you to Vesta. Let her deal with her admirers. Before William could even reply to the pretty elf beside him, who for some reason had started to massage his arm, 2 flying carriages landed on his carriage's right side. Speaking of the devils, William snorted. Sir William, they are demons, not devils, Charmaine commented in a teasing tone. William rolled his eyes to ignore the pretty elf who was now massaging his shoulders. He didn't pry her hands off his shoulders, because Charmaine was quite good at giving massages, which he had only discovered a few days ago. Halt! A loud voice shouted. The young master of the desert clan orders you slave traders to stop so that he can check the slaves in your possession. My young master is willing to pay a good price for them. So pull to the side and let him take a look at what you have for sale. Stop at once, another demon shouted. The young master of the Sky Clan wishes to conduct business with you. If he is satisfied with what he sees, he is willing to pay you a high price for your slaves. Vesta, whose carriage was located on William's left side, smirked after seeing the two that had come to cause trouble for the half-elf. Truth be told, she had already met the young masters of the Desert and Sky Clans, as well as the other members of the young generation, 2 months ago during her birthday. All of them wanted to become her life partner, so they could have her father's backing to ensure their clan's prosperity. Vesta hated these gatherings because she felt like she was an item that was being auctioned to the highest bidder. Although her father allowed her to do as she pleased, she still couldn't shake the possibility of being set up in an arranged marriage, which was very common in the demon realm. Pull to the side, Zhu, William said with a sigh. Let's just get this over with. Sha, shift the carriage to the side as well. Zhu and Sha nodded and guided the carriages off the road in order to deal with the numbskulls who were using him as an excuse to strike up a conversation with the green-haired beauty, who loathed both of them. Young masters, my apologies, but this slaves are already reserved for the demon lord, William stated with a smile. If you have any concerns, feel free to look for him. I'm sure that he will be more than happy to settle this matter with the two of you. The two young masters, who were planning to buy the slaves at a high price in order to make a good impression on Vesta, immediately held back the words that they were about to say. If they were to really buy the slaves that were meant for the demon lord, their patriarchs would definitely roast them in an open fire for their stupidity. Seeing that the two young masters didn't dare to make things difficult for him, an idea popped up inside William's head, which he executed right away. Dear sirs, I really apologize for disappointing the both of you, so allow me to make it up to you, William said with a smile that he and James used when they were about to scam people. You see, Lady Vesta is traveling with me, and I admit that I am not very good at socializing with someone of her status. Would the both of you like to travel with us in order to keep her company? The two young masters looked at William as if he was their long-lost bro, who understood their suffering. The young master of the Sky Clan walked up to William and shook his hand. Bro, my name is Kira, Kira said. I am the third son of the head of the Desert Clan. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine, William replied. Feel free to call me William. Kira looked like a normal human teenager with tan skin. If not for the fact that he had a short horn at the middle of his forehead, and red eyes that were as red as rubies, no one would think that he was a demon. His looks were above average, and even more handsome than William's current form, which was his face back on Earth. It was at that moment when the young master of the Sky Clan approached the black-haired teenager in order to introduce himself. Elder brother, my name is Athrun, the fourth son of the current patriarch of the Sky Clan. Athrun smiled. It is an honor to meet you. Likewise, William replied as he happily shook Athrun's hand. Just call me William. Unlike Kira, Athrun was more of a scholarly type and his skin was creamy white, similar to that of a girl's. He was also quite handsome, which gave William the impression that, if the two young masters were to woo others girls aside from Vesta, their chances of success would be very high. Bro, where are you planning to go? Kira asked. Are you headed for the capital? If yes, why don't we stay at our residence there? It is very spacious and I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Athrun just stayed silent at the side and didn't volunteer to invite William to the lodging of their clan in the capital city. As the fourth son of his father, his position was the lowest, and he wasn't treated with much respect in their clan. Fortunately, Athrun was very good when it came to business. He was able to become a successful merchant without the help of his family, and had long gained the confidence to stand on his own. Still, his business was only medium-sized at the moment, so he didn't dare to brag or anything. He knew more than anyone else that there was no one he could rely on but himself. The reason why he was enamored with Vesta was not because of her status, but because she was a hard worker. As someone who also understood the hardships of making a name for herself, without relying on family connections, Athrun believed that she was the perfect match for him. I am planning to go to the north first before going to the capital city, William replied. I am looking for a friend, and according to those who saw her last, she was traveling towards the north in search of someone. That is a long detour, elder brother. Athrun rubbed his chin after hearing William's explanation. He then glanced at Vesta, who was looking at them from the window of her carriage, and smiled. Elder brother, will Lady Vesta accompany you until you reach your destination? William nodded. Lady Vesta said that it had been a long time since she had left the fortress city, so she decided to accompany me on my long journey. Vesta, who was looking at them from her carriage window, suddenly had the strong urge to breathe fire at them. She was waiting for a good show, and to see how the two young masters would cause trouble for William. Unfortunately, things didn't play out the way she thought it would. Instead of a confrontation, the two young masters started to call William bro and elder brother, which made the green-haired beauty wonder if she had misheard things. However, after seeing how the three teenage boys were all smiles as they talked about the details of their journey, Vesta felt like she had swallowed a fly. When she heard that William even invited Kira and Athrun to accompany them, the green-haired beauty almost jumped out of her carriage to deliver a strong kick to the black-haired teenager's bum. The half-elf laughed internally because he was finally able to return the favor to the father and daughter pair. He wasn't too worried about Kira and Athrun accompanying him, because their presence was just a means to an end. In the end, Vesta was forced to swallow a bitter pill as their small group suddenly gained 2 more members, who were more than eager to accompany them on their journey to the north. As an elf, I lived a very long life. The lifespan of an ordinary mortal was no different from the life of an insect that only lasted for a few days. And yet, someone with that fleeting lifetime touched the core of my being, and made me experience things I have never experienced before. Hey, are you all right? Why are you sleeping on the ground? Hello? Can you hear me? These were the questions that he asked me back then when he first appeared in my life. I, who had been exiled because of the curse I carry, had prepared myself to live alone without any interaction from the outside world. And yet, he still came, and melted the resolve I had built with merely 4 words. I love you, Astia. In a secluded place, far away from the lands of the elves, I slept on the roots of an ancient oak tree. Once every year on the 9th hour of the 9th day of the 9th month, a portal between Midgard and Alfheim opened. That is when this annoying person named William Pendragon appeared in my life. The silver-haired teenager said that he traveled between the 2 worlds to take me to the Violet Evergarden, where I would stay for the remainder of my life. He was so cheeky back then, proclaiming that no matter what, he would bring me there without fail. There was just one big problem. The numbskull didn't even know where it was. This is why humans are stupid. This was what I thought back then. Just like the other elves, I took pride in my race's superiority and looked down on other races as if they were not worthy of my time. Well, I do admit that Pendragon was quite good-looking. Among humans, he could be considered decent to say the least. His long silver hair that reflected the sunlight was something I'd like to see from time to time, and his eyes, that were as blue as the sky, would look at me with different emotions that made my heart skip a beat. Of course, at first, I didn't trust him. No elf in their right mind would trust someone from another race on their first meeting. This was why, when he tried to ask me questions, I didn't even bother to open my eyes, and ignored him completely. The last straw was when he started to press his ear to my chest. I kind of understood that he was checking whether I was alive or not, but wasn't that a bit rude? I might have only been 19 years old at that time, but I was still a maiden who hadn't even touched the hand of a man. For a stranger to even press his filthy ear, well, not so filthy ear to my chest, deserved a punishment that was equal to the crime he committed. That was the moment when I wrapped my hair around him and hung him upside down from the branch of the ancient oak tree until he begged me to put him down. A month passed before I decided to trust Pendragon and decided to believe his story that he would indeed take me to the Violet Evergarden. In order to help me trust him, he did menial chores every day, like feeding me berries, letting me drink water, sing me a lullaby, and make sure that no bugs landed on my body. While he did those things, he would often tell me about himself even if I didn't ask him. Perhaps it was because I slept most of the time, and he was feeling that he would go crazy if he didn't talk to someone, but talk he did. As for me, I played my part and listened. His tale wasn't exciting. It was even lackluster to say the least. According to him, he was a bastard son of the ruling chieftain in his country. Aside from giving him the surname Pendragon, his father had mostly ignored him and allowed one of his subordinates to raise him. His name, William, was given to him by his mother before she passed away after childbirth. That was the only keepsake that she had given him, and he carried it to this day. What a pitiful human! I thought back then that he was indeed pitiful, but when I remembered my current circumstance, I retracted my feelings of pity for him and gave it to myself instead. I, who had been abandoned to live alone, was more pitiful than him, and yet, I didn't rub it in his face because he was indeed pitiful, but only second to me. When he met me, he was only 16 at that time. No longer a boy, but not yet a man. I could tell that he was doing his best in trying to make a name for himself. He was doing his best to get his father to recognize him as a son. Since he wanted to make a name for himself, I decided to make him my pillow. This was the highest honor that someone as exalted as me could give him. When I told him that I will give him the honor of becoming my pillow, he gave me a look of disdain, while telling me, "Are you out of your mind?" Well, what happened next was like usual. He spent the night hanging on a tree branch upside down. The next day, he was more obedient. He did exactly what I told him to, and he became my pillow. If you had obeyed me in the first place, then you wouldn't have had to suffer. This was what I told him, as I reluctantly lay my head on his stomach. I was greatly disappointed because it wasn't soft. William had a lean and toned body. Unlike mine that was delicate and soft, his was hard and chiseled. Even though it was not the most comfortable pillow around, I didn't voice any of my complaints because it was warm. For the first time since I was exiled from the Elven clan, I once again felt the warmth of a living being. I really thought that I would never get to experience such a luxury again. On the third month of our journey, William fell ill with a fever after eating a roasted mushroom that he had foraged in the wild. If I remember correctly, this type of mushroom was part of the magic mushroom family that was known to have random effects on those that ate them. The only saving grace was that it wasn't a poisonous mushroom, so he recovered after 3 days. During those 3 days, the one that took care of him was me. It was a laborious task. I had to actually exert effort in order to throw him into the river in order to wash his body because I don't like using stinky humans as my pillow. During those 3 days, William started to call me names like lazy bum, no good elf, sluggard, long-haired demon, ugly monkey, and sloth. Dear me, it seemed that the mushroom had really damaged his brain. So I had no choice but to tie him up to a tree, and used my hair to whip his back until he lost consciousness. Perhaps I went overboard because the next day his fever actually worsened. What a useless pillow, he couldn't even do his job properly. On the third day, William's body was burning up with fever. Even someone as slothful as me felt a bit concerned about his well-being. Having no other alternative, I was forced to use my power to cure him. As an elf, I knew how to wield life magic. I am just too lazy to use it most of the time. But something unexpected happened. The magic I was so proud of didn't work on him. It was at that moment when I realized that things were starting to get a bit out of hand. I was put into a tight spot where I was forced to make a difficult choice. Allow this human, who I had only known for only a short while, to die and return to normality, or cure him by sacrificing a bit of my energy. This is so troublesome. I don't want to do it, so I guess he should just die then. That's right. He should just die. Although I would have no one to talk to, and I would spend the days alone again, that was fine with me. After all, I had been alone for most of my life. I was only going to revert back to my everyday routine before meeting the human stranger that suddenly appeared in my life. Yes, this is how it should be. That was the thought in my head when I made my decision to turn my back on him. As I gazed at the man that was dying beside me with half-opened eyes, I once again marveled at his silver hair, which had now been covered in dust. His blue eyes, that were as clear as the blue skies back then, were dazed and had lost their luster. It was at that moment when I felt pain in my chest, which made me subconsciously reach out to him. That was when I realized that my resolve to live alone for the rest of my life had crumbled to pieces. Some elves had a special ability that allowed them to pass their life force to someone. This was stronger than any kind of healing magic because we would burn up our very own life essence to transfer it to someone else. As one of the elves that had this ability, I never thought that a day would come when I would need to use it. As I wrapped my hair around William's body that was burning up, I carried him as I walked to the river. This was something I would never do on normal days because I hated walking, I hated talking, and I hated moving my body for any reason. I made sure to clean his body properly and removed all of his clothes. If I was going to pass a bit of my life force to him, I wanted to do it when he was clean, not stinking, and covered in dirt. You better become a good pillow after this. I swear that I will not do this again. Indeed, I would never do this kind of thing again. Once was enough, and only because it was an emergency. However, before I could start the ceremony, the annoying human opened his lips and said something irritating to me. Ugly monkey. Out of reflex, I tossed him towards the river in order to punish him. Fortunately, I remembered that he was being delirious due to the fever, so I hurriedly caught him with my hair, before he even fell into the water. When I pulled him back to me, I saw that the bastard had lost consciousness. Good. I didn't like the idea of letting him see how I would save his pitiful life. After speaking the ancient words of magic that activated the spell, I cupped his face and kissed his chapped lips. During that kiss, I felt a portion of my life force transfer to his body, forcefully repairing the damages that he had accumulated over his entire lifetime. The scars on his back, the calluses on his hand, and the other hidden wounds and bruises in his body all started to heal at a rapid pace. The chapped lips that I had kissed suddenly became soft and rosy pink, which surprised me. After I pulled back, the power of the spell also faded. I only shared the equivalent of 10 years of my lifespan to heal and cure his body, so I wasn't too affected. Looking at his lean and toned body, which looked healthier and more radiant, I found myself becoming somewhat attracted to him. This was the first time that I was looking at a naked teenage human, and my curiosity got the better of me. My hands moved subconsciously to probe his body, touching his soft, silver hair that I loved to gaze upon, his ears, which weren't pointy like an elf's, and his handsome face, which I found more attractive than before. I guess this is the effect of the spell that I used to save his life. It is truly miraculous. My hands then wandered to other places. The me back then was very curious about this human in front of me, so I let my hands investigate everything about him. I poked his nose, ran my fingers across his soft lips, caressed his neck, pressed on his shoulders, and ever so slowly moved my hands towards his chest. Just as I expected, it's different from mine. Mine is soft while his is hard. Is this really the chest of a man? Those were my sincere thoughts back then as I compared our chests with each other. Soon, my curiosity went downwards. My hands lightly rubbed the stomach where I lay each night, and his six-pack abs left me wondering if I could have them as well. When I lowered my eyes, I came face to face with his genitals, which made me unconsciously swallow. For some absurd reason, I felt my cheeks burning. This was something that I had never felt before, so I decided to investigate it thoroughly to better understand why I was feeling that way. I touched, flicked, pinched, and pulled on it. I almost cried out in panic when it suddenly grew and reared its head at me. Such a scary thing. I almost thought I got pregnant after touching it once. It was at that moment when I heard a groan come from the human that I was holding. When I raised my head, I saw William looking down at me with a, "What do you think you're doing?" expression on his face. I met his gaze head-on and felt something snap inside me. My gaze didn't leave him, but my hand moved on its own and flicked the little monster that had suddenly grown big without my permission, making William wince in pain. "What do you think you're doing, woman?" William shouted as he struggled to free himself from my hair that was holding his arms, waist, and legs in place. Although I didn't want to brag, my hair is very firm and hard. Very few creatures were able to break from it once I had my hold on their bodies. "I am just punishing this little thing," I angrily replied as I grabbed the little beast and squeezed it with my hand. "This thing almost got me pregnant just by existing." William's pained expression, as I pulled on his manhood, made me realize that he had just recovered from his sickness. So I decided to let it go and threw him into the river to cool himself down. Oh no! I touched that filthy thing. I am going to get pregnant at this rate. If my future self could only return to that point in time to talk to my past life, I would have definitely dug a hole and buried both of us out of embarrassment. How can someone be so ignorant of the world? Well, as someone who had been abandoned, I couldn't really blame the me of that time. I simply didn't have the knowledge for how to deal with the opposite gender, as well as the wisdom that every elf my age should have. After that small episode, our journey continued, which would later make me understand that the silver-haired teenager who was traveling alongside me would become the focal point of my life, as someone who was meant to live alone for all eternity. Several months passed since that fateful day, and we finally arrived at our destination, the fabled land, where one could live the rest of their lives in happiness. The Violet Evergarden, a legendary place that we had found out of sheer luck after we met a traveling priestess who pointed us in the right direction. I hated to admit it, but during those months of travel, William and I had gotten close to each other. Although he was still my pillow, I no longer treated him harshly, and he in turn treated me well. We became the best of friends who relied on each other as we faced the many obstacles that blocked our path. Now that I had arrived at my destination, I felt like the moment of parting was nearing. "Do you really have to leave?" I asked because I felt that if he really left me, I would never see him again. "I don't want to, but I have to. There are people waiting for my return, and I still haven't tied up the loose ends on my part." This was the answer he had given me back then, and for the first time in my life I felt so heartbroken that I felt like I was dying. I knew that he didn't belong to my world, and sooner or later he would have to leave. I understood that and tried to treat him indifferently, and yet he had bridged that gap and found his place inside my heart. Seeing my pained expression, William made a very difficult decision. He decided to stay for one more year so he could spend it with me. This small consolation made me very happy back then. I, who had resolved myself to live a lonely life, felt the sweetness of happiness, and it made me feel like I was the happiest elf in the world. I was so happy that I felt so sleepy and told him that I would just take a short nap. This was the biggest regret of my life. When I opened my eyes and saw William, he looked back at me with tenderness and affection. Nothing seemed different, but there was a sadness on his face that couldn't be hidden by the smile on his face. When I asked him what was wrong, he replied that I had slept for 8 months, and his time to return to Midgard was nearing. The journey back to the ancient oak tree, according to William's calculation, was 3 months. This only left us a month to spend with each other, which made me feel remorse. That day I cried. I blamed myself for taking things for granted, and had forgotten that the lifetime of humans was different from my race. William hugged me back then, and whispered words of assurance that we still had a month to spend together. Although it was a bit short, I decided to make the most of it, and used all of my willpower to prevent myself from falling asleep during that 1 month. I was afraid that if I closed my eyes again, William would no longer be by my side when I woke up. That month was the happiest month of my life. We toured the Violet Evergarden, and saw many amazing scenes that were simply breathtaking. When we only had 2 weeks left, I was starting to feel so anxious that I no longer enjoyed our travels and simply held on to him, unwilling to let go. Perhaps William noticed my fears as well, so we decided to make a return trip to the small house that he had built while I was sleeping. One night, when the moon was full and the stars littered the sky, I followed William to the river where he took his nightly bath. He knew that I preferred that he cleaned his body before I used it as my pillow, so this had become his daily routine. Even when I was sleeping, he would lay my head on his belly just like he always did since he agreed to become my pillow. I observed him from afar and was captivated with the sight that I saw. His wet, silver hair glowed faintly as it reflected the moonlight. Water droplets streamed down his strong and lithe body, which put me in a daze. I had prided myself as someone very beautiful, but at that time, I sincerely felt that the silver-haired teenager who was bathing at the river had surpassed my beauty. I didn't know what possessed me back then, but I came out of my hiding place and went to him. The rustling of clothes echoed silently in the night, but it was more than enough for the young man in front of me to turn his head and look in my direction. By then, I was no longer wearing anything, but I no longer cared. I didn't feel any embarrassment, only a longing that could be felt from the depths of my being. When my feet entered the water, I felt that it was quite cold, and yet, there was a flame that burned inside my heart. It burned for him. It longed for him. I could no longer hide the feelings that I had kept hidden in my heart. The moment I wrapped my arms around his naked body, I knew then and there that I was about to do something sacred, an act of love where I would pour my heart, body, and soul to him. Love me and make me feel complete. Those were the words that I had said as my body shuddered in sweet surrender. Perhaps he had also been holding back for a very long time because he didn't resist my advances. Under the moonlight on that riverbank we made love to each other. My hair served as our bedding, and the coldness of the night wasn't enough to soothe the blaze that burned brightly in our hearts. We made love, over and over again until we could no longer move. As we lay in each other's arms, he spoke the words I had wanted to hear, the words that I was born to hear. I love you, Astia. I love you too, Will. That night, we talked about many things. William promised me that he would return the next time that portal between the two worlds opened, and when that time came, he would take me back to Midgard so that the two of us could live and build a family together. I agreed and only asked for a lock of his hair that I could keep with me while I waited for his return. Several days passed since that night, and we spent every day making love to each other. It was as if we were animals in heat that longed to mark each other and make each their own. Finally, the time had come for him to leave. After kissing me one last time and renewing his promise, he set off and traveled towards the ancient oak tree, where he would return to Midgard. Just a few minutes after he left, I collapsed on the bed and slept. I had tried to stay awake far longer than I should have. I had reached my limit and my body had automatically entered a state of hibernation in order to return the natural balance of my body to its former state. The lock of hair that William had given me was placed on a small pouch and hung on my neck like a protective charm. I wished that when I opened my eyes again, the one whom I had shared my heart with would once again be by my side. During that long sleep, I dreamed. I dreamed of William's journey back to the ancient oak tree and his return to Midgard. I saw him go to the place where the Lady of the Lake dwelt, and realized then and there that the bitch was also in love with M.Y. William. Fortunately, her charm didn't affect him because he was no longer a boy, but a man who had entered the steps of adulthood with her. I sneered when I saw the smile of the Lady of the Lake crumble as William told her about his journey with me. However, my celebration didn't last long because I clearly saw that the fire of determination had appeared on the beautiful lady's face. I could only hope that M.Y. William would be able to resist her charms for a year. Unfortunately, 2 months later, when William was dead drunk, due to a celebration in his father's residence, he wandered towards the lake to have a chat with the spirit that resided in it. He was in his most vulnerable state, and the Lady of the Lake used an aphrodisiac that she claimed to be a cure for his drunken state to ensnare him. I cursed, howled, and cursed some more as the bitch had her way with the silver-haired young man who had promised to marry me. William had no recollection of what happened when he woke the next day because that was one of the effects of the aphrodisiac that was given to him. After that incident, life continued as if nothing had happened. Finally, the time for him to return to the ancient oak tree had come. However, on the day he was about to leave, several invaders who came from foreign countries had set foot on their lands. William had been forced to fight alongside his father's men in order to repel them from their homeland. This was his first battle, and to a certain extent his last. I saw him fight valiantly as he faced the enemy fearlessly. My heart bled for him, and my tears fell like a river when I saw someone stab him in the back with a sword after saving one of his companions. That blow wasn't enough to kill him, and he beheaded the person that attacked him from behind. The battle had been intense, and it only ended when William killed the last invader who hadn't fled from the battle. I wept bitter tears when I saw him look up at the sky to call out my name. He said he loved me one last time as he took his final breath, standing up like a true warrior. A warrior that his father only recognized after he had died. As I watched the love of my life stand tall amidst the dead people that lay on the ground, a group of Valkyries arrived at the battlefield. I witnessed the Valkyrie captain called Wendy pull William's soul from his body and take him to Asgard. My sadness disappeared because I felt that there was still hope for the both of us. I noticed that William clearly remembered me, and he had tried many times to escape Asgard to return to Midgard to come and find me. However, as the days passed, his memories started to disappear. After several months of trying to keep me in his mind, the last vestige of our time together finally vanished without a trace. When Ragnarok arrived, I saw how valiantly he fought on the front lines, and watched how he struggled until the end. As he lay down on the ground, unable to move, I appeared before him and hugged him tight. "Who?" William asked as he looked up to me. "Astia," I answered. William was only a step away from death, and his breathing had also become laborious, but he still looked at me as if trying hard to recall something. Perhaps it was a miracle, or perhaps it was Lady Fate pitying both of us, but William finally remembered who I was. "I'm sorry," William said as he raised his hand to touch my face. "I broke my promise." "I'm sorry." "Yes, you did," I replied as I held the hand that was caressing my face. Although it was still warm, it had slowly started to feel cold, and knew that our time together was not long. Searcher, the god of destruction, raised his sword and gathered the flames that would destroy the entire world and bring an end to an era. He then swung his sword towards the Einherjar and the elf whose tears streamed down their faces. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." "Then promise me this. Next time, you will not break your promise to me." William took a labored breath as he gazed at the person whom he had loved many years ago. "If there is a next time, then yes. I promise." I smiled before shaking my head. "I don't believe you," I said. "You will break your promise again, so I decided I'll be the one to look for you next time. I don't know how long it will take, but when that time comes, I will wrap you in my hair and never let you go again." William smiled as he used the last embers of his life to tell me his heartfelt feelings. "I love you, Astia. Promise me that you will find me in our next life. Don't worry. No matter where you go, no matter where you hide, I will find you." I lifted William's head and gave him one last kiss as the flames of destruction fell on our bodies. It wasn't the ending I had envisioned for our love, but there was nothing I could do about it. Thousand Beast Domain. When I opened my eyes, it was already morning. I wiped the tears from my eyes as I got off from my bed and headed towards the window. To my surprise, I saw a red-headed teenager walk towards the villa with a smile on his face. It seemed that something good had happened in the outside world because that was the only reason I could think of for him to have that smug expression on his face. Opening my window, I gave him a smile, which he returned with a wave of his hand. "Good morning, Kenneth," William greeted. "Good morning, Will," I greeted him back. "Have you had breakfast yet? Why don't we eat together?" "Sure, I'd love that, but there is a question that I'd like to ask you, Will." William tilted his head in confusion as he stared back at me. "A question? What question?" "Do you remember your promise?" I asked with a smile. "What promise?" William blinked. "Did I promise you something?" I chuckled and shook my head. Just as I expected, this numbskull had once again forgotten the promise that he made to me. Fortunately, I remembered, and because I remembered, I would make sure that, this time around, he would fulfill the 1,000-year promise that he had made to me. "I hate this. Why do I have to travel with these fools?" Vesta whined at her 2 shield maidens who had accompanied her on her journey. "Young lady, it is what His Excellency has decreed. Regardless of our will, we must carry it through without fail." The shield maiden that went by the name Ollie replied. "Isn't that right, Ari? We cannot disobey His Excellency's orders, my lady." The remaining shield maiden, Ari, nodded her head in agreement. "If we return, we might get punished by him for disobeying orders." Vesta sighed as she grumpily lay on the couch inside her carriage. She knew that this was partly her fault because she didn't voice her protests when her father, Josh, asked her to accompany William on his journey to the north. In truth, she didn't have any problems traveling with him. What annoyed her was the fact that the half-elf had allowed Kira and Athrun to join them in their travels. "What are those three idiots doing right now?" Vesta asked. Ollie parted the partition that was covering the carriage window and gazed outside. There, she found William, along with Kira and Athrun, roasting the fish that they had caught over an open fire, acting as if they were just camping in the wild for fun. The elf ladies roam around the camp, doing various chores here and there. They still wore the slave collars on their necks, which labeled them as William's property. The only thing that bothered Ollie and Ari was the fact that the elves didn't seem to be disgusted with what they were doing, and their movements even showed that they were quite experienced at their jobs. Ollie then shifted her attention back to William, who was being hand-fed by the pretty elf that went by the name Charmaine. She had learned early on that she was William's personal slave, and served him wholeheartedly. Sir William, Kira, and Athrun are currently roasting fish outside. Ollie replied after a minute had passed. "Are you interested in eating fish, my lady? If you wish, I can catch some for you." "Fish?" Vesta pondered for a bit before nodding her head. "Get enough for the three of us. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up later once it is cooked." "As you wish, my lady." Ollie bowed as she left the carriage, leaving Ari to guard Vesta while she slept. "Bro, I'm feeling jealous of you," Kira confessed after seeing Charmaine feed William bite-sized portions of the fish that they were roasting. "Although I have slaves of my own, none of them can compare to Charmaine." Athrun just smiled from the side and didn't make any comments. As a merchant, he had also bought slaves of his own. One of them was an elf who was currently managing his firm, while he was away conducting business in the fortress city of Amberfong. It was also where he met Vesta during a special gathering, and had been enamored with her ever since. "Bro, tell me, how did you manage to catch this many elves?" Kira asked with genuine curiosity. Although elf slaves are quite rare, most of them are sold for very high prices, so most slave traders go out of their way to catch them. "Can you tell me your trade secrets?" William chuckled. After spending a few days with Kira and Athrun, he understood that the young man who hailed from the desert clan was a straightforward person. "You already said that it was my trade secret," William replied. "Since that is the case, how can I possibly share it with you?" The half-elf then opened his mouth as he accepted another bite-sized portion of the roasted fish from Charmaine, making Kira feel envious. "Elder brother, you mentioned that you are traveling to the north, but if we continue to travel at this pace, it will take us months to get there," Athrun commented from the side. "How about we procure a flying carriage for you in the next city? That will increase the speed of our travel exponentially." Kira also nodded his head in agreement. As wealthy people, their flying carriages were being pulled by griffins. Although they weren't as majestic as Vesta's griffin, they served their roles well and were only a tier lower than hers. William's carriages, on the other hand, were being pulled by ordinary horses, which forced everyone to travel on land. Although griffins didn't mind land travel, they still preferred to soar through the skies, making them an efficient method of traveling. The half-elf rubbed his chin and nodded his head in agreement. Now that he was far away from the fortress city, it was time to speed up their traveling speed. However, he couldn't possibly just summon one of his beasts from his 1,000-beast domain because it might make his companions suspicious about his abilities. Fortunately, he had already solved this problem. Last night, when everyone was sleeping, he manipulated Soleil to sweep the land in order to look for flying creatures that he could capture to be used as mounts. "You don't have to worry about this," William replied. "I sent my men to capture some flying mounts when we made camp 2 hours ago. They should be back just about now." The black-haired teenager glanced at the west and saw 2 people riding on horses headed in their direction. Following behind them were 2 giant orbs made of sand that Shah had used to imprison the beasts that they had found earlier. Seeing the 2 domes of sand, Kira and Athrun arched their eyebrows because they were quite curious about what kind of creature William captured to serve as the mounts for his carriages. "Is it a griffin?" Kira asked. Athrun smiled as he made his own guess. "This area is a few days of travel away from the stronghold, so the possibility of them being wyverns is high." William smirked and didn't bother to confirm or deny the two demons' guesses. Originally, he just planned to capture a griffin or a wyvern to serve as his mount. But, after seeing these two beasts wandering around the area, the half-elf decided that they would be his newest additions to his king's legion. Vesta, who had been woken up by Ari because of the commotion, exited her carriage to look at the sand domes with curiosity. "Will, I have to hand it to you, these two are very stubborn," Zhu said as she dismounted from his horse. "Are you sure you can tame them?" "Of course," William replied. He was brimming with confidence. When it came to taming beasts, he was an expert. "Sha, you can free one of them, but make sure that they are still bound by your sand." Sha nodded and one of the earth domes collapsed, revealing a monster that William had not yet encountered in Hestia. "And no way," Kira stuttered as he gazed at the beast that appeared in front of his eyes. A Thrun, who always had a composed look on his face, gawked in surprise when he saw the stubborn creature that William was about to tame. A flying, armored elephant. Vesta's eyes widened in shock. He is going to use that as a mount? Flying armored elephants, as the name suggests, were flying elephants with an armor-like exterior. An adult elephant was a pseudomyriad beast that was capable of destroying a town or a city on its own, if there were no powerhouses guarding it. The ones that Zhu and Sha had caught were juvenile elephants whose rank was at the peak of millennial beasts. After undergoing their baptism in the heavenly palace ruled by the Jade Emperor, the two demons' power had returned to their peak stage, which was only a step away from myriad beasts. Capturing two peak millennial beasts was something that they could carry out without too many problems. "Bro, you are going to tame that?" Kira asked with a doubtful expression on his face. These elephants are known to be very fierce. Even warlords don't dare to tame them because if the other members of their herd sense that they were captured, they would immediately come to their rescue. A Thrun who had recovered from his shock walked towards William with a serious expression on his face. "There was once a rich merchant who captured one of those elephants and brought it to the city he ruled just to brag to his friends," a Thrun said. A week later, a herd of flying armored elephants descended from the sky and annihilated the entire town out of anger. They are a tight-knit group, so no one in their right mind would try to capture them. "That's right," Vesta, who had also walked up to William, stated. "Even the demon lord thinks that they pose too much of a danger to be tamed. Besides, these beasts will not yield even in the face of death. You're just wasting your time." William's eyes sparkled after hearing that these beasts could attract their comrades to help rescue them. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean that he would gain more flying armored elephants without the need to actively look for them? "I hit the jackpot," William muttered as he gazed at the struggling 6-meter-tall elephant, which was being kept in a tight hold by Sha. The elephant raised its long nose and trumpeted loudly as it tried to break free from the sands that bound its body. Kira's heart trembled as he scanned his surroundings. He was afraid that the elephant's herd would hear its calls and come to annihilate all of them. The half-elf walked towards the elephant with a devilish smirk on his face as he took out the new, and improved, tool that he would use to tame the beast that was in front of him. "Behold, but Destroyer version 2. William declared as he summoned a 4-meter-long spiked spear that looked so sinister that Kira and a Thrun felt a sense of dread that made their bodies subconsciously shudder. The elephant glared at William in disdain as it looked at the weapon in his hand. As one of the toughest creatures in the demonic continent, it was not afraid to charge into an army that was armed to the teeth. "Do your worst, you fiend," the elephant shouted using telepathy. "I will not yield even in death. My brethren will avenge me. You can run, but you can't hide from their wrath." The half-elf ignored the elephant's words and asked Sha to uncover the other elephant who was still trapped inside the dome of sand. After the other elephant saw its comrade, it trumpeted in anger and struggled as much as the other did. "I have encountered many beasts," William stated as he walked towards the rear of the elephant. "All of them were prideful creatures, but in the end they still yielded and submitted to me. You will not be an exception." "Keep dreaming," the elephant roared. "I am the proud son of the Blood War clan. I will not submit. Do your worst." "We'll see about that," William sneered as he aimed his Destroyer version 2 at his target. Make the world tremble, as you show them your unrivaled might, but destroyer version 2, requiescat in pace, with a precision that would put even Gungnir, the spear of heaven, to shame. William thrust the diabolical spear towards the one place that would make any creature weep bitter tears. Suddenly, the elephant trumpeted so loudly that a powerful shockwave pushed everyone away from where they stood, with the exception of William, who had borrowed Sharer from his wife, Chiffon. The smasher of thousands roared in laughter when he saw the scene in front of him. However, his laughter came to an abrupt halt when he realized what William was planning to do with him. Will, don't do this, man. Sharer's body shook as he realized that the half-elf had planned to use him to hammer the spear and embed it deeper in the elephant's body. Can't we just all get along well and settle this in a peaceful manner? I am settling this in a peaceful manner, William replied as he lightly tapped the spear that was firmly stuck on the elephant's bum using Sharer. Oi, I am going to start. Tell me when you are ready to submit. Okay? Vesta, Kira, and Athrun all looked at this scene in disbelief. They all simultaneously covered their backside as they walked away from the half-elf, who was preparing to smash his mace to the butt of the spear to embed it deeper into the elephant's body. Ah, just so you know, I know healing magic, William said. I will remove the spear from your body and heal your internal injuries. Then I will repeat it again. We will do this over and over until you give up. Don't worry. I am a vampire. I can do this all day and all night. The elephant, who was watching his comrade get pegged, shuddered at the thought of experiencing the same fate. It looked at William with fearful eyes as it subconsciously clenched its butthole in the fear that the black-haired teenager would shift his attention to him. Just as William was about to smash the mace to let the elephant experience a world of pain, a trembling voice reached his mind. Stop. I concede. The elephant pleaded. I will submit to you. But I still want to smash your bum. Please, have mercy. I've already surrendered. Can't we talk this out like proper civilized creatures? Zhu and Sha, who had personally gone to capture the two elephants, suddenly felt a strong urge to apologize to them for letting them suffer under William's hands. They believed that no creature, no matter how evil, should be subjected to such torture. Fine, William sighed as he pulled the bloody butt plug from the elephant's rear. He then turned his attention to the second elephant, which made the latter's entire body tremble uncontrollably. In the end, the second elephant didn't put up a fight and immediately submitted to William. Vesta, Kira, and Athrun glanced at each other in fear when they saw how William made the two elephants submit using a method that no one in the demon realm had dared to use in the past. To be perfectly honest, William only needed to use his taming skill to forcefully make the two flying armored elephants submit. However, his hands were feeling itchy and wanted to use the tried and true taming method that he had invented in the past. After using his ability to formally add the two elephants to his herd, the bindings on their bodies disappeared completely. Do you have names? William asked as the two elephants kneeled in front of him. My name is Gluteus, the second elephant, who had instantly surrendered to William, replied. The first elephant, who had still gotten over the trauma it had experienced, replied half a minute after his comrade did. My name is Maximus, Maximus answered. William smiled as he rubbed his chin. Gluteus and Maximus. These are good names. Very well, from now on you are my subordinates. Relax, I won't mistreat the two of you. As long as you stay loyal to me, I'll ensure that both of you will reach heights that you have never reached before. The two flying armored elephants glanced at each other before sighing inside their hearts. For the first time in their lives, they wished that none of their brethren would come to find them. They were afraid that if they were to really appear to rescue them, the devilish teenager in front of them would be laughing in joy because he would acquire more elephants to test the effectiveness of his butt destroyer version 2 once again. Shannon shuddered as she hastily put down her brush. The scene that she had seen just now was something that she didn't want to see ever again. I didn't know you were this evil, Shannon cursed as she gazed at the canvas in front of her. I misjudged you. The drawing of a teenager, who was caught in the act of thrusting the diabolical tool in his hands into the backside of the flying armored elephant, was revealed on Shannon's canvas. The scene was so vivid that anyone who saw it would feel a sense of dread at the barbaric practice that would make anyone have the strong urge to cover their backside. Shannon had seen more gruesome things, but she was sure that the vivid scene she saw would forever be retained in her memories. "I need to burn this," Shannon muttered as she conjured blue flames in her hand. "I need to burn this fast." As soon as the last word left her delicate lips, the entire canvas blazed in blue flames. The flames didn't burn the canvas into ashes. Instead, it slowly erased the image that had been painted on it. A few minutes later, the entire scene disappeared and only a blank, white surface remained. Traces of the barbaric and vile act were nowhere to be found. But Shannon was no longer in the mood to draw. She had been following William's progress ever since he had returned to Hestia. Shannon would paint him every day and see his adventures unfold. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she could only see the world through the half-elf's eyes now. Even so, she was fine with that. After witnessing his battle against the pseudo-god, Apophis, the young lady who was sealed inside the shrine in Hesia Academy, her interest in William grew by leaps and bounds. Although she had many other favorite subjects to paint, the red-headed teenager was now on the top of his list. She would go into a trance every day in trying to connect to him, so that she could become part of his journey and record these scenes on her beloved canvas. Unfortunately, there were times when she connected with him at the wrong time, which allowed her to see things she didn't expect to see. Like the time when William made love to Belle. It was a happy accident and Shannon felt the emotions that they shared pass through her heart. Shannon drew that scene while her cheeks burned in embarrassment. As someone who couldn't leave her shrine, seeing these kinds of things made her realize that she knew very little of the world and how lovers interacted with each other in private. The young lady sighed as she stared at her paint-stained hands. Every time she painted, she would be so immersed in her creation that she wouldn't notice that the paint had gotten on her hands. Hands that created many wonderful things, and yet those creations were not of her own. They were simply the lives of the people who were living in the world. "It's not fair," Shannon muttered as a purple smoke started to rise from her body. "Why me? Why me? Other people can walk outside and play with their friends. They can sing songs and dance to entertain people. They can swim in the rivers and seas, travel in the ocean, and fly in the sky. And yet I am not able to do any of those. Why? Why must it be me? Why must I suffer such a fate?" The purple smoke expanded and covered the entire room, as it continuously escaped her body like the smoke on a bonfire that was blazing brightly. "Maybe, if I didn't bear this sin, I would also be out there with him," Shannon said softly as she reached out towards the canvas. "It's not fair. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want to be born like this." The moment his hand touched the white canvas in front of her, a small purple wormhole started to spin at its center. Slowly, but surely it expanded until the image of William's camp appeared in her vision. The half-elf was currently taking a nap inside his carriage, while lying on Charmaine's lap, who was also asleep. William was sleeping peacefully, as if the scene where he had impaled the elephant's backside without mercy earlier hadn't happened. Shannon reached out towards the purple vortex until her right hand passed through it. "If I didn't bear this sin, would you have accepted me like the others?" Shannon asked as her hand crossed time and space to softly pat William's head, who remained asleep. A sad smile appeared on her lips as she caressed William's face. "I wish you had talked to me more. I wish that you had visited me more." She then reluctantly pulled her hand back because she felt that the half-elf was about to wake up. Shannon didn't want anyone to discover this special ability of hers, which could transcend great distances and travel through time and space. "Tomorrow. I will once again accompany you tomorrow," Shannon said sleepily as she stood from her chair and walked towards her bed. "I hope that when that time comes, you will show me something wonderful, something that will make me happy, sad, angry, and excited." As Shannon lay on her bed, the black smoke continued to rise out from her body. Her sin was flaring up, and she had no choice but to endure its effects on her own. "Someday, I hope that there will be someone like you to help me when my sin goes out of control," Shannon muttered as she closed her eyes. just like what you do with my sisters when they suffer from the sin that they carry." Tears fell from her eyes as pain racked her entire body. Shannon had long been used to the pain because she had been enduring this all of her life. Even so, she still hated it. The feelings of helplessness and loneliness were real, and she was longing for something real. A memory that belonged to her. A scene that belonged to her. She, who spent her days watching other people live their lives, longed for the moment when she could live her own life. She longed for the moment when she could walk and run under the sun. For the time when she could sing and dance to make the people important to her happy. More than anything else, she also wanted to feel loved. Just like her sisters, who had chosen the half-elf to become their significant other, had. A person whose existence could make her heart skip a beat and make her forget that she was someone who was trapped inside a small shrine, unable to step outside of its boundaries. Can I be part of your world as well? Shannon wondered as the pain in her body intensified. She didn't know the answer to her question. All she knew was that the day she stepped outside the shrine that bound her in place, the world that she saw through her canvas, would finally be hers for the taking. "Will I see Big Brother soon?" a little girl with long red hair tied up in a ponytail asked. As she walked in a carefree manner, several ducks walked behind her like a small train. At the very end, a white goose had a resigned look on its face as he ensured that none of the ducklings strayed from the little girl. "Perhaps," a lady wearing the dress of a priestess replied as she walked beside her. "Your brother is busy as a bee. We'll be lucky if we manage to bump into him along the way." Not far from them, two men who were a little over 6 feet tall followed in silence. "Grandpa is also here, right? I miss him too," the little girl said as she continued to walk, holding her little staff in her hand. "Why did everyone leave Lant? Don't they like it there anymore?" Of course they liked Lant. It is the place that they have protected for many years. Also, you're supposed to call William Uncle and not Big Brother. He doesn't want to be called Uncle. The little girl smiled when she remembered how hard William tried to tell her that she should just refer to him as Big Brother instead of Uncle. However, the smile disappeared after some time as she asked her master more questions. "Then why did they leave?" the little girl asked. "They left me alone. It felt so lonely without them." The little girl pouted as she continued to trek the mountain alongside her master. Back then, she was very happy because her grandpa and Big Brother spoiled her rotten. Now that they were gone, she missed them terribly. "Because fate has started to move," the priestess replied. "All the powers in the world are now congregating in the central continent. This is also why we are here." "Fate? You don't have to worry about this, Eve. This is an adult matter. For now, let's just focus on visiting the 13 temples. After that, we can go and find your Big Brother and Grandpa." Eve nodded as she gazed at the beautiful scenery in front of her. Ariadne had taken her to the central continent to finish a pilgrimage that would make Eve one of the official priestesses of the god of shepherds within the world of Hestia. After William successfully tamed Gluteus and Maximus, their journey became a lot faster. The half-elf's entourage traveled in the air as they headed to the northern end of the demon continent. Fortunately, Athrun was quite knowledgeable and charted a course that would allow them to reach their destination as soon as possible. Even so, according to the handsome merchant, their journey traveling time should be around a month at best. Athrun's guess coincided with Optimus' calculations. Both of them stated that it would indeed take them a month to reach their destination if they followed the merchant's route. Although a month wasn't long, it wasn't too short either. The demonic continent was 3 times bigger than the southern continent, and traversing its lands was very perilous. William's group would have to use the teleportation gates of connecting cities to increase the pace of their travels. The plan was sound, and didn't have any loopholes in it. Unfortunately, even the best of plans could be thrown into disarray by unexpected variables that were out of their control. "Sorry, but you can't enter the city," the captain of the guard stated as he glared at William's group who had lined up to enter their territory. Why?" William asked. "We have travel permits here that were issued by His Excellency Josh himself." What's the problem? The guard snorted and pointed at the two flying armored elephants who made everyone in the vicinity back away completely. Don't you know that it is illegal to use those elephants as mounts? The guard captain asked. The fact that I am even talking to you is giving His Highness Josh the respect he deserves. Let me make it clear to you. Not only will you not gain passage to the city, but you won't stand a chance getting into the other cities as well. Those elephants are walking disasters. What will you do if their herd suddenly appears in this domain and tramples our city to the ground? You should just return them to the wild and save yourself the trouble of being barred entry to every city you come across. William frowned as he turned his head to gaze at the two elephants. He shot them the both of you are no good troublemakers glare, which made the two beasts have the strong urge to step on him. They still felt that it was unfair that they were forced to become mounts when they were simply taking a detour to where they were to meet up with their herd. They thought they would be safe because they were part of the flying armored elephants race and no one in their right mind would look for trouble with them. Only idiots and people who courted death would dare to capture them as mounts. Unfortunately, they came across someone who didn't only court death. He even intended to capture their entire herd when they appeared to save them. What was Mad Lad? This was Mad Lad. You don't have to worry about this? William replied as he turned around to look at the guard. Both of them are harmless. They can even perform tricks. Tricks? Flying armored elephants perform tricks. Of course. Gluteus, come here. Gluteus' body shuddered when he saw William's devilish smile. He felt that he was about to be butchered, and had no choice but to be obedient and even thank the butcher for butchering him. Maximus looked at him with eyes filled with pity. Both of them now belonged to William's herd, and their fate would depend upon their new master's mood. Gluteus stopped walking when it was only 3 meters away from William. The elephant who was once proud of his lineage looked at his master with fearful eyes as he waited for his orders. Gluteus, use Giga Stomp and smash this gate to pieces, William ordered. If the guards stop you or even attempt to do something to stop you, I order you to call your herd right away and tell them that the mayor of this city tried to make you his mount. The guard captain as well as the other guards who heard William's orders all gasped in shock as they looked at the black-haired teenager who had this "since you want to die so badly, let's just all die together" smirk on his face. They had never seen someone use this kind of tactic in order to brute force his way to gain entry to the city. However, everyone present, including the people that were waiting to enter the city, all felt a chill run down their spine. If William were to really make his threat a reality, then having the gates smashed would be the least of their worries. No sane person in the demonic continent would take the threat of a herd of flying armored elephants lightly. In the end, William passed through the gates of the city of Agento with a smug expression on his face. He was flanked on his left and right side by the guards, who escorted them towards the teleportation gate that would take them away from the city. After an internal struggle, the guard captain knew that antagonizing William wasn't worth it. This was why he ordered his men to ensure that the black-haired teenager and his entourage left his city as soon as possible, so that the two walking hot potatoes would no longer be a threat to his and the entire city's mental health. I've never seen a slave trader threaten an entire city all by himself, Kira said with a serious expression on his face. Bro, you sure have guts. Of course I have them, you don't? William replied with a smirk. After the incident with the city of Agento, William's infamy grew. News had started to spread throughout the different cities about a certain slave trader who owned 2 flying armored elephants, and used them to get his way when the guards, as well as the mayors, refused him entry. The status of the cities he had traveled through, especially those he had needed to use the elephants as a threat to get his way, spread like wildfire and had been the talk for the past few days. Currently, William's group was traveling through a mountainous area. This part of the demon realm didn't have any teleportation gates around, so they had no choice but to travel the normal way. Suddenly, the flying carriages started to descend because something unexpected had happened in front of them. They seemed to have been caught between what seemed to be a territorial war between 2 clans, and Athrun's coachman decided to signal the others to tell them that they needed to make an emergency landing in order to prevent a misunderstanding that could have them attacked by both sides. William and the rest disembarked as they gazed in the distance where thousands of warriors from both clans faced off against each other. In the air, harpies and gargoyles formed their ranks. This was a standard battle formation that most demons employed when they were going to war because of territorial disputes. "Any idea which clans are fighting?" William asked as he rubbed his chin. This was the first time that he had seen a war between demons, and his curiosity got the best of him. "One-Horned Clan and the Greenskins," Vesta replied. "They have been at odds with each other and have been fighting over each other's territories for the past few years. This will just be like any other war here in the demon realm. Nothing much has changed since then." "Since when?" William asked as he glanced at the green-haired beauty beside him. "Since we lost the war in the Silvermoon continent," Vesta replied as she gave William a sidelong glance. "A war that we lost to your father." The half-elf shifted his gaze back to the fight that was about to start. Although he had participated in war in the southern continent, he didn't find it to his liking. The tears that fell on the day when the curse had turned all the adults into crystals was enough to drown a kingdom. AOL. The death toll among the children and teenagers who had died in that war was staggering enough that even the number of elves that died during that final battle was nothing compared to what the Southern Lands had lost. What the Southern Lands had lost that day still lingered in William's heart. Although the ones fighting each other now were demons and not humans or elves, the effect would be the same. Some of those demons had wives, sons, and daughters, who would weep when they died in battle. Suddenly, the sound of blowhorns spread across the battlefield as both sides shouted their war cries. Soon they all charged at each other. A battle on land and in the air was about to be waged, and blood was bound to be spilled and dye the battlefield in the colors of war. Vesta, Kira, Athrun, and the rest of their retainers watched from the side as spectators. Their blood boiled because they were a race that didn't shy away from war. They didn't care who won or lost because this was part of everyday life in the demon realm. In some corners of the continent, similar wars were being waged. The current war between the One-Horned tribe and the Greenskins was just a drop in the bucket, and no one would care even if both sides wiped each other out. At least that was how the battle should have played out. As the two sides were about to formally clash with each other, something incredible happened, which made Vesta, Kira, and Athrun, as well as their retainers, look at the battlefield with widened eyes. An individual appeared in the center of the battlefield and summoned a gigantic golden staff that swept away both sides in a domineering manner. The demons that were caught by the surprise attack were sent flying in the air like dried leaves being swept by a broomstick. The elders and experts of both clans were by no means weak. However, in the face of such overwhelming strength, there was nothing that they could do. None of the people that William had sent flying were hurt. He had imbued Rui Jingu Bang with healing magic, so at the moment of impact, an instant regeneration spell would take effect. The golden staff hit them like a truck, and it hurt like one, but this pain didn't last long as the injuries in their bodies started to heal. In just a minute, the war that had just started was brought to an untimely end. Everyone gazed at the domineering figure that sat on top of the gigantic golden staff and felt their heart shudder. "Tell me, you bastards, who asked you to start a war with each other while I am passing through?" William asked in a tone filled with arrogance. "Did any of you ask for my permission?" His question was like thunder that rang in everyone's ears. The two warring clans had no idea who he was, so they were unable to form a coherent reply to his question. This was the first time that they had seen a demigod who wielded a gigantic golden staff that could obliterate all of them with a single sweep. Fuck, are you for real?" Kira stuttered as he asked the question that had appeared in his head. Athrun took a deep breath as he stared at the black-haired teenager whose cape fluttered in the breeze, while standing on the tip of his golden staff. He didn't expect that the person he kept calling Big Brother was this formidable, and it made his blood boil in excitement and respect. In the demon continent, everyone revered strength. Those with the bigger fists dictated the rules. It was the law of the jungle, and everyone had accepted this iron fist rule since time immemorial. This was why the demon lord could only be a demon lord if he was the strongest of the demons. The demon clans wouldn't recognize a weakling as their leader, and this was why the title of demon lord was not hereditary. Although Felix was called a prince, that title would only be his while his father held the throne. The moment Lucien, the current demon lord, stepped down. His title would be revoked and he would lose the influence he currently possessed. Vesta, who had long wondered why her father didn't try to apprehend William back at the fortress city, gazed at the half-elf with appraising eyes. As someone who had reached the millennial rank at an early age, she now finally understood why her father, Josh, decided to talk to William in a civil manner. Right now, she felt that William's image in her mind had suddenly grown so big that it even surpassed the image of her father, whom she had worshipped ever since she had started to understand the rules of the world she had lived in. Hestia Academy. After William had left Hestia Academy, Ayla had been feeling uneasy. She had wanted to ask the half-elf a few things, but she just couldn't summon the courage to talk to him face to face. Because of this, she decided to ask the person who was close to William, whom she trusted very much. You're having dreams about a silver-haired William. Conan blinked one then twice after hearing Ayla's story. Both of them had gotten along really well ever since William had introduced her to him. Ayla nodded. I've been having these dreams, seeing places I've never seen before. Also, I've interacted with the silver-haired William many times. Suddenly a blush crept along her face as she covered her cheeks with her hands. We even kissed. Her voice was so low that Conan wasn't able to hear her words properly. In the end, William's familiar decided to ask Ayla several questions in order to better understand the dreams she was having. Okay, so how old is this silver-haired William in your dreams? Conan asked. He looked young, perhaps not more than 20. Ayla replied in a tone that was filled with uncertainty. Conan nodded. Can you tell me about names and places? Names of people will also work. Vanaheim, Asgard. Oh, I also saw Wendy in my dreams, Princess Ayla replied. She had these wings. I think she was called Captain Wendy, and that silver-haired William belonged to her squadron. Conan was about to bite on the potato chip in his hands when he suddenly dropped it after hearing Princess Ayla's words. See, come again? Conan stuttered. I think I didn't hear you properly the first time. Oh, I said that the name of the place where I stayed was Vanaheim, and we had these allies that came from Asgard. William was one of those so-called Einherjars, and he belonged to Wendy's squad, who was called a Valkyrie captain. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. Conan hurriedly left Princess Ayla's room as he flew off to find Elliot. He felt that he wouldn't be able to handle this revelation alone, so he decided to call for backup. 20 minutes later, Elliot and Conan arrived in Princess Ayla's room, and the angelic familiar pressed the princess with questions in regards to the dreams she was having. Is there anything else that you want to add? Elliot asked with a serious expression on his face. After hearing Conan's explanation, he decided to accompany him right away to return to Princess Ayla's room. If what his twin said was right, then Ayla might be one of the people that William had interacted with when he was still an Einherjar back in Asgard. Princess Ayla shook her head because she had already told the two familiars everything. Elliot and Conan exchanged a glance and both of them had the same expression on their face. Okay, let me get this straight. Elliot crossed his arms over his chest as he stared at the princess in front of him. You and the silver-haired William had a romantic relationship, but your parents and the elders of the Vanir didn't approve of it. Because of this, you were forced to erase all of his memories of you? Or your race would torture him until he gave up, correct? Yes, Princess Ayla replied. I know it sounds crazy, but I also don't understand what is going on. Am I sick or something? Well, I don't think you are suffering from a sickness, Conan replied. At least, not the sickness that you are thinking of. Elliot remained silent as he pondered the next words he was going to say. As someone who fully understood William's current situation, the angelic familiar was 100% sure that what the princess was dreaming about was her past life before the time of Ragnarok. After a few minutes of silence, Elliot finally voiced his thoughts. Let's say that what you saw in your dreams was real, Elliot stated. That they are memories you have of your past life that are surfacing in your subconscious mind when you are asleep. The question is, what do you plan to do with it? Do you plan to pretend and let things continue the way they are? Or do you plan to talk to William about it? Princess Ayla lowered her head and bit her lip. She was currently unsure of what she wanted to do because even she, didn't understand her current feelings towards William. Her big brother, Crown Prince Alaric of the Zealand dynasty, asked her to form a good relationship with William, and if an opportunity appeared, she would seduce him so that the two of them could be tied in marriage. This would strengthen their kingdom as well as open new opportunities for them to expand in the central continent through her marriage with William. Princess Ayla was conflicted because she wasn't a very courageous person. Even if someone gave her a push, she would abruptly stop her feet and not dare to take another step. The half-elf was an existence that she had respected during the war in the southern continent. A person that had turned the tide of battle and avenged the heartache of all the citizens which had been caused by the elves. Now, William was surrounded by many beautiful women, and all of them were either his wives or lovers. Princess Ayla felt insecure because the hurdle that she had to jump over was very high. To be honest, I don't know what to do, Princess Ayla answered after organizing her thoughts. I was hoping that the two of you could give me some advice on how to approach this matter. Elliot chuckled. Advice? If I tell you to jump on top of the bell tower of this academy, would you do it? The angelic familiar shook his head. Princess, what you need isn't advice, but understanding of what you really want. Elliot pointed to his chest, where the heart was located. What does this want? If you give yourself some time to understand what you really feel, without caring about responsibilities, or how other people would perceive you, that is when the answer will come to you. Conan nodded his head in agreement with Elliot's words. In the end, the one who has to make the decision will not be us, but you, Ayla, Conan stated. Just know that whatever you decide, I will give you 100% of my support. However, you need to hurry a bit. Am I right, Elliot? Right? Elliot replied with a smirk. You see, William had limited slots in his heart. According to the current status quo, there is only one spot remaining. Princess Ayla tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand what the two familiars were talking about. Seeing the confused expression on her face, Elliot explained William's current circumstances. After hearing everything, the princess became quiet because she didn't know that she was already running out of time. Inside Celeste's room, Chloe, let me ask you something, Celeste said as she looked at her familiar who was busy eating a chocolate bar, right after she had finished eating dinner. Waz is eat? Chloe asked in between a mouthful of chocolate. Celeste placed her palms in her lap as she eyed Chloe with a serious expression on her face. If William really is the Prince of Darkness, do you have the resolve to kill him? Celeste asked. As one of the bride candidates of the prophesied prince, she had already considered the possibility of the half-elf becoming the prince that everyone had been dreading to arrive. Chloe swallowed the chocolate inside her mouth and put the chocolate bar down as she stared back at Celeste, whose current mood was unreadable. I can't kill the person I like, Chloe replied. She was Celeste's familiar, so it was impossible for her to lie to Celeste even if she tried. This like of yours, what kind of like is it? Celeste asked. Like between a master and her student? Or that you like him as a friend? Chloe smiled. Instead of answering Celeste's question, the little familiar asked her master a question of her own. If William really is the Dark Prince, can you find it in your heart to kill him? Chloe asked. Yes. If it is necessary, then I will kill him. Good answer, but you're thinking too much. William is not the prince. Your sister has already confirmed it. Celeste couldn't refute Chloe's words because she was the one that personally inspected Celine's body for the prince's markings that were said to appear on their bodies. Maybe I made a mistake back then, Celeste insisted. Let's just say that William is still suspected to become the prince. If I were to fight him, which side would you be on? Chloe pondered for a bit before answering Celeste's question. She believed that they had reached a crossroad, and indecision wasn't an option. Celeste, I am not very smart. However, when I make a decision, I will follow my heart, Chloe answered. If the time comes where William and you are about to fight to the death, I will choose what my heart tells me. So, you will side with him? I didn't say that. So, will you side with me? I didn't say that either. Celeste pouted because Chloe was being stubborn. Her violent familiar had a straightforward personality, so she wanted to have a concrete answer from her. Then what is it? Celeste asked. What choice will you make when that time comes? Celeste, you are looking at this in black and white, Chloe answered as she picked up the chocolate bar that she had put to the side. There is always a gray area. Who said that the Dark Prince is an evil being? Granted, if it were anyone aside from Will, I would not hesitate to go for the kill. However, Celeste, you haven't seen the things I have seen. You haven't seen the battles that we fought together. If that person were to really turn into an evil being as everyone is assuming, then I can only use these small hands of mine to break the chains that binds him. Celeste shook her head helplessly after hearing Chloe's answer. Is that the answer of a familiar that is in love? Celeste asked. Chloe ignored Celeste's question and bit into the chocolate bar in her hands. Seeing that the little fairy didn't plan on answering her question, Celeste sighed and left her alone. As she walked into the hallway, Chloe's sincere and heartfelt words echoed inside her head. I'm looking at things in black and white? Celeste muttered. Perhaps I am, but that doesn't change anything. I will do everything to protect my sister and me from our fate. If William is really the prince in the prophecy, I will not hesitate and go for the kill. I just hope that when that time comes, we won't clash with each other. Chloe. Chloe sat on top of the giant sword of Hestia Academy as she ate the snacks that William had given her before he left for the demonic continent. After her short talk with Celeste, the little fairy's mood suddenly took a nosedive, so she resorted to the one thing that could make her feel better, and that was to eat. As she was munching on potato chips, chocolate bars, and cheese curls, her sister, Claire, landed beside her. You know, Celeste only said what she did because she wanted to know your stance in regards to William, Claire said as she sat beside her sister, whose cheeks were bulged outwards like a hamster whose cheek pouches were full. After chewing and swallowing everything inside her mouth, Chloe glanced at Claire and offered her a chocolate bar, which the latter politely refused. You know, back then, this prince thingy was more simple, Chloe said as she tore off a portion of the chocolate bar and ate it. If he appears, we just need to beat the crap out of him until all of his insides turn to mush. But after these past few months, I've placed more thought on the matter and thought about it carefully. Oh my sister actually used her brain for once and thought about something important, Claire said in an exaggerated tone as she placed a hand over her forehead. Is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow? Chloe only smirked at her sister's blatant teasing. Just like Celeste, Claire understood her better than anyone else. I hate it, Chloe stated as she waved her chocolate bar as if it was a weapon for war. This whole prophecy mumbo-jumbo thing. You only hate it because William is one of the candidates, right? Yes. Chloe had no reason to lie. After making William her disciple and spending some time with him, she started to understand him better. The little fairy had known what was sacred to the red-headed teenager, and the things that would make him go ballistic. Because of this, she found him very human-like. Back then, Chloe thought that the prince would be an arrogant and merciless individual who would just use force if he didn't get his way. Whenever she thought about William being one of these prince candidates, she became very irritated. She wanted to shout to the world that her disciple wasn't a psychotic person, and shouldn't be lumped up with the rest of those hooligans that the Academy had listed as candidates for the prince. I think this all started when the two of you fought for the first time, Claire said as she stared in the direction of the demonic continent. Did you fall in love after he fought you fearlessly knowing that he was still going to lose in the end? I think he is the only one aside from the demigod Tarask who has met your full-powered attack head-on. Did his performance move your heart? Isn't this also the reason why you made him your disciple even after he had lost to you? Chloe continued to eat her chocolate bar in silence. She could still remember the first battle she had with William as if it was only yesterday. Back then, the red-headed teenager had used his Einherjar form in order to compensate for the disparity between the two of them. For their last exchange, William used his world-end Tempest to meet Chloe's overwhelming strike without backing down, resulting in a powerful explosion that gave both of them serious injuries. Even so, Chloe's ability to recover was stronger than William's, which made her the winner of the match. He was so beautiful back then, Chloe said softly as she looked at the moon, like someone who was burning his life in order to win an unwinnable battle. Although he didn't shed any tears, I felt his heart crying. It was as if he was losing many important things just by existing. The attack he gave was very heavy. It was as if he was carrying the burdens of all the people in the world in that one strike. At that moment in time, I sincerely felt that I was fighting against the strongest being in the world, even though he was far, far weaker than me. The little fairy sighed as she drank a mouthful of the hot chocolate drink that she had prepared earlier. When I went to look for him in the Forbidden Grounds, I found myself in a world that is different from our own. Chloe continued her explanation. It was a world deprived of magic, with many tall structures that are even taller than this sword we are sitting on. There were metal birds that they called airplanes flying in the sky, and metal carriages on the ground that didn't require any mounts to pull them called cars. According to Eliot, the name of that world is Earth. That was where William lived in his past life, before being born in our world. Claire listened in fascination as her sister described the world called Earth to her. She was quite surprised when Chloe mentioned that William had once lived there as a sickly person before being born again in Hestia. For her, the concept of reincarnation was a tricky thing. Although she was still doubtful about her sister's words, she decided to believe in her for the time being. In that world, there is this person named Belle, Chloe continued. She was a very ordinary girl. She's pretty, but not as beautiful as Celeste or Princess Sydney. In fact, I am more beautiful than her. Chloe's tone was filled with confidence, which made Claire giggle. Since her sister had said that Celeste was more beautiful than the girl named Belle, it was only natural that Chloe was more beautiful than her because she was an exact copy of Celeste, the only differences being her hair and eye color. That girl is so frail that a normal monster here in our world could kill her without fail. Chloe sighed. But she was still someone that William had loved in his past lifetime. Even now, he still loves her. Did you know? When William married her, these snot-nosed people called politicians came to attend their wedding. In my understanding, those prime ministers, kings, and presidents were the rules of their respective countries. Yet, they still went out of their way to personally attend a marriage between William and that ordinary girl, Belle. It was a sight to see. The food I had during the wedding party was very good. It's quite unfortunate that I can no longer eat them in this world. Claire shook her head helplessly because her sister had suddenly drifted away from the topic because of her memory of the food she ate. Fortunately, it didn't take long before the little fairy once again talked about William. When I found out that William loses his memories whenever he uses that Einherjar form, I felt very sad. Although the memories he loses are all about that girl, Belle, I still felt a bitter aftertaste in my mouth, you know? If I was in his place, and I started to forget about you and Celeste, I wouldn't know what to do. If using that kind of power would make me forget about the headmaster, then I wouldn't mind it one bit. But you and Celeste are two of the most precious people to me. Fortunately, when I use my abilities, the backlash isn't that severe. As long as I don't use more than 70% of our powers, I will definitely not die. Claire sighed. Both her and Chloe could only use up to 70% of their abilities. Going above that, and their bodies wouldn't be able to accept the load and break into pieces. In truth, Chloe and her had already resolved themselves that, if they were to face the Dark Prince in battle, they would sacrifice themselves and use 100% of their powers in order to bring him down with them. If that was the only way to keep their master, Celeste, safe, then they didn't mind ceasing to exist. They had been born for that sole purpose, and no one would be able to stop them from doing what they needed to do in order to get the job done. I can't do it, Claire, Chloe said after a few minutes of silence. I can't fight against William. I just can't do it. Then I will fight in your place, Claire replied. If I die, then you should take Celeste and escape. Can you do that for me? Chloe shook her head. You also know that I can't do that. Although I can't fight him, I can hold him in place so that you can deliver the final blow. I just want you to promise me one thing, Claire. And that is, kill us together. I don't want to live in a world without him. Maybe I can be his lover in his next reincarnation. When that happens, I will probably be happy. Claire patted her sister's back, who had returned to eating her snacks. Both of them were familiars, so she understood that it was impossible for Chloe to be together with William. Even so, if her sister wanted to die with the person she loved, then she would respect her decision and wouldn't hold back. For the first time in her life, Claire prayed to the heavens. She prayed that her sister, Chloe, who only knew how to beat people up, would one day find the happiness that she rightfully deserved. Adam was currently in the midst of training as he tried to push the memories of his encounter with the dark wraith to the corner of his mind. Ever since he had returned from the ancient ruins, he had never ventured inside it again. The things he witnessed inside it was more than enough to chip the confidence he had when he first arrived at the stronghold. Back then, he thought that the world revolved around him, and he was the one that was said to become the heir of darkness. It wasn't only the elves who had a prophecy in regards to the Dark Prince. The demons had one as well. Surprisingly, the oracles of the elves and the demons received the prophecies on the same day. While most of the contents were similar, there was also differences as well. In the elven prophecy, they called the Chosen One the Dark Prince. In the demon's prophecy, they called the Chosen One the Heir of Darkness. Adam didn't care whether he was hailed a prince or an heir. The only thing that mattered to him was power, a power that would make everyone submit to his will. Unfortunately, his arrogance had been taken down a peg after his brief encounter with the Dark Wraith that could have easily ended his life if it wanted to. For now, he just focused everything he had into training the dark arts while Felix waited for the report of the explorers he had sent inside the ancient ruins. Adam didn't bother to report to Felix that the explorers wouldn't be coming back, because it would reveal that he had taken a little excursion inside the ancient ruins. This was something that Adam didn't want to happen because he didn't want to become the center of attention. He was already being eyed critically by Felix, as well as the nobles of the different factions. As one of the candidates and most talented user of the dark arts among the prodigies that were gathered all over the realm, they assumed that his chances of being the one in the prophecy were higher than everyone else's. Several days later, Felix finally gathered all the candidates inside the stronghold in order to relay the decree of the Demon Lord, who had become very impatient with the slow development of the exploration of the ancient ruins. 3 days from now, the great Demon Lord has decreed that I send several elite warriors, as well as some of you to explore the ancient ruins, Felix stated. It has been more than a week since the explorers entered the ruins, and none of them had returned. I am assuming that all of them are now dead, so waiting for them will just be counterproductive. Of course, your safety is my utmost priority. This is why I decided to send a few of my elite bodyguards to accompany the team that will enter the ruins in 3 days' time to ensure that none of you will be harmed. All of you are the prized geniuses of our realm. I expect that each and every one of you will cooperate with the people that will explore alongside you and bring glory to our race. Do any of you have questions that you would like to address? Felix scanned the surroundings and saw a hand shoot up in the air. The demon prince nodded his head and made a gesture for the demon who raised his hand to speak his mind. If ever we made important discoveries inside the ruins, will we gain rewards for our troubles? The demon asked. He was not the only one that had thought about this. Several of the other prodigies had been thinking about this as well. They were quite glad that one of them took the initiative to ask this question, so they didn't need to bother to ask it themselves. Felix smiled and nodded his head. Of course, those who make significant merits in the exploration will be given rewards befitting of their contribution to our cause. I promise that the rewards will satisfy all of you. So do your best and try to bring back as much information about the ruins as possible. The demon nodded in satisfaction. Although they didn't show it on the surface, all of them were competitors, so it was only normal for them to look for benefits when doing something very dangerous. Just like Adam, all of them could hear a voice calling out to them inside the ancient ruins. Unfortunately, they weren't aware of the secret entrance that Adam had used to enter it. If they knew, then they would have snuck out of the stronghold in the middle of the night and explored it on their own, just like Adam did several days ago. If there are no more questions, then I advise all of you to make the necessary preparations for your exploration, Felix stated. Everyone dismissed. After the demons had returned to their dorms, Felix returned to the commander's office and activated a long-distance communication crystal to talk to his father. He reported that he had passed his decree to everyone in the stronghold, which made Lucien nod his head in satisfaction. I have heard about your little antics in the stronghold, Lucien said. It is not a bad strategy to pull the demon candidates into your faction. As expected of my son, you sure know how to take advantage of the situation. Felix felt a chill run down his spine as he saw his father's deathly gaze locked onto his body. Relax, I don't mind this petty move of yours, Lucien stated. As long as you are able to produce good results, I am willing to turn a blind eye on this small transgression. You will produce good results, right, Felix? Oh, of course, father, Felix stuttered. I will not disappoint you. You'd better not, because if you do. Lucien smiled and left the words hanging in the air. He was the one that raised Felix, so he already knew that his son understood what he was trying to say. Just as he expected, Felix affirmed once more that he would do his best to meet his expectations. Lucien then ended the call because he still had other matters to address. Josh, just what are you doing behind my back? Lucien muttered as he read the report of the subordinate that he had placed in the fortress city to spy on the demigod's movements. Although he and the Black Dragon were allies, he understood that Josh was quite displeased with how the war in the Silvermoon continent had ended. Although the friction between the two of them wasn't enough to burn their bridges, it still made their relationship a little shaky. A shakiness that had continued to be present ever since. There was a time when the Demon Lord had proposed that Felix marry Josh's daughter, Vesta, but the demigod politely declined his offer. Lucien didn't make any further moves because he understood that the demigod wasn't interested in deepening ties with him. Since that was the case, he made sure to send several spies into the fortress city to regularly check his movements. When his subordinates reported that Vesta had left the city alongside a slave trader who was carrying elf slaves, Lucien's interest was piqued. Anyone who was able to bring elves into the demonic continent was not a simple character, so he sent men to secretly monitor where the slave trader was headed. Fortunately, Vesta's entourage didn't do a good job in keeping a low profile. Several complaints had arrived in the capital city, which all pointed to a black-haired slave trader who managed to tame flying armored elephants. According to the reports, the slave trader was using the beasts to threaten their cities if they rejected his request for safe passage. Lucien found this overbearing slave trader to his liking, so he sent several of his best agents to look for his whereabouts, with the intention of offering him an opportunity to work exclusively for him. For the Demon Lord, risk-takers were worth befriending, especially those with the guts to make flying armored elephants mounts. Each of these monstrous beasts were led by a myriad elephant that served as their alpha. They were existences that would give anyone a hard time because of their overwhelming strength and abilities. Whenever a myriad beast went on a rampage, the assistance of a demigod was vital in ending the conflict. This was why not many people dared to tame an elephant and use it as a mount. Only those who were prepared to face off against a myriad beast, which was considered to be at the peak of the food chain, would dare to make one of the elephants their own. A vampire named William? Lucien read the documents that his subordinates had gathered about the slave trader with an amused expression on his face. It might just be a coincidence, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. Lucien made a gesture and several shadows materialized in the air in front of him. Find this person and investigate him, Lucien ordered. If he is really the son of that man, I want all of you to bring him to me alive. Do I make myself clear? The shadows nodded before disappearing. Lucien allowed himself to smile as he set the documents down on the table. Deep inside, he hoped that his suspicions were true. That way, he could personally torture the boy whose father had made him face the greatest humiliation in his life, after he had lost his battle against him in the Silvermoon continent many years ago. Your Excellency, may we know who you are? A middle-aged man with a single horn on his head asked. He was the patriarch of the One-Horned clan. In truth, he was quite relieved when William had appeared and stopped the war. His clan was the one being attacked by the Greenskin clan, and was only forced to fight against them because they had been backed into a corner. If possible, he didn't want the war to continue because he knew that the ones who would lose in the end would be them. Opposite him was another demon who was the current patriarch of the Greenskin clan. They were the aggressor in this conflict, and declared war on the One-Horned tribe for the sake of expanding their own territory, and making the opposing clan their vassal. Your Excellency, my name is Dozdar, the patriarch of the Green-Skin clan, Dozdar said politely. I would like to invite you to our residence after this war is over. I promise upon our clan's name that you will be treated as an exalted guest and will be given everything that you wish for. If possible, I humbly ask, His Excellency, to let us handle our differences and settle this within the laws of the demon realm. William glanced at Dozdar, who was looking at him with an amiable smile. He had jumped in to stop the war out of instinct, without knowing the reason behind why the two clans were having a conflict. Even so, since he had already made his move, he would be damned if he allowed the fighting to continue. Dozdar, was it? William smiled as he gazed at the 2-meter-tall red-skinned demon, whose bulky body wouldn't lose to a bodybuilder. Who gave you permission to start this war? Your Excellency, this war was started based on the laws of the demon realm. We are merely doing what our ancestors did long ago, Dozdar replied. Wars in the demon realm don't need anyone's permission. Only the demon lord can intervene in conflicts against clans. I see, William smiled. He then smashed Rui Jingu bang into the face of the patriarch of the Greenskin clan and sent him flying hundreds of meters in the air. Soleil, that was floating in the air, smashed Dozdar back to the ground, making him crash in front of William. The half-elf then grabbed the demon's hair and pulled his head up, so that he could stare at Dozdar's bloody face. You just said that wars in the demon realm didn't need anyone's permission, right? William asked with a devilish smile on his face. Since that is the case, how about I declare war on your clan? How does that sound? He was still in his heroic avatar form, an existence that transcended the limit of mortality, and had stepped into the demigod rank. In the demon continent, there were only 4 demigods. Each of them was capable of destroying entire kingdoms if they wished for it. So William's words were like the roar of thunder that passed through everyone's ears. The Greenskin clan stared at William in horror because there was no way that their clan could resist such an existence. If he really wanted to wipe out their entire clan, they would all be wiped out without having the strength to resist. Mercy, Your Excellency, Dozdar said through bloodied lips. I didn't mean it that way. You are only what? William asked back. Be careful what you say next. I am itching to cause a genocide. Your clan will be a good place to start. Dozdar gulped down the words he was planning to say. He couldn't possibly say that they started this war just to annex their neighbor and hold a bigger territory. With nothing good to say, he was forced to keep his silence. William tossed Dozdar to the ground and glanced at the patriarch of the one-horned clan who had kept his silence through the entire ordeal. Tell me the real reason why this war started, William ordered. If you lie, I will kill you and wipe out your entire clan. The patriarch bowed as he introduced himself. Your Excellency, my name is Polax and I am the patriarch of the one-horned clan. This war was declared upon us by the Greenskin clan in the hope that they can annex our territory and make us their vassals. William arched an eyebrow as he gave Dozdar, who was lying on the ground, a sidelong glance before shifting his attention back to Polax. Optimus, what do you think? He isn't lying. The synchronization level of the system had been upgraded after William's adventures in the Deadlands and on Earth. Right now, its synchronization rate was at 62%. Which allowed the system to unlock more of its capabilities. Right now, Optimus was a portable lie detector that William could use to interrogate anyone, similar to how the demigods knew if the person they were speaking to was lying. I see. William rubbed his chin in understanding. Suddenly, an absurd idea popped inside William's head as he scanned the faces of the one-horned clan, as well as the Greenskin clan. He didn't know if it would work, but there was no harm in trying. You see, I am planning to build my own influence in the demon realm, William stated. Would you guys like to become my vassals? Kira, Athrun, and Vesta, who were observing the discussion from a distance, almost couldn't believe what they heard. They all exchanged glances before looking back at the black-haired teenager who had a devilish smile on his face. Your Excellency, are you asking if we want to become your vassals? Polax inquired in a respectful tone. Yes, William nodded. Your enemies will be my enemies. Any clan who dares to create conflict with you must go through me first. How about it? Are you interested? Pollock stared at William as if he was a messiah that had descended from the heavens to save them. Only a fool would reject being a vassal of a demigod. The patriarch of the one-horned clan was no fool. The moment William offered to become their lord, he thought he was just mishearing things. So he decided to ask for confirmation. Now that William had made his intentions clear, Pollock was more than happy to hug his thigh and never let go. The one-horned clan pays respects to our lord. Pollock knelt to pay homage to William. The one-horned clan pays respects to our lord. Just like Pollock, every member of the one-horned clan was very happy to have a sturdy umbrella that would protect them from the wind and the rain. They gazed at William as if he was a god, and offered their sincerest gratitude to him. Well, now that all of you have recognized me as your lord, it is time for me to do my role and protect you from these demons that want to take your lands, William stated as he turned his head to look at the Greenskin clan, who all had panicked expressions on their faces. Why, Your Excellency, please have mercy. An old man from the Greenskin clan walked forward and bowed to William in a respectful manner. We do not wish to have any conflicts with you. Our clan will pull back from this war and compensate the one-horned clan for the transgressions we have made. The old man was one of the elders of the Greenskin clan, and his words carried a lot of weight. Right now, they didn't dare to offend William because it would mark the end of their tribe. Challenging a demigod was akin to suicide. They would rather lose face and compensate the one-horned clan than face total annihilation. I refuse, William said as he crossed his arms over his chest. You only have two options: become my vassals or be exterminated. Also, your position would be second to the one-horned clan. If you don't accept my condition, then all of you can go pack up and go back home to wash your neck. I will be visiting you shortly, so be sure to prepare your coffins. William then released the overwhelming presence of a demigod to give the Greenskin clan a fright. Some of them even fainted because this was not a force that ordinary mortals could face heed-in. To this, Your Excellency, I'm afraid that the Demon Lord will not agree to this, the elder of the Greenskin clan commented. We are one of the many vassals of the Gremory clan. If we change our allegiance, the Demon Lord will surely come to wipe us out. The half-elf chuckled after hearing the old man's attempt to save his clan by using the name of the Demon Lord in order to make him back off. Truth be told, William had long wished to whack Lucian's and Felix's heads for what they had done to Chiffon. With the power and army he had at his disposal, the half-elf was not afraid even if he had to face the Demon Lord whose current rank was at the peak of a saint. A saint could barely contend with a myriad beast at its peak, let alone a demigod who could slap a myriad beast to death. Tell me, who is stronger, your Demon Lord or me? William asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Tell me, if you have to choose between your whole clan being exterminated right now, or being exterminated later by the Demon Lord, what will you choose? The old man gulped because this question reminded him who he was dealing with. Between the Demon Lord and a demigod, who would he choose? Both had the power to wipe their entire clan off the face of Hestia. Both were beings that they dared not offend. However, if he was really forced to choose between the black-haired teenager and the Demon Lord, he would definitely pick the former. After all, even the Demon Lord had to tread carefully when dealing with a demigod. Oh, on behalf of the Greenskin tribe and our vassals, I hereby pay respect to our new lord, the old man declared as he shakily knelt in front of William. The other members of his clan glanced at each other before kneeling on the ground to pay tribute to him as well. The Greenskin clan pays respect to our lord. Dozdar grit his teeth as he glared at William. However, he too knelt in front of him because in the face of absolute strength, all tricks were meaningless. William knew that the patriarch of the Greenskin clan was still reluctant to submit to him. It doesn't matter, William thought as he gazed at Dozdar. I'll just feed one of his arms to Medusa later. The patriarch of the Greenskin clan shuddered after William gazed at him. He instinctively felt that if he made the wrong move, his life would come to a horrifying end. The sound of merrymaking spread in the darkness of the night as William sat in the seat of honor at the table of the one-horned clan. Vesta, Kira, and Athrun were seated at a table not far from him, and they were also treated as VIP guests. As the patriarch of the one-horned clan, Polax had recognized Vesta instantly. There had been a gathering of the different clan lords within the demon continent, and 3 of the demigods, excluding Baba Yaga, had attended the festivities. This was where Polax had seen Vesta, and discovered that she was the daughter of the fearsome black dragon demigod, who guarded their southern fortress. Although he knew that meeting the green-haired beauty would be a rare occasion, Polax still made sure to remember her features, and tell his clan members to never offend her, if they ever crossed paths with her in their territory. Right now, he didn't know what kind of relationship William had with Josh, but after seeing Vesta in his entourage, he thought that the 2 demigods had a good relationship with each other. "Lord William, if there is anything that you want, just tell me," Polax said in a respectful tone. "As long as it is within the ability of our clan, we will do it without fail." William nodded his head. "For now, I have no need for anything. This feast is already good enough. I thank you, and your clan, for your hospitality." Polax smiled, and it was a smile that came from the heart. William was very different from the domineering person that he had encountered on the battlefield, which surprised him. He thought that after becoming one of William's vassals, the black-haired teenager would start to demand things of them. As the patriarch of the one-horned clan, he was prepared to make the necessary sacrifices, but William didn't ask him for anything. This was why he decided to hold a feast in his honor, to better understand their new lord, and see if he had any hidden agendas in regards to their clan. It was at this moment when a one-horned young lady, with light brown hair and green eyes, walked inside the gathering hall. Every member of the one-horned clan bowed respectfully at her as she made her way towards Polax, who was currently chatting with William. "I greet His Excellency, Lord William." The young lady bowed respectfully. "May your grace fall upon our clan, and your courageous stories be spread far and wide within the demon realm." The young lady then bowed to Polax before going to the table right next to him. This was the respect that the patriarch of the one-horned clan deserved, and she would not forget to do this, even in front of a demigod. William's gaze followed the familiar young lady, whom he had seen alongside Vesta when he was still in the Deadlands. Polax, who noticed William's gaze, gave his granddaughter 2 thumbs up in his heart for doing a job well done. He had told her earlier that she should make a good impression on their new lord in order to strengthen the ties between their clan and him. Seeing that William seemed to be interested in his granddaughter, Polax thought that the possibility of forming ties with him was already in the bag. "Lord William, forgive my granddaughter for not introducing herself earlier. She's not used to socializing with people outside of our clan, and I spoiled her too much," Polax stated. "I hope she didn't offend you." William smiled and shook her head. "No, I wasn't offended. I just thought she looked familiar." "Is that so? Perhaps both of you were fated to meet. They said that the gods allow people to find their soulmates in their dreams." "Ha ha ha. Isn't that a bit too convenient?" William didn't know how to react to this sudden meeting between him and On. Just like Vesta, she was one of the young ladies that he had seen in the Deadlands. He still didn't understand why he saw them there, but one thing was certain. There are no coincidences in this world, William thought. Maybe we really were fated to meet. Just as the half-elf was entertaining this thought, Vesta walked to his table and dragged him to where Kira and Athrun were seated. William didn't resist and followed the green-haired beauty to know what she wanted with him. "Bro, that was the best thing ever," Kira said as he looked at William with sparkling eyes. "Can we become sworn brothers? Please? If my parents hear about this, they might push me to become the next patriarch of the Sand Clan." "Do you want to be patriarch?" William asked. He had spent a good amount of time with the handsome demon, who always called him bro, and didn't mind extending his hand to help him rise in the ranks if he really wished for it. "Actually, I don't," Kira answered before drinking a glass of fruit juice. "Knowing myself, I don't have what it takes to become a patriarch. I'm a free spirit. I prefer traveling the world to being stuck at home handling the family's affairs." Athrun nodded in agreement. Unlike Kira, who wanted to have complete freedom, what he wanted was to make a name for himself. He wanted to build a merchant group that every other merchant would look up to. However, he knew that this was a long-term project and couldn't be rushed at this point in time. Even so, he also understood that if he formed connections with a demigod, no one would dare cause trouble for him as he slowly built staircases towards the sky. William sensed Athrun's passionate gaze and gave him a brief nod. He knew that this scholarly fellow was similar to Shah, and wouldn't really talk unless it was necessary. Since that was the case, the half-elf decided to take the initiative to offer an olive branch to him. After all, aside from bandits, the Ainsworth family's second-best friends were rich merchants whom they could extort when needed. Making Athrun one of his future golden geese was not a bad idea. "If you ever need help, just say a word," William said to Athrun with a smile. "I don't mind calling the wind and the rain to pave the path to greatness." Athrun bowed his head respectfully as a reply to William's words. His promise was more than enough to give him courage to be more daring in his approach when it came to building his merchant empire. Vesta stared at the three boys with an impatient look before tapping William's shoulder to get his attention. "I don't know your reason for doing this, but I think you went overboard when you forced the Greenskin clan to become one of your vassals," Vesta said with a serious expression on her face. "They are indeed one of the vassals of the Gremory clan, which belong to the Demon Lord's family. Are you trying to make the Demon Lord your enemy?" William blinked once then twice before raising his hand. Without warning, he flicked Vesta's forehead, which made the latter cry out in pain. The half-elf didn't put much force into it, but it was still enough to inflict pain to Vesta. Just like always, this attack was imbued with regeneration magic, which instantly healed any injuries that she received. "What did you do that for?" Vesta asked angrily as she held her forehead. "Because you asked a silly question," William replied. "Did you forget who I am?" This time it was Vesta's turn to blink. A few seconds later, a dawn of realization fell upon her as she covered her lips. William was Maxwell's son, who had thwarted the Demon Lord's ambition to conquer the Silver Moon continent. Not only that, the Dungeon Conqueror had also cut off his arm, which the Demon Lord had taken as the greatest humiliation of his life. The half-elf being the Demon Lord's enemy was an understatement. The moment that the Demon Lord knew of William's existence, he would send his army to kill him. As if reading her thoughts, William just chuckled and whispered something in her ear. "Don't worry, when I meet face to face with the Demon Lord, I'll tell him that me and your father are in cahoots with each other," William whispered. "No need to thank me." Vesta hurled profanities at William inside her heart, while holding back the strong urge to give him a slap. Not only did he offended the Demon Lord, the half-elf also wanted to drag her father into the quagmire that he created. If William wasn't stronger than her, she would have already summoned her whip and lashed out at him repeatedly for thinking such a thing. Unfortunately, William was stronger than her, so the only thing she could do was glare at him, which made the half-elf feel very smug about himself. Just as he was about to ask Vesta the real reason she dragged him away, one of the members of the One-Horned clan entered the room. Polax had a surprised expression on his face after hearing his subordinate's words, and immediately ordered his subordinate to do something. After the One-Horned man left the room, Polax walked towards William with a big smile on his face. "Lord William, I bring you good news," Polax said with a face filled with excitement. "The clans within the neighboring territories have come to swear their allegiance to you. They also want to become your vassals." Kira dropped the chicken leg that he was about to take a bite of, while Athrun almost choked on the fruit juice that he had just drank. Vesta covered her face with her hands while mumbling, "We're dead. We're dead." Clearly, she didn't find Polax's good news, well, good news. Instead, she knew that William had caused an unprecedented event, whose consequences she didn't dare to imagine. If the One-Horned clan, Greenskin clan, and the other clans who planned to become William's vassals came to know his true identity, they would definitely dig a hole in the ground and bury themselves inside it. Not only had they knelt in front of their hated enemy, they even swore allegiance to him. If their ancestors were to know what they did, they would have risen up from their graves and slapped all of their descendants for being silly. Not only did they allow themselves to become slaves, they even helped the slave trader count the money to ensure that he was not being cheated upon. Vesta knew that things were getting out of hand, but she was helpless to stop it. The only thing she could do was to tell William the consequences of his actions, and hope that the half-elf would have enough common sense to understand that what he was doing was simply throwing these ignorant clans into the lion's den. Vesta dragged William to a vacant room in order to have a serious discussion with him. Because of this, the delegations of the other clans had no choice but to enjoy the feast and have a chat while waiting for William's return. Inside the vacant room, "Listen, do you know what you are doing?" Vesta asked as she pressed her hands on the wall as she stared directly at William's eyes, whom she had pinned on the wall, so that he wouldn't be able to escape her grasp. Adding more vassals under my name," William replied as he blinked innocently at the green-haired beauty. "No, you numbskull," Vesta snapped. "What you are doing is akin to poaching clans from under the demon lord's nose. Are you planning to start a civil war?" The half-elf's eyes widened in surprise as he finally understood what Vesta was trying to tell him. Frankly, he never thought about starting a civil war in the demon continent, but after hearing Vesta's words, he started to have the strong urge to do it. "Sounds like a good idea," William answered with great enthusiasm. "Why didn't I think of that? Listen, how many clans are here in this territory? I want them all. Bastard. What happened to being low-key?" Vesta gnashed her teeth in anger. "Isn't the reason why we are traveling the northeastern edge of the continent to prevent your identity from being exposed? Have you forgotten that my father only allowed you to pass safely from the fortress so you could fetch Baba Yaga's disciple and take her back to the central continent with you? Why are you creating problems as you go?" The black-haired teenager lowered his head before answering her questions. "You got meat stuck between your teeth," William replied. Vesta almost lost it as she kneed the half-elf and aimed at his lower half. She'd had enough of William's bullshit and decided to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, William was stronger than her, so he managed to block her knee with his right hand. "You idiot!" Vesta shouted as she backed away in exasperation. "Are you trying to get my father involved in this? If your identity is known, he would be labeled a traitor by the demon race?" William then pressed his closed fist on the palm of his hand as if getting a good idea. "Vesta, you are a genius," William exclaimed. "Let's do that. I'll tell the demon lord that your father and I are in cahoots with each other if my identity is discovered." "Fuck you." Vesta summoned her whip and lashed at William in anger. This time, she was really enraged when she heard his moronic words that would destroy everything her father had built all these years. This was the real reason she was trying to stop William from integrating more vassals under his command. If the half-elf really declared that her father was on his side, then the reputation that Josh had built over the past hundreds of years would have been in vain. William smiled as he grabbed Vesta's whip and held it firmly in his hand. Although Vesta's whip was a powerful magical weapon, his current strength could overcome it easily. "I was just joking," William stated. "Calm down. You'd better give me a proper explanation about what you are planning to do, or else." Vesta glared at William as the latter let go of her weapon. "Fine," William replied as he raised both of his hands in surrender. Although he said that he was just joking, the truth was that he was not. Even so, he still had to give Josh some face because the latter did help him pass through the southern fortress without harm. The two stared at each other for a full minute before Vesta unsummoned the weapon in her hand. "What are you really planning to do?" Vesta asked. "Do you have another agenda in coming to the demon realm?" William shrugged as he crossed his arms over his chest while leaning on the wall. "My only purpose is to get my master back to the central continent," William answered. "What happened today was something I didn't plan to happen. I just went by the flow. Okay? And that's the problem," Vesta scoffed. "Maybe this is why my father asked me to accompany you. He probably wants me to do damage control while traveling towards the northeastern regions with you." William chuckled because he didn't believe that Josh was that bored to send his own daughter to do some damage control for him. He was sure that what was happening right now was being relayed directly to the demigod. Although he wasn't sure about it, his gut instinct was telling him that he was right on the mark. Since that was the case, he decided to sound out what Josh had in mind in regards to William having vassals of his own in the demon realm. "Okay, calm down. Breathe slowly, William said with a smile. Tell me, Ms. Vesta, how do you propose I handle the current situation? The green-haired beauty forcefully tried to calm herself after hearing William's words. Now that the half-elf had taken the one-horned clan, as well as the green-skin clan, under his wings, he couldn't possibly toss them aside. Vesta knew this, and she had no intention of letting him do something so careless. Even so, other clans becoming his vassals was something out of her expectations. The Gremory clan, who was the previous lord of the Greenskin clan, was one thing. However, if William assimilated more clans under his banner, the other major clans would lose their retainers, and thus weaken their authority over their dominion. This would create an unprecedented upheaval in the lands, which would make all the clans who had deserted their former lords face the wrath of a united union of clans under the Demon Lord's banner. Just reject them, Vesta stated. Right now, the only conflict is with the Gremory clan. The Greenskin clan is just a minor clan among their vassals, so losing them would not deal a big blow to their authority. Although it might cause some grievances, the Gremory clan isn't stupid enough to provoke an unknown person whose strength is equivalent to a demigod. As long as you do not create more troubles in the future, we can put this incident under the rug and be done with it. William rubbed his chin because Vesta's argument was very sound. His main purpose was to find Selene and not raise a faction of his own in the demon realm. Also, standing out like a sore thumb would make things difficult for him in the future. As long as he stopped accepting the allegiance of the different demonic clans, the problem would not escalate to the point of no return. This was the best choice at this point in time, and the half-elf understood that Vesta was right. Understood. Let's go back, William said as he walked towards the door. We will follow your plan. No more accepting vassals for the time being. Vesta sighed in relief as she placed her right hand over her chest. She was quite proud of herself for taking the initiative to talk William out of his plan of accepting the patriarchs who wished to serve under him. Father, I did it, Vesta thought. I prevented the worst-case scenario from happening. Josh, who was seated on his throne, looked at a mirror that was floating in front of him. The mirror was over 3 meters tall, and the image of the half-elf was reflected on its surface. He didn't tell his daughter, Vesta, that he had placed a powerful spell on her body, which allowed him to see and hear what was going on around her. Because of this, he was well aware of the events that were happening around the half-elf. Josh didn't mutter a word, and simply observed. He wanted to see with his own eyes how William was going to settle this matter. Truth be told, he found the half-elf's decision quite bold and daring. For a brief moment, he even saw the arrogance that had appeared on Maxwell's face, on William's when he had stopped the war between the One-Horned clan and the Greenskin clan. It made him wonder if the half-elf would follow in his father's footsteps, as he tread upon the lands of the demons, whose sense of unity was starting to erode. 5 minutes later, inside the main hall of the One-Horned clan, everyone, I am very happy that you have traveled many miles just to see me, William said as he sat on his seat of honor. Unfortunately, I have no intention of expanding my faction at this point in time. There are places I need to go, and I will not stay in this domain for long. It is best if you seek protection elsewhere. The other clans who had come to offer their allegiance to William lowered their heads in disappointment. Just as Vesta, Kira, and Athrun had done during the battle, some of the elite warriors of the different clans had gathered to spectate in the battle between the One-Horned clan and the Greenskin clan. When they saw William's overwhelming might, they knew that this was a golden opportunity to break free from their previous masters, who treated them as cannon fodders whenever they declared war on their rival clans. This was a very common occurrence in the demon realm, and only the major clans, as well as those powerful and influential families, had this privilege. Polak sighed internally when he saw the grief on his acquaintances' faces. He understood their suffering because their own clan had desperately fought against this fate when the Greenskin clan decided to declare war on their domain. Lord William, I beg of you, please, we will do anything, just please, take us under your wing. A demon whose arms were encased in metal bowed his head and pleaded. We won't ask much of you. You can go anywhere you like. We will not ask anything of you, so please, just accept us. This is the only way that our clan will survive from oppression. Have mercy on us, Your Excellency. Lord William, please, we beg of you. We are willing to pledge our lives. Just please, have mercy on us. Lord William, please, make us your vassals. Give us a way to survive in this world, Your Excellency. The pleas of over a dozen patriarchs, who were begging for William's mercy, reverberated inside the room. The previous festive atmosphere disappeared, and was replaced by a heavy presence that reeked of desperation and agony. William closed his eyes as he crossed his arms over his chest. Before he appeared in the hall, he had asked Pollox to have a private talk with him, so that he could become aware of the different clans' circumstances. Although he had promised Vesta that he wouldn't accept them as his vassals, he found their situation quite dire. The clans who had begged for him to take them under his influence were former nomad clans. These were the clans that would travel the demon continent in search of a place that was not under anyone's rule. Unfortunately, during their travels, some of the patrols of the major clans discovered them and forced them to choose between submission or clan extermination. Since then, they were treated like dogs. Their young women were taken by force, their sons drafted as conscripts, and their unborn children's fates were sealed before they were even born. This was not a life that anyone wanted, and yet, they endure it with each passing day. As William was deep in thought, Optimus, who had been keeping his silence, proposed a bold idea. Why don't you just take them inside your domain? Are you mad? William replied. Why would I bring them inside my domain? The Deadlands is uninhabited at the moment, and it could easily fit 20 million people. These nomad clans wouldn't even number 500,000 even if they combined their clans together. Also, they would become free manpower. Right now, you have over 30 million God points as a reward for clearing the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, stopping Morix's plans in the Deadlands, and dealing with Apophis. You can easily buy several hectares of land that they could use to cultivate and plant crops. This would allow your domain to become more self-sustainable. William smiled because he understood that Optimus was just trying to find a way to make the half-elf agree with him, in order to prevent him from feeling guilty for abandoning the demon clans who were on their last legs. Chiffon might be a glutton, but she is a demon princess. Who knows? Maybe she can become a future demon empress if she gains enough vassals under her command. You're like a merchant doing some hard selling right now, Optimus. William chuckled internally. However, he didn't dislike the idea of having his pink-haired wife, who was almost always stuck in the Thousand Beast domain, supervise the demons who were suffering under her father's rule. Minutes passed before William opened his eyes. The patriarchs were still kneeling on the ground and pleading for his help. Even Vesta was now feeling sorry for them because of their current predicament. Very well, William said with a serious expression on his face. However, I have a condition. We will accept any condition. Lord William, just say the word, and it shall be done. We will go above and beyond to satisfy your wishes, Your Excellency. The patriarchs raised their voices one after another, and made promises to fulfill whatever condition he had in mind. It was as if they were afraid that the black-haired teenager would change his mind, so they did their best to appeal to his good grace. Vesta looked at William with the "don't you even think about it" Mr. glare that made the lips of the half-elf curl up into a smile. You wish for salvation? I cannot give all of you what you want, William stated with a devilish smile on his face as he looked at the kneeling patriarchs of the clans in front of me. There was a time when my back was facing the wall, and there was no other option but to grit my teeth and fight for my survival. Tell me, demons of the demonic continent, when the time comes, when I no longer have the power to shield you from the wind and the rain, will you find other masters to pledge your allegiance to and break all the vows you have made to me? Remember this, I have the powers of a demigod. Lies won't work on me, so save your flattery. I am no different from your current masters. I will also treat you as dogs, playthings, as well as cannon fodders to fight my wars for me. Are you sure you want that kind of life? If not, then you may leave this place unharmed. I swear on my name that I will not find any trouble with you and your clan. All of you will be able to live your lives as if we didn't have this conversation. So, Who among you wants to become my dog? Who among you wants to bark for me? William was not a fool. If these demonic clans could turn their backs on their previous masters, they could easily do the same to him. He wasn't running a charity, and he had faced so many things in life that he wouldn't just take things at face value. Perhaps they saw him as someone so powerful that he could intimidate their oppressors with a single glare and make them run away with tails tucked in between their legs. The current half-elf was indeed capable of doing such things, but he would not do it for everybody. Only those that had earned his acceptance would gain this privilege. One by one, several of the patriarchs left the hall, while shaking their heads. They came so that they would no longer become lackeys, and yet what waited for them was a similar fate. If that was the case, then they would rather be chained to their current masters, and let their lives continue the way they were. Although it was a very difficult life, they had more or less gotten used to it over the passing of many years. In the end, out of more than a dozen patriarchs who had come to plead for William's help, only 5 remained. William looked at the remaining patriarchs with an indifferent expression on his face. "Are you sure you don't want to go?" William inquired. "You can still change your mind." One of the patriarchs sighed and shook his head. "Our clan has nowhere to go. The demon continent might be vast, but we are merely sheep waiting for the wolves to sink their fangs into our flesh. Since that is the case, we would rather serve someone who had decided to personally step in to stop a battle between 2 rival clans who were hell-bent to fight each other to the death." The other patriarchs nodded their heads in agreement. "Although I do not sense the power of a demigod in your body right now, I believe that if it's you, I can bark like a dog in contentment," a middle-aged-looking patriarch said with a serious expression on his face. "You did not have any reason to stop the war between the One-Horned clan and the Greenskin clan, and yet you still did it, even going so far as to resolve the conflict by forcefully absorbing both clans as your vassals. I can tell that it was a decision made on a whim, a decision that was made because of the current circumstances, and yet I feel that it was done in good faith and sincerity. I, the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, hereby pledge my allegiance to you, Lord William. I also pledge, by my clan's name, we are honored to become your retainers." One by one, the 5 patriarchs, and the subordinates who had accompanied them, made their pledge. Pollux became teary-eyed as he saw this scene, because although William's words were crude and indifferent, he sensed humility in it. It was at this moment when he really got a better understanding of his new lord, and rejoiced for being the first clan to be able to pledge their loyalty to him. Vesta sighed when she saw this scene as she drank the cup of wine in front of her. She no longer cared about what was going to happen to the future. This was all William's responsibility, and she had nothing to do with it. Kira and Athrun both had solemn expressions on their faces. It was as if they were having an internal battle inside their minds as they watched the patriarchs pledge their loyalties to William. In the end, William stood up from his seat and walked towards the demons who had decided to become his vassals. He then rested his right hand on the shoulder of the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, who had taken the initiative to pledge his clan's future to him, which made the middle-aged man raise his head to look at his new lord and master. "Whatever life holds in store for me, I will never forget these words that were spoken to me by my father several years ago," William stated with a devilish smile on his face. The memory of Maxwell's domineering smile when he said these words to him had been etched in his very soul. "I am never alone, and from this moment onwards, all of you will no longer be alone." 3 days after the feast that was hosted by the One-Horned clan, Vesta stared at the stars in the sky as she sat on the balcony of her room. The One-Horned clan had treated them as VIP guests, and they were given the best accommodations inside the patriarch's residence. Pollux and his clan only had one city under their control, and it was only home to around 150,000 demons. They were a clan that could be found at the bottom of the hierarchy, whose only hope of survival was to pledge themselves to someone that had a strong backing. In the demon realm, those who managed to stand on their own without being attacked by the other clans were a minority. Only influential families, and clans whose roots had been around for thousands of years, were capable of weathering the wind and storm. For Pollux, William's appearance was a godsend. Vesta also felt this way. Although she had only met the half-elf for a short period of time, she could feel that William was someone who carried many burdens on his shoulder. Adding a few more clans in the mix wouldn't change much, so he didn't hesitate to acknowledge them after getting Optimus' assurance. "Is this the confidence of the strong?" Vesta muttered as she stared at the star-filled sky that extended for miles. "I wonder what he is doing right now?" Right after William had accepted the allegiances of the 5 clans that had traveled to see him, he asked them to go back to their respective territories and tell their people to prepare to migrate in 3 days' time. At first, the patriarchs were dumbfounded by William's declaration. However, since they were previous nomadic clans, traveling was a way of life. Since that was the case, they thought that they wouldn't lose anything if they listened to their lord's order. Earlier in the day, William had set off to visit the territories of the 5 clans, and asked Vesta to remain in the city of Wimborne, to serve as deterrence just in case the Greenskin clan tried something funny, while he was away. Although the Greenskin clan had submitted to the black-haired teenager, he didn't trust them, so he excluded their clan in the move that he was planning to make. Kira and Athrun were having a drink on the balcony of Athrun's room, as they discussed the things that had happened in the past few days. They thought that their journey to the north would be a boring one, but lo and behold, they found themselves witnessing something that they had never expected to happen. "Back when I first met Will, I just intend to buy a few slaves to make a good impression on Lady Vesta." Kira shuddered. "I even had the thought of being domineering in order to get more brownie points. Fortunately, I didn't, or else I might have been on the receiving end of that giant golden staff. Just thinking about it makes my cheeks burn." Athrun chuckled as he nodded in understanding. While not as extreme as Kira, he also thought of doing the same. Now that he had seen what the black-haired teenager was capable of, he felt like his eyes had been opened and realized that he was just a frog in the well. A frog that could easily be crushed if one of the major powers in the world were to step on his face. "So, what do you have in mind?" Athrun asked. "As you know, I have already separated myself from my family. I have no attachments to them, unlike you who are still bound by your family's laws." Kira sighed as he drank the wine in his hand. When he saw William taking the 5 clans under his wing, he was very tempted to return to his own clan and ask his family to do the same. Unfortunately, their clan was firmly rooted at the Forterre Desert, and already content with their way of life under the rule of another clan. The Desert Clan, which Kira belonged to, was considered one of the lucky ones. They had become vassals of a wise lord, who didn't promote war, and took good care of his people. This was also why the Desert Clan prospered, and had become a medium-sized clan in the Demon Realm with 3 cities, whose combined population numbered a little more than 1 million. "Well, I'm sure my grandfather would not agree," Kira commented after a few minutes had passed. "I guess I'll just have to hug William's legs for now, so that my clan can have a second option in the future." Athrun smiled and nodded his head. "Having a backup plan is good as well. Still, we don't really know much about Will. Perhaps Lady Vesta knows more about him, but I don't know if she's willing to share this information with other people. What do you think?" "I think that she will not tell us anything even if we ask," Kira replied. "For now, let's just observe and see how this incident will play out." 5 clans breaking away from their previous lords, as well as making the Greenskin clan forcefully break their ties with the Gremory clan, will definitely have consequences in the future. I know that Will is strong, but can he really fight against the Demon Lord and the clans that support his back? What do you think, Athrun? The scholarly demon placed the wine cup on top of the table before leaning back in his chair. "What do I think?" Athrun asked back with a smile. "I think a storm is coming and, for good or worse, we'll find ourselves in the eye of that storm." Kira chuckled nervously because Athrun was right. They were indeed caught up in this mess, and it would be easier to go their separate ways with William in order to minimize the losses that they might suffer in the future. Even so, Kira didn't want to do that. He felt that if he stayed beside the black-haired teenager, he would be at the front seat of the greatest adventure of his life. Merton, the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, welcomed William into his clan's domain. As nomads, most of them lived in tents made from beast skins. The insignia of a black fist fluttered on the flags of their homes, showing that they all belonged to the Steel Fist clan. who once ruled vast areas of land in the demonic continent. However, that was a past long forgotten. The war many years ago had forced them to leave their ancestral lands and journey to the east, in the hope that they would find a place that they could call their own. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way. A migration of tens of thousands of people was impossible to hide, and the major power of the land they had traversed thought that this was a good opportunity to make them a part of his dominion. Lord William, welcome to our humble abode. Welcome to Venzer. Merton, as well as his aides, bowed to William. William smiled and nodded his head. Are all of you ready to migrate? Yes, Merton replied. However, I have received dire news that the lords of the other clans that had sworn their allegiance to you, Lord William, are now being surrounded by their previous masters. It seems that the news spread right after the feast, and all of them have been placed under house arrest. William frowned when he heard this news. Thank you for telling me this news, William stated. How about your previous master? Did they not receive this news as well? Merton sighed as he nodded his head. Actually, they did. I'm afraid that their forces are marching in our direction as we speak. The half-elf snorted as if to assure Merton that he didn't have anything to fear. Let's worry about that later, William said. For now, tell all of your people to enter these portals. I will take you to a place that will become your new home. William waved his left hand and dozens of portals appeared behind him. He had already talked to Chiffon, Princess Sydney, and Ash about his plan to migrate the demons to the Thousand Beast domain. Surprisingly, his 3 wives had all voiced their approval, and were even looking forward to seeing the new residents that would make the Thousand Beast domain more lively. William's plan was to let everyone travel under the cover of darkness, so that no one would see them go. However, since the news had already spread, the plan didn't get its desired effect. Even so, the half-elf wasn't too bothered. After he had successfully placed all the members of the Steel Fist clan inside his domain, he would give the major clans, who had put his vassals into house arrest, a piece of his mind. As a nomadic clan, the Steel Fist clan was a very orderly group. They allowed the old people, women, and children to enter first, while the rest of the men stayed behind in order to serve as guards, just in case their previous master chose to strike them when they least expected it. In just a span of a few minutes, thousands of Steel Fist clan members had stepped into the Thousand Beast domain and were surprised by what they saw inside it. William had decided to let Ella, his wives, and the elves to guide the others to their new home. Several of the beasts were also there to assist, including the Angry Birds, Kasaganaga, and the Centaurs. The scary beasts that belonged to his king's legion were nowhere to be seen. He didn't want to scare the Steel Fist clan at the get-go, so he decided to let the decent-looking monsters welcome them to their new home. The half-elf had a feeling that if he allowed the goblins, as well as the carnivorous beasts, stand near the portals, the members of the Steel Fist clan would panic and some of them might even suffer heart attacks due to the scare that they saw right after they entered their new home. Are all of these foods? Medusa asked with sparkling eyes as she stood beside Chiffon. They're not food, Medusa, Chiffon replied with a serious expression on her face. You're not allowed to eat any of them. If you do, I'll eat you. The little Gorgon's entire body shuddered as she collapsed where she stood. She then weakly held onto Chiffon's waist as if to apologize for her words that were spoken from her heart. It's fine, Medusa. Chiffon patted her head. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat in the future. Seeing that her master had forgiven her, the little Gorgon nodded her head happily as she once again looked at the demons who were coming in droves. The half-elf had kept her inside the Thousand Beast domain ever since she left the island, and this was the first time that she had seen so many demons in one place. The migration lasted in less than an hour, with Merton being the last to enter the portal. Till the last minute, he had stayed behind in order to protect his people from the army of their previous master. Fortunately, they didn't appear, so he entered the portal with a peace of mind. When the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan entered the Thousand Beast domain, he found himself in a lush place that William had personally chosen for their clan to stay for the time being. It was right outside the borders of the Deadlands, which would become their future home, once they had gotten used to their new surroundings. Do you like it? William asked as he appeared behind Merton. It is beautiful, Merton answered in a heartbeat. I can feel that the land under my feet is very rich, so farming will not be a problem. The patriarch then pointed at the river that was flowing freely not far from where they were standing. That river is also situated in a good location, Merton stated. We will not have any problems settling in this place, Lord William. William smiled as he nodded his head. I'm glad you liked it. Now, allow me to introduce you to my wives. The half-elf made a gesture and 3 beautiful ladies walked beside William. This is my wife, Chiffon. She is half-dwarf and half-demon, William said. These are my other wives, Princess Sydney of the Kingdom of Frisia in the southern continent, and Ash, my confidant. Their words are my words. Treat them the way you treat me, for they are the precious ladies of my life. Merton and the rest of the members of the Steel Fist clan all bowed their heads respectfully to their master's wives. Tell your clan to settle down for the time being, William stated. Merton, you will come with me. I am not familiar with the layout of this part of the continent, so you will guide me to where the other clans are located. It's time to bring our friends here as well. Merton nodded and his expression became serious. He felt sorry for his acquaintances who were now being monitored by their previous masters and prevented from leaving their domains. William, on the other hand, had a devilish smile on his face. He had a feeling that the ones that spread the news were the patriarchs who had decided to leave the feast and return to their domains. Perhaps, in order to gratify themselves to their masters, they decided to tell them about their acquaintances' plans, so that they would be rewarded for their loyalty. The half-elf had a feeling that this would happen, but there was nothing he could do about it. Unfortunately, they made the wrong move. They had no idea of who William was, and what he was capable of. This was the demon realm, and the half-elf was just starting to understand the rules that were set in place. A world where the lives of others were treated as disposable pawns, and hope was just a faint whisper that reached nobody's ears. As the countless stars twinkled in the night sky, a half-elf riding a flying armored elephant drew closer to the place where his vassals were being kept. Lightning snaked in the depths of his eyes, and the faint rumblings of thunder spread across the heavens. This was going to be a long night. A night that the Merton and the patriarchs who swore allegiance to William would never forget. I treated your clan well, Kareth, and this is how you repay me. A demon with the facial features of a tiger asked. Treated us well? Kareth, who had been bound in chains with blood oozing out of the wounds on his body, asked in sarcasm as he gazed at the right-hand man of the patriarch of the Raja clan, Javan. You treated us as slaves. Kareth, who was the patriarch of the Nightshade clan, shouted. For many years we endured. Today, we will endure it no longer. Kareth's and his clan's features were similar to humans, except for their very pale skin, red eyes, and tattoos that covered their arms and legs. They were born like this and were a unique race that could only be found in the demon continent. One of their abilities was to create very fine silk threads, using their bloodline ability when they were under the light of the full moon. These silk threads were highly prized by merchants because the artisans and tailors, who were employed by the nobles, preferred to use these threads when weaving clothes for the nobility. Since they fetched a very high price on the market, the Raja clan had kept them in their iron grip, placing sentries to always watch over their movements. Kareth had managed to leave because he made an excuse that he would visit the patriarch of the One-Horn tribe in order to trade for food and supplies. These two clans had been doing this for the past few years, so the sentries allowed Kareth to leave. They knew that he wouldn't escape and leave his people behind, so they were quite lax with his treatment. This was why when they received news that Kareth and his clan planned to rebel and submit to a new master, the patriarch of the Raja clan, Caspian, immediately sent Javan with his elite men to prevent them from leaving. Caspian thought that he needed to show this new force that he was someone that he shouldn't provoke. So he decided to gather the rest of his troops before marching to the place where the Nightshade clan was stationed. Javan kicked Kareth's chest, making the latter fall on his back with a loud thud. Our patriarch is on his way with his army to ensure that this newcomer understands that there are people that he shouldn't provoke, Javan said as he spat on Kareth's body. Just because you saw someone with the strength of a myriad beast at its peak, you immediately knelt and begged him to save all of you? What a joke! Kareth felt a stinging pain in his chest whenever he breathed. He assumed that some of his ribs must have been broken, but the words Javan said made him momentarily forget the pain he was suffering. Strength of a myriad beast? Kareth thought, while laughing in his heart. Those bastards. They wanted to play both sides. They didn't reveal Lord William's true strength, and only said that he was only as strong as a myriad beast. Kareth didn't know whether he should curse or applaud the patriarchs that had betrayed them. Clearly, they didn't tell their lords about William's true strength. This could only mean one thing. They want the two sides to have a face-off, Kareth mused. Once their masters have lost their warriors, their clans would greatly weaken. They will then use this opportunity to flee without anyone to stop them. Well played, you cunning bastards. The patriarch of the Nightshade clan endured the pain he was feeling as he prayed for his new master to come to their aid. William had promised them that they would no longer be alone, and he trusted his heartfelt words. Kareth knew that as long as he endured, his new master would come and show these oppressors who the real person who shouldn't be provoked was no matter what. Soon, loud horns could be heard in the distance, and a sneer appeared on Javan's face. That was the signal that his Lord Caspian had arrived, bringing the troops that belonged to the Raja clan. "Do you hear that?" Javan asked as he pressed his foot on Kareth's chest. "That is the sound of the mighty. Remember this, whenever you hear that sound, you will remember that you and your clan are the dogs of the Raja clan." Suddenly, a loud trumpeting sound that came from a flying armored elephant spread across the surroundings. Kareth laughed hoarsely after hearing that wonderful sound that heralded the coming of his new lord. "Do you hear that?" Kareth asked. "That is the sound that spells your reckoning. Whenever you hear that sound, you will remember that you and your Raja clan are just mere insects in my master's eyes that he can crush any time." Javan snorted as he angrily kicked Kareth for the second time, sending him smashing towards the wall of the room. "Guard him," Javan ordered before giving Kareth a sidelong glance. "I'd like to see how this lord of yours will crush a major clan that is a loyal supporter of the demon lord." Kareth could no longer hear Javan's words because he had already lost consciousness. Even so, if one looked closely at his face, they would notice that the corner of his lips was curled up into a smile that held the promise of vengeance. A 50,000-strong army had arrived at the city where the Nightshade clan was being held under house arrest. Caspian looked imposing as he sat on the back of his giant white tiger. He governed a vast swath of lands in the southeastern region of the Demon Continent, and was recognized as one of the overlords of the domain. Someone blatantly challenging his rule made Caspian feel like tearing that person apart, and use their skull as his wine cup. The Raja clan was a clan of tiger demons that had faithfully served all the demon lords that had sat on the high throne at the capital city of Morazeth. Because of this, they enjoyed a very high status in society, and were very confident in their position as one of the demon clans that had stood for more than a millennium. With such a solid background, there were no other clans that would openly defy them within the territories that were under their control. It was at that moment when he heard the trumpeting of an elephant in the distance. As one of the demonic races that had very good eyesight, even during the night, Caspian was able to see the person whom the Nightshade clan had sworn allegiance to. For a brief moment, his gaze and the newcomers met. "I am Caspian, the patriarch of the Raja clan," Caspian declared. "State your name, you fool who dares to steal what belongs to me. I swear that before this night is over, you will regret that you were ever born in this world." William chuckled as he looked down on the tiger demon whose eyes were burning in fury. He didn't bother to reply and merely snapped his fingers, creating several portals behind his back. A loud screech that came from Skadrez, William's blood eagle, spread across the night. Sitting on top of him was a rainbow-colored anteater whose eyes sparkled in excitement. Soon, thousands of rainbow-colored birds, who shouted profanities at the demons, exited the portals in the sky. Lamasis, undead gargoyles, undead wyverns, three-bone dragons, and thousands of flying scorpion ants hovered in the sky. William pointed at the demonic army on the ground with a sneer on his face. "Go and show them who's boss," William ordered. As if opening the floodgates, Skadrez screeched as it descended from the sky, which was followed closely by William's aerial legion. Caspian hurriedly ordered his men to form ranks as they braced themselves to clash with the unknown army, who didn't even bother to announce their faction. Just as he was about to order his men to use their ranged attacks to blast their enemies out the sky, he heard a shrill, yet adorable voice that made him feel a chill run down his spine. The patriarch of the Raja clan raised his head just in time to see a rainbow-colored anteater jump off the back of one of the flying creatures and curled itself into a ball. Its body then grew in size as several sharp spikes protruded from its body. "I'm rolling." Many years later, the Nightshade clan would always remember this scene fondly, when the rainbow-colored deity of the sky descended from the heavens and freed them from the chains that bound them to slavery. "Shoot that thing from the sky," Caspian ordered as he pointed at the rainbow-colored wrecking ball that was descending on the front lines of his army. He had brought an army that numbered over 50,000. He had sent 5,000 of his elite men to accompany Javan to prevent the Nightshade clan from escaping their control. Right now, he had almost 60,000 demon warriors under his command, so he wasn't too worried about the forces that William had summoned. Even if he added all the monsters the black-haired teenager had summoned, it would not even come close to 15,000. Although the bone dragons were imposing, they were only at the peak of the millennium rank. He had dozens of beasts who had the same rank as them, so he wasn't intimidated by their presence on the battlefield. Caspian glanced at the teenager who was seated on top of the flying, armored elephant with a serious expression on his face. According to the information that had been passed to him, the black-haired teenager was a vampire whose strength was at the peak of the myriad rank. The patriarch of the Raja clan commanded 3 of such beasts, and he could summon them any time he wanted. "Is this all that you've got?" Caspian shouted in contempt. "Although your army can threaten small clans, it is nothing in my eyes. I'll make you understand why our clan is one of the major clans in the demonic continent. Go and kill those beasts. Leave none alive." The demons shouted their war cries as they hurled their long-range attacks at a rainbow-colored wrecking ball that was only dozens of meters away from them. Powerful explosions reverberated in the air as the spells collided with Kasaganaga. However, what happened next made the demons gasp in shock. A 3-meter-tall, rainbow-colored, spiky wrecking ball pushed through the smoke and crashed on the front lines, sending blood and flesh flying in every direction. "You hating? I'm rolling." Kasaganaga was like an unstoppable bulldozer that mowed down everything in his path. The sight of body parts flying in the air as he made his way through the outer perimeter of the army made Caspian's skin crawl. "Subdue it," Caspian ordered. Several of his elite men transformed into black saber-toothed tigers and clashed with the unknown monster, who was cutting through their defenses like hot knife through butter. To everyone's horror, the black tigers were like pieces of chopped pork that were dropped into a meat grinder. Just like what happened to the front lines, the elite soldiers under Caspian's command were mutilated the moment they crossed paths with Kasaganaga. Slamming his right fist on the armrest of his makeshift throne, a loud roar spread across the battlefield as a 10-meter-tall rock troll appeared in front of Kasaganaga. The newly summoned monster kicked Kasaganaga away and sent him flying hundreds of meters away like a soccer ball headed towards the goal post. Caspian was forced to bring out one of the myriad beasts under his command in order to prevent his subordinates from dying. Kasaganaga undid his transformation and landed on the ground on his 4 limbs. He then stared at the rock troll with an arrogant expression on its face as if its appearance was just a joke in front of him. "Skadres, come," Kasaganaga ordered. A screech answered his call from the sky, and the blood eagle descended toward the ground with its wings tucked into its body. The rainbow-colored anteater jumped on its back as Skadres circled the battlefield. I'll let you handle that rock troll," Kasaganaga shouted with an adorable voice. "I'll kill the small fries first. Let's go, Skadres." The blood eagle screeched in agreement as it flew towards the right side of Caspian's formation. Kasaganaga had entered the myriad realm not long ago, and he still hadn't consolidated its strength. It was too early for him to face the rock golem, whose rank was at the peak of the myriad realm. William just chuckled after hearing Kasaganaga's strategic retreat. Right now, the rainbow-colored anteater was the strongest among the members of his king's legion. Since he could not beat the rock troll in his current state, None of William's other beasts would stand a chance against it. "It's your time to shine, Soleil," William said as he summoned the spear that was smoldering red. Earlier in the day, he had allowed it to soar above the clouds in the sky to soak in the sun to charge up its power. Soleil was one of William's most devastating weapons that was meant for wide-area destruction. Although he had many weapons in his arsenal, Soleil was simply the optimal choice when the half-elf planned to burn an entire army to the ground. "Bloom in the battlefield," William shouted as he pulled his arm in preparation to throw the spear in his hand. "Fleur du Soleil." Soleil flew towards the center of the army's formation, leaving a trail of flames that burned brightly in the night. Caspian's sixth sense sent warning signals to his brain, so he hastily summoned another one of his myriad beasts, in order to deal with the new threat that was coming their way. A powerful explosion shook the battlefield as Soleil collided with a flaming hand that mitigated the full brunt of its attack. The flames that raged out from the spear's body were quickly absorbed by the new beast that Caspian had called out to counter William's deadly attack. "Ancient fire elemental." William arched an eyebrow when he saw the 6-meter-tall beast that materialized in the air to block Soleil's destructive power. "Not bad." William made a gesture and called Soleil back to his side. Now that his army was facing 2 myriad beasts, he knew that it was about time for him to get serious. The half-elf raised his hand and the family heirloom of the Ainsworth family appeared in his hand. Stormcaller, the weapon that had accompanied William in his early childhood, sent out a thundering roar as storm clouds covered the starry sky. Lightning snaked in the sky above the battlefield, and thunderous roars followed their wake. William's body shone brightly as numerous lightning sparks exploded around him. The bodies of the demons that were present in the battlefield subconsciously shuddered, including Kareth and the members of the Nightshade clan. Even the members of the Steel Fist clan, who were watching the battle from within William's thousand-beast domain, couldn't stop their hearts from trembling as the once starry skies above their heads transformed into a lightning storm that spanned for miles. Demons were quite weak against the lightning element, and it was one of the reasons why humans and other races that were born with this power were hunted down by the demon race. They were afraid that if that person grew into adulthood, they would become a mighty weapon that the humans and other races would use to threaten their existence. "Lightning ever-weaving, thunder ever-seeking, I call upon you now," William stated as he raised Stormcaller and pointed its tip towards the sky. The lightning bolts within the storm clouds merged together, transforming into a gigantic lightning dragon. It then opened its mouth to utter a mighty and thunderous roar that bathed the heaven in glorious lights that chased away the darkness of the night. "The power I wield would obliterate one and all," William roared. "Pierce through the darkness and hear my call." He then pointed his spear towards the demon army, making the lightning dragon look down on them from the heavens. Thunder God's wrath. Caspian's desperate roar fell on deaf ears as his third myriad beast made its appearance. This was the trump card that he had kept hidden for decades, and he hated the black-haired teenager for forcing him to summon it in front of his entire army. A dark purplish mist manifested above the demon army, and a screech of a giant bird with a wingspan of 10 meters faced the lightning dragon in defiance. The two collided and a blinding light, followed by an ear-piercing explosion, spread across the battlefield. Blood flowed from the ears of the demons, as well as the beasts that were under William's command. The aftermath of the attack was so strong that a powerful shockwave sent the members of the demon army, that were hundreds of meters from the point of impact, flying for dozens of meters from where they stood. The angry birds had all been knocked unconscious by the shockwave, and became airborne bombs that fell from the sky and exploded upon impact. Several demons died in this manner because they were still struggling from the loss of sight and hearing that had followed the explosion. Merton, who was flying beside William, along with Kareth and the Nightshade clan, who were merely spectating the battle, also suffered from the backlash. Blood flowed out from their ears as their eardrums ruptured due to the overwhelming force that had surpassed their tolerance levels. A defiant screech of triumph resonated in the sky, but only a handful of people were able to hear it. William and Caspian stared at the giant black bird with dark purplish streaks at the edge of its wings. Lightning snaked around its body, highlighting its features, which were similar to those of a black peacock. As a vampire progenitor, as well as the Emperor of Thunder, William felt a strong resonance to the giant bird in front of him. Perhaps, the bird also felt the same because it stared at William with curiosity as it flapped its mighty wings to hover in the sky. The half-elf used his appraisal skill to determine what kind of creature it was. Very few beasts below the demigod realm were able to take his full-powered, lightning attack head-on with minimal to no damage. This made William very curious about the identity of the bird, so he gazed at the information on his status page, while applying a regeneration spell to Merton, as well as his aides, who were all mounted on the backs of Lamasis beside him. Impundulu, vampiric lightning bird. Threat level, myriad, high, peak myriad beast. Cannot be added to the herd. The Impundulu is a vampiric creature that was said to feed on the blood of women. Legend has it that it was born from a lightning bolt and could transform into a human in order to seduce women and drink their blood, while making love to them. This creature was also known to become the servant of witches, or anyone who practiced witchcraft. They are immortal, and were often transferred from mother to daughter, and kept as a family beast companion through the ages. It is also said that this creature was a bringer of good and bad luck, depending on the situation when you meet it. Once this creature loses its master and becomes ownerless, it would become an unstoppable force of nature that would leave blood and destruction in its wake. Its appetite for blood is second to none, and it would even settle for the blood of beasts, if there weren't any women around to be hunted. It is impervious to any attack in the world with one exception, and that is fire. But no ordinary fire could kill this beast once it reached the myriad rank. Only flames that hold the whiff of divinity would be able to damage its immortal body and end its life. A vampiric lightning bird? William muttered as he gazed at the giant black bird who was still observing him from afar. What are you? Some kind of legendary Pokémon? The giant bird didn't understand what a Pokémon was, but it clearly heard the sarcasm in William's words, which made it screech at him in irritation. The three myriad beasts stepped forward in place of the disheveled demon army on the ground who were suffering from momentary blindness and loss of hearing. Surrender, and I will allow you to become my subordinate, Caspian declared. You will be treated well, and your rank will be only second to mine. Whatever you want, I will give you, so why don't you join me in my faction? After seeing the black-haired teenager's abilities, Caspian would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted to make him a part of his inner circle. If the vampire wanted the Nightshade clan in exchange for his servitude, he would gladly bestow them to him. Although he would lose a good source of monetary funds, a powerful general's worth far exceeded the Nightshade clan's value in coins. No thank you, William replied with an amused expression on his face. Tell me, are you a man or a woman? How are you able to command the Impundulu if you're not a witch? Don't tell me. You're a woman pretending to be a man. Caspian's face became flushed as he stared at the teenager who was looking down on him with a curious look on his face. He didn't know how the half-elf knew of the giant bird's identity or what it represented. Within the demonic continent, only the witches knew about its heritage. Baba Yaga, the old hag, as many call her, was the first witch in the world of Hestia. She was the one that taught witchcraft and dark magic to women, which allowed them to rise in the ranks of society and force the hierarchical demon race to recognize them as equals. Are you sure you don't want to become my subordinate? Caspian asked back. He didn't even bother to answer William's question and decided to ask his own. I almost forgot. I still don't know your name. Who are you? The corner of William's lips curled up into a smile as he eyed the patriarch of the Raja clan who sidestepped his question. Very well. You have earned the right to know my exalted name, William declared. Listen to me, and listen carefully because I will only say it once. Caspian stared at the black-haired teenager as he waited for the latter to state his name. William raised his chin in arrogance as he pressed his right thumb over his chest before declaring his name. My name is Raymond Parker, William declared. Remember it, and remember it well, Caspian of the Raja clan. Raymond Parker. Caspian muttered the foreign name and dug into his memories. As the patriarch of a major clan, he was privy to the different clan names that were scattered in the entire demon continent. somewhere on Earth. Achoo! Raymond, Belle's father, sneezed while reading his morning newspaper. Dear, are you feeling unwell? Adele, his wife, asked with a worried gaze. The weather has been changing frequently these past few days. Maybe it would be best if you take a day off from the hospital. Raymond shook his head as he held his wife's hand. Don't worry, I'm fine, Raymond replied. However, I think that bastard William is cursing me from whatever world he is currently in. Dear, the name of William's world is Hestia. I don't care if it's Hestia or Bestia. I'm sure that no good half-elf is making fun of me right now. Adele chuckled as he tried to pacify her husband, who was still grumpy because Belle was now married to the red-headed teenager who had returned to his world. Deep inside, she felt sorry for her daughter, but she was optimistic that both of them would meet again. Belle had become the center of attention after William left, which forced the president of K-Country to surround her with special agents that would keep her fans, as well as those who bore her ill will, away. Well, how is she? Raymond asked in a worried tone. You said that her monthly period is delayed. Could it be that she's pregnant? Adele gave her husband a playful smirk as she pressed her hands over his chest. You're the doctor, Adele replied. Shouldn't you be the one more knowledgeable about this thing? You are her mother and also a woman, Raymond countered. Although I am a doctor, a woman knows her body more. What do you think? Will we be holding our granddaughter soon? Adele chuckled as she stared in the direction of the garden. It is best to wait for a few more weeks. It is still too early, but I am hoping for the best. Raymond sighed, but deep inside he had to admit that he was feeling a bit anxious as well. The image of the young lady with long black hair, tied in a ponytail, flashed across his mind. Ever since he had seen her, he knew that she had the bloodline of their family running through her veins. The head of the Parker family had a premonition that day, and he believed that his gut instinct was right. If the girl that he saw was really his future granddaughter, then he was willing to forgive William a bit for taking his daughter away from him. However, until the news was confirmed, it would be best not to get their hopes up, so the disappointment wouldn't hurt them too much if they discovered that it was only a false alarm. I will ask you one last time, Raymond Parker, Caspian declared as he stood from his makeshift throne. Will you become my subordinate? Don't make me repeat myself, William answered. There is only one outcome for this battle today. Either you go back to your domain and leave the Nightshade clan alone, or I make you go back home by force. It seems that we both agree to disagree. Well, you're not wrong. William stood up from the back of the flying armored elephant and opened a portal behind him. Give me a minute, I will be back, William said before entering the portal, leaving Merton, his aides, Kareth, and the members of the Nightshade clan behind. Merton and his aides felt a tremendous pressure fall upon their bodies as the three myriad beasts, as well as Caspian, gazed in their direction. The patriarch of the Steel Fist clan felt his heart thundering inside his chest as he grew anxious. He didn't know why William returned to the Thousand Beast domain, but he was sure that their new lord would not leave them alone in the face of such scary beings, who could end their lives with a single sneeze. Just as Merton was about to faint from anxiety, William reappeared on the back of the flying armored elephant. As everyone gazed at the black-haired teenager, they noticed something very different about him. Two horns had grown on his head, and a stubby spiked tail could be seen behind his back. A few seconds later, Merton felt something incredibly alarming as he forcefully tore his gaze away from William. In just a span of a few minutes, the black-haired teenager looked incredibly attractive, that even someone as old as him felt his heart skipping a beat. Caspian, are you sure you don't want to surrender? William asked in a teasing tone. His voice that was overflowing with charisma was like a seductive whisper that fell on the ears of those who were still capable of hearing. Caspian, who was looking at William, felt his heart tremble inside his chest. Right now, he was feeling a very strong attraction towards the black-haired teenager in front of him, and it was raising alarm bells inside his head. Incubus progenitor. Caspian hurriedly averted his gaze from the person who was looking down on him with eyes that seemed to see through his very soul. It made him feel helpless, and tempted to stare into those depths that held promises of pleasure and happiness. "Retreat!" Caspian ordered. "Everyone retreat!" Although most of the demons were still unable to hear, the gestures made by their lord allowed them to understand his orders. One by one, they hastily backed away, as fast as they could. William made no move to hinder them, and allowed them to leave as they pleased. The 3 myriad beasts, with the exception of the Impundaloo, glared at William before covering the rear of the retreating army. The half-elf stared at the giant black bird and even motioned for it to come closer to him. Unfortunately, the Impundaloo was unfazed and even gave William a better luck next time wink before flying away. The only ones that were left behind were the demons who had died due to the attack of William's King's Legion. All in all, over 2,000 members of the Raja clan died. This was only a small number because the battle had ended quickly due to the appearance of the 3 myriad beasts that had prevented the increase of their forces' casualties. William waved his hand. Suddenly, the demons, as well as the flying scorpion ants, that had died in battle with intact bodies, rose from the ground and were reborn as undead creatures. "Thank you, Sydney and Morgana, for lending me your strength," William said to his 2 wives who were hugging him inside his sea of consciousness. "You're welcome, darling," Morgana replied. "But I am quite curious. Why didn't you use the full power of your charm? Although it would have taken a while, you could have charmed that entire army and made them your subordinates." Princess Sydney, who had her arms wrapped around William, shook her head. "Will just doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble," Princess Sydney explained. "Although fighting against the Raja clan was inevitable, it would be a bad idea to take full control of their minds." Why? If the other major clans were to know that a major clan had become the subordinate of an unknown force, all of them would band together and hunt him down. This conflict with the Nightshade clan is just a minor thing. Since that is the case, not escalating this matter is the best course of action. Isn't that right, Will? William nodded before kissing Princess Sydney's lips. "You're right, Sydney," William answered. "Dealing with 1 or 2 major clans isn't a problem. The real problem is when all of them band together to deal with us. Darling, don't play favorites. Kiss me too," Morgana said as she tiptoed to offer her soft and sensuous lips to the man she wanted to have babies with. William was more than happy to kiss Morgana and even allowed her to insert her tongue inside his mouth. After half a minute of intense kissing, the lustful lady pulled back before giving William one last peck on his left cheek before letting go of him. Morgana was still unconvinced, because she was confident in the power of her divinity. She believed that no matter how many armies came, all they needed to do was merge with William and charm everyone. That way, her husband would have tens of thousands of demons under his command, which would make the other clans fear him. William could read what was going through her mind, but he simply shook his head. He had already raised a commotion in the demon realm, and taking it up a notch would be highly detrimental to him. He once again opened a portal to the Thousand Beast domain and returned his 2 wives to the villa before heading back out. Now that the threat of the Raja clan had been neutralized, it was time for him to heal the Nightshade clan's injuries. That way, they could all start to migrate to his Thousand Beast domain. There were still several places that he needed to visit in order to rescue his new vassals, who had sworn allegiance to him. Those newly raised undead members of the Raja clan would be perfect for that job. He was sure that some of the clans had been paying close attention to the battle from far away, and had already sent their reports to their masters. Since that was the case, William believed that he would have a much easier time in rescuing his retainers. As someone who had made a major clan retreat, his enemies would know that it would be a bad idea to antagonize him. The migration of the Nightshade clan took a bit longer than expected because all of them had been injured due to the battle that had just ended. After healing the heavily injured Kareth, the Nightshade clan all felt a strong sense of belonging to William's faction. Some of them were even excited to migrate to the Thousand Beast domain after seeing how he managed to make the Raja clan retreat in haste. The demons worshipped powerful figures, and William's elegant and charismatic gaze made them feel strongly attracted to him. Although Princess Sydney and Morgana had now left William's body, the aftereffects of their divinity were still in effect. For at least half a day, as long as William equipped his incubus job class, he would be able to charm anyone. He could also make anyone submit to his will, if he wished for it, but this was not what he wished for. After the migration of the Nightshade clan ended, William once again took to the skies and headed east. The half-elf still had a few places to visit, and he had given enough time for the messengers to pass their reports to their respective patriarchs. He hoped that when he arrived to take his people with him, their previous masters wouldn't get in his way, or else he didn't mind charming them a bit in order to make them dance without any clothes on their bodies. That way, the others would be intimidated and no longer prevent him from doing what he wanted. Merton and Kareth flew beside him as they flew under the countless stars in the heavens. The two patriarchs gazed at their new master, with a conviction that they would follow the black-haired teenager until they drew their last breath. "What did you say? Caspian retreated?" An old man with long white hair and two small horns protruding on his head asked the demon whose image appeared on the surface of a round mirror. "Yes, my lord," the demon replied. "We saw everything from a good vantage point. Although I didn't know why he retreated, it is certain that he had ordered his men to retreat." "Tell me everything that you saw." "Yes, my lord." The demon who had watched the battle from a great distance using a telescope explained in detail how the war turned out. The patriarch of the Gremory clan, Alva, listened to his subordinates' report. As the patriarch of the biggest demon clan in the continent, he had placed several of his people in each clan that had sworn subservience to them. When Dozdar, the patriarch of the Greenskin clan, returned to his domain with a missing left arm, he immediately reported everything that had happened to Alva's men, who were stationed in his city. They in turn reported this back to their lord, who then ordered them to pay extra attention to William's movements. For Alva, the Greenskin clan was just a minor clan. Even so, it was still a clan that belonged under its influence. Having other people take his pawns away from him made him feel slightly irritated, so he immediately ordered a full investigation about William's identity. Sadly, they couldn't find anything about the black-haired young man except for the fact that he was being accompanied by Vesta, the daughter of a demigod, and two other demons whose identities were unknown. Their identities were currently being dug up by his agents that were scattered across the lands, but it would take some time before this information arrived in his hands. For the time being, Alva didn't order his men to do anything except to monitor William's movements and report any significant changes that were happening in the southeastern region of the continent. "Interesting," Alva muttered after hearing his subordinate's full report. "It seems that a new powerhouse has appeared in the demon realm, and is actively growing his faction by absorbing minor clans into his fold." Alva assumed that the black-haired young man was one of those demons that had recently gained an incredible power and wished to become an overlord of a territory. These events were quite common in the demonic continent. The Gremory clan had started in the same manner over 1,000 years ago. "Still, I underestimated Caspian's military strength," Alva mused. 3 myriad beasts. The waters of the Raja clan sure run deep. As the patriarch of a major clan, the Gremory clan also had myriad beasts under their command. Just like the Raja clan, his clan had 3 of these peak monsters. However, Alva wasn't happy with the news he received. All of the demon clans were competitors, and knowing that one of them had a similar number of beasts under their command made him frown. But what made him more disturbed was that Caspian, who had that much fighting force under his command, was forced to retreat. What did this mean? It meant that the young patriarch had determined that his opponent was stronger than him. Since that was the case, he chose to retreat and save his men. Usually, the heads of each demon clan wouldn't wage war unless they were sure that they were going to win. If they lost, the chances of their territory being taken over by their neighbors was very high. This was why only minor up to medium-sized clans waged war against each other. For major clans, they simply used their numerical advantage to make their opponents surrender. This would prevent unnecessary bloodshed and allow them to capture new territories with their original residents intact. The Gremory clan's main territory was in the northern regions of the demon realm. However, they had initiated a divide-and-conquer strategy in order to occupy most of the continent and unify it under their rule. With one of their members sitting on the throne of the demon lord, the local overlords tolerated their ambitious expansions. They allowed the Gremory clan to take control of the nomadic clans, who wandered around the continent. As long as their own interest wasn't compromised, they were willing to turn a blind eye to these shameless expansions. "Where is the young man now?" Alva asked. "He headed towards the west, my lord," the demon reported. "I assume that he is going to rescue the other clans that have submitted to his rule." Alva tapped the armrest of his chair as he pondered on what to do next. Their main force was quite far from the southeastern regions, and it would take them at least a month in order to reach the Greenskin clan's location. By then, it would be too late. "Did Dozdar tell you anything else aside from his grievances?" Alva asked. The demon shook his head. "Aside from warning us about the vampire's existence, and his plea to teach the young man a lesson, he didn't say anything else." The demon paused because he was hesitating to ask his patriarch a question. Seeing the expression on his face, Alva managed to guess what he was thinking. "When that young man arrives at the city of the Greenskin clan, tell him that I want to exchange some words with him," Alva stated. "I will convince him to leave the Greenskin clan alone. I don't believe that he will openly defy the family of the demon lord who is currently ruling over these lands." "I hear and obey, my lord." The demon bowed respectfully before cutting off the connection. The surface of the mirror turned black, leaving Alva to ponder this interesting person that was being accompanied by the daughter of their southern commander, Josh. "Just what is that old lizard thinking?" Alva muttered as he rubbed his chin. "Is he planning to marry his daughter off if that young man offered her a good-sized dowry?" The old man sighed before activating the mirror once again. There were a few people he had to talk to. People that the half-elf was causing trouble with, just like him. William stared at the demons who were lining up to enter the portals that he had opened for all of them. After the battle with the Raja clan, the other clans that were watching the battle immediately reported back to their patriarchs. The lords were just as surprised as Alva when they heard the news. They thought that they were just dealing with an upstart demon that was trying to make his name known and gain fame. After the half-elf had made the Raja clan retreat, the patriarchs decided to call back the men that they had ordered to keep the minor clans under house arrest. Now that a major clan had been defeated, they knew that they didn't stand a chance against the enemy because they were only medium-sized clans. In the end, they immediately abandoned their plans to enter a head-to-head confrontation with William to keep the minor clans under their command. It was better to cut off a tail in order to survive than to fight a battle that they had no chances of winning. Because of this, the half-elf was able to migrate all the clans who swore their loyalty to him under his wing, with the exception of the Greenskin clan, whom William didn't trust. "Let's go back to the one-horned clan." William patted Maximus' head as they flew back towards the south. Flying beside him were the grateful patriarchs of the different clans that he had saved. Now that there were only 2 clans remaining, the half-elf decided to call it a day and return to the city of Wimborne to rest. He still hadn't decided on what he would do with the Greenskin clan that was under the Gremory family's control. Although he was confident that he could make them submit to his will, he was still reluctant to take them inside his domain. What he needed were demons that he could trust, and he didn't trust the Greenskin clan one bit. Also, he wasn't sure if he had the leisure to provoke the Gremory clan at this point in time. Although he wasn't afraid of them, or the demon lord, his priority was to find Celine and bring her back to Hestia Academy. "I think I'll consult Sydney about this," William thought. "She may have a better solution to this problem." Pollux couldn't stop grinning as he talked to the other patriarchs whose clans William had rescued from their former masters. They were currently having an important meeting, while William slept inside his room. The half-elf had also given him an order to prepare for the migration of the one-horned tribe, which would immediately begin after he woke up in the morning. The reason why he didn't let them migrate right away was because he was waiting for a few demons to visit the city in the hopes of having a dialogue with William. Just as he predicted, the patriarchs that had left during the feast had all returned and wished to talk to him. Unfortunately, Pollux told them that William was sleeping, and they would have to wait until he woke up. The patriarchs didn't insist on disturbing the half-elf's sleep because they knew that this second negotiation with him wouldn't be easy. Right now, these patriarchs were resting in the guest rooms of Pollux's residence. while the patriarchs who had already sworn allegiance to William were discussing how they would repay the half-elf for what he had done for them. When he told us to prepare for migration, I thought that he was going to drag us all over the demon realm, while looking for a place to settle. Merton, the patriarch of the Steel Fist clan, chuckled before drinking his wine. Who would have thought that our new lord has a portable domain that he carries everywhere? This is simply incredible. You're right. The patriarch of the Nightshade clan, Kareth, nodded his head in agreement. The Thousand Beast domain holds a lot of potential. I can't believe we get to live in such a place. The other patriarchs also nodded their heads. They were quite satisfied with the arrangements that William had made for them. All of them were nomadic clans who had been on good terms with the One-Horned clan. They had no grievances with each other, and even helped each other out in times of need. However, right now they had one concern, and that was the Greenskin clan. Although the Greenskin clan was not exactly a medium-sized clan, it was close to being one. They were afraid that if William took the clan inside the Thousand Beast domain, they would make things difficult for the other clans that had sworn to become William's vassals. Unlike the One-Horned tribe and the 5 other clans that had taken the initiative to jump onto William's ship, the Greenskin clan was forced under circumstances to bow their heads and submit to him. Their loyalty still lay with the Gremory clan, who was also the main family of the current reigning demon lord, Luciel. They were afraid that if the half-elf poked this hornet nest, he would stir up unneeded trouble and the consequences would be dire. I have faith in him, Polak said as he looked at his new comrades with a smile. I'm sure that our new lord is aware of this matter. Let us just leave the decision-making to him. Also, we don't have to be afraid of the Greenskin clan. Before, we were fighting them alone. But now, things are different. If all 6 of us banded together, the Greenskin clan wouldn't be able to stir up trouble. Do they really think that we are afraid of them? Kareth, Merton, and the other patriarchs smiled. Indeed, back then they were fighting alone, but now, they were no longer alone. They had friends, and a new master whose background was still a mystery to them. Our new master is a vampire, Kareth said with a serious expression. Would he require us to send young maidens to him, so that he could drink their blood on a regular basis? Perhaps, but what about it? Merton shrugged. It is a small price to pay for a safe place to live in. By the way, Polax, did he ask you to send some girls to him, so that he could drink their blood, after you had sworn loyalty to him? Polax shook his head. Not yet. In fact, my granddaughter approached me earlier and told me that if ever our new lord needed to sate his bloodthirst, she would volunteer to do it in place of the other ladies of our clan. I don't know much about vampires, and I don't know if they drink blood every day. But, even if we send him 2 to 3 girls a day to donate their blood, that would only be around 90 demons a month. With our 6 clans, I'm sure that we won't have any problem in satisfying his demands. The other demons nodded their heads in agreement. The number of their clans combined would total up to more than 1 million people, with 1/3 of them being women. Even if William needed to drink the blood of 3 women a day, that would only be a little over 1,000 women a year. They had more than enough to go around, and they were sure to satisfy the demands of their new lord. Donating some blood was but a small thing when compared to the hardships that they had suffered for their previous masters. William had assigned Polax to be the supervisor of the 6 clans, with the exception of the Greenskin clan whose fate was still unknown to them. Because of this, the other patriarchs recognized his authority and asked him to propose this plan as a tribute to their new master. Polax nodded his head in agreement. He also felt that this was a good way to show William their loyalty as his vassals. After talking about a few more issues in order to better improve each clan's relationship with each other, they all retired to their separate rooms to rest. Tomorrow would be a busy day for all of them because it would also be when William would tell them the plans he had for them going forward. Inside the Thousand Beasts domain, William sat on the bed naked, while Princess Sydney and Ash massaged his shoulders. Chiffon was busy kissing little Will, while listening to the conversation that the other 3 were having. I don't think that bringing the Greenskin clan here is a good idea, Ash said as she lightly massaged William's left shoulder. I agree with Ash, Princess Sydney commented before lightly nibbling William's ear. After play-biting his ear for a few seconds, She gave her advice to her husband, who was enjoying the three-pronged attack that was being given to him by his wives. My advice is to simply charm their patriarch as well as their elders, and let them manage the clan for us. The Gremory clan isn't a simple clan. We can make the Greenskin clan our spies, so that we can carry on with your mission to take Selene back to the central continent. Princess Sydney giggled as she lightly patted Chiffon's head, who had little wool firmly secured in her adorable lips. What do you think, Chiffon? Princess Sydney asked. Do you want Darling to take revenge for what your father did to you? A light popping sound was heard as Chiffon released the ever-enthusiastic little will from her lips. I no longer consider that man as my father, Chiffon replied. Whatever Will decides, I will support with everything I have. After saying her opinion, she resumed servicing her husband, whom she loved very much. After the battle in the Tower of Babylon, Chiffon realized that her father, or her siblings, didn't treat her as family. For them, she was just a nuisance that they tormented and bullied when she was young. After meeting William, she found the courage to break free from her sad and pitiful past. The pink-haired girl was sure that if she ever came face to face with her demon family, she would definitely summon Sharer and smack their faces until their own parents wouldn't be able to recognize them again. William had told her that he would personally deal with Lucille and Felix when he encountered them in the demonic continent. Since that was the case, Chiffon was more than happy to let her husband serve her father and brother the just desserts that were long overdue. Chiffon was quite happy with her life as William's wife. She no longer needed to eat trash or fear that she would lose control of her divinity. However, the most important of them all was that she was no longer alone in the world. The pink-haired girl had long considered William, his family, as well as his other wives, who had become her sisters, to be her own family. Also, the memories of the two adorable twins that she had held dearly in her arms made her look forward to the future. She wished that she could hold both of them as soon as possible, so she had been more active when it came to making love to William as of late. Princess Sidoniae and Ash noticed this as well, so they didn't mind letting Chiffon do as she pleased, while William embraced her. The four of them spent a steamy night together, allowing William to momentarily forget about the problems that he had to face when morning came. After having a good talk with Princess Sydney, he decided to follow her plan and let the Greenskin clan become his spies in the demon realm. That way, he would not need to actively antagonize the Gremory clan, and could return his focus to his real mission in coming to the demon continent. William sat in the seat of honor at the table with Polax, Merton, Kareth, as well as the other patriarchs. The patriarchs who had chosen to leave a few days ago didn't have the appetite to eat the delicious food that was served on their table. They all looked at William with anxious expressions on their faces, as they waited for the verdict regarding their request of becoming his vassals once again. After breakfast ended, the other patriarchs still hadn't touched the food on their table, which made William chuckle inwardly. He knew that these demons were all feeling regretful and guilty. Regretful because they didn't grab onto his leg when they had the chance, and guilty because some of them had betrayed their comrades and told their masters that the other clans planned to break free from their control. This led the lords to send their troops in an attempt to keep the clans under them from leaving, just like Caspian had done for the members of the Nightshade clan. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that William would be able to make the Raja clan retreat, which then deterred the other patriarchs from continuing their attempt to tie down the clans that wished to leave their control. I know why you have come to see me, so let me ask you this question, William said with an indifferent expression on his face. Who among you spread the news about the other clan's plan to become my vassals? A deafening silence descended upon the room as William, and the patriarchs who had become his vassals, looked at the people seated across them with serious expressions on their faces. Kareth and the others had suffered greatly because of this, and William wanted to know who was responsible for making things difficult for them. Suddenly, a sigh of resignation was heard in the room as a demon whose appearance resembled a demi-human weasel stood and bowed his head in apology. I apologize for my short-sightedness and stupidity, the weasel-like demon stated before kneeling on the ground. I, Malin of the Lodane clan, am willing to accept any punishment for my betrayal. I just hope that Lord William would find it in his heart to take mercy on my people. What I did was unforgivable, but I did it on my own volition. My clan is innocent." After seeing that one of them had already taken the initiative to confess and ask for mercy, 3 more patriarchs apologized and knelt, asking for William's forgiveness and mercy. The half-elf remained indifferent as he glanced at the remaining patriarchs who remained seated. "Anyone else?" William asked. Optimus was helping him monitor all the vital signs of each patriarch, allowing him to know their heart rate, blood pressure, as well as their brainwaves. Out of the 8 patriarchs that had visited the one-horned clan, 4 knelt on the floor, while the other 4 glanced at each other with suspicion. "I'll ask one last time," William stated. "Is there anyone else who ratted the other patriarchs out to their former masters?" 2 minutes passed in silence, and the 4 that remained seated remained where they were. Seeing that none of them were planning to budge, William raised his hand and pointed at 2 of the 4 demons who refused to budge. "The 2 of you get out of my sight," William ordered. "The next time I see you, I will kill you on sight." William's declaration was like the sound of thunder that made the hearts of the 2 patriarchs, who he had pointed at, to tremble. They immediately fell down on their knees and apologized for what they did. However, it was already too late. With a snap of his fingers, the 2 demons were knocked unconscious by Zhu and Sha, who were standing behind them. They then dragged the 2 patriarchs out the door, where they would no longer be included in the negotiation between William and the remaining patriarchs. "Before we start, let me ask the 2 of you first. Why did you decide to not submit to me a few days ago?" William asked the 2 seated demons while he rested the side of his right cheek on the palm of his right hand. "Also, why are you here now?" Although the 2 patriarchs didn't betray the other clans, the black-haired teenager wanted them to know that they were not going to board his ship that easily. This was his way of making them know that the cruise ship had sailed, and they needed to convince him to allow them and their clans to join the big league. "Back then, I didn't think that Lord William would be able to protect us," the demon with a reptilian appearance replied. "Back then, when you asked us if we were going to find other masters to pledge our loyalty to when you no longer have the power to shield us from the wind and the rain, I hesitated. Our clan has suffered many hardships, and I felt that, even though I am its patriarch, I should ask my people what they thought. I will be honest. Most of them are scared to take a gamble and don't want to change the status quo. Although we are suffering, we consider life a very precious thing. This is why we decided that we would just wait and see how things would unfold." Princess Sydney, Ash, and Chiffon watched everything that was happening inside the villa through a projection. This was Princess Sydney's idea, so that she could give William her opinion in real time. As William's strategist, she was more familiar with the hearts of the people. She understood when to add pressure and when to ease things up in order to get the best outcome out of any situation. Since the princess didn't make any comment in regards to the reptilian demon's words, it meant that the one who would decide his fate was none other than William. The half-elf then glanced in the direction of the remaining demon, and the latter's reason was mostly the same. After hearing their excuses, William shifted his attention to the 4 kneeling demons, who were feeling very anxious. "Let me ask all of you, who are kneeling on the floor right now, what makes you think that I will allow betrayers like you into my inner circle?" William asked. "I don't care if what you did was something that you did on your own volition. Betrayal is still betrayal. Since you can betray others once, you can betray them again. So, tell me, why should I forgive all of you?" A few minutes passed in silence before the weasel demon took a sharp dagger out from its sheath and pressed it over his chest. "I, Malin, will pay for this betrayal with my life," Malin said with a determined voice. "All I ask is that you allow my people to be saved. They are innocent. I beg this of you, Lord William." Malin didn't even wait for William's reply as he stabbed himself. He then raised his head to look at the black-haired young man with a pleading gaze before collapsing on the floor. Everyone in the room watched as Malin breathed his last and died with his eyes open. William's face remained indifferent as he shifted his gaze at the other patriarchs who were kneeling in front of him. "How about you guys?" William asked. "Why should I forgive any of you?" The 3 demons glanced at each other before bowing their heads repeatedly to William. After that, they left the room one by one, leaving only the two demons who didn't take part in their act of betrayal. William snorted before he once again snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the dead Malin rose up from the floor. The half-elf was moved by his willingness to end his life in order to save his people. William then understood that, even though he was a schemer, Malin was a very decisive person as well. When he decided to do something, he wouldn't hesitate to do it, regardless of the consequences. Malin looked at William, then at his chest in confusion. He clearly remembered that he had stabbed himself to death, and should have died. When the demon saw that the dagger was still embedded in his chest, his suspicion was confirmed that he had indeed died and wasn't dreaming. "I don't like being betrayed, so I made sure that you don't betray me a second time," William said with an amused expression on his face. "This is the price you need to pay for your betrayal, and you will repay me until I no longer need your services. Go back to your people and tell them to prepare for a migration. I will be coming for them tomorrow." Malin bowed his head and left the room in haste. Although his new master had turned him into an undead, he didn't resent him for it. As the patriarch of the Lodane clan, he had a duty to ensure that all of them would be able to live happy lives. If his death would allow them to do that, he would not hesitate to do it again for their sake. William had turned him into one of his draugrs, whose loyalty to him was absolute. This was why he no longer worried about Malin's betrayal and allowed him to lead his people inside his thousand-beast domain. As to how his people would react to their undead patriarch, well, that was a matter for Malin to worry about himself. William then glanced evilly at the two remaining patriarchs who were staring back at him in horror. The two demons felt their hearts tremble inside their chest because they thought that the black-haired teenager would ask them to die to show their loyalty to him. "Don't worry, I will not ask you guys to kill yourselves," William said in a teasing tone. "But you will need to do things for me. As long as you do that, I don't mind taking your people in. So, are you in or out?" The two demons exchanged a glance with each other before nodding their heads like hens pecking rice. William nodded his satisfaction because the issue with the other clans was finally over. All he needed to do was pay a visit to the Greenskin clan and tie up some loose ends before he continued his journey. With the meeting over, William's new vassals returned to the Thousand Beast domain in order to settle the issues within their clans as they adjusted to their new settlement. There were still many things to do, and it would take them a few days to adapt to their new home. Nevertheless, all of them were quite optimistic about the future. They could feel that as long as they remained by William's side, not only would their clan be free from oppression, but they would also thrive and grow to new heights that they never thought possible in the past. Princess Sydney oversaw the placement of the different demon clans after knowing each of their specialties. The lands that William had given them surrounded the Deadlands, which William had taken from the Void when he returned to Hestia. His general plan was to let the 9 clans that had sworn allegiance to him slowly rebuild the city, with the techniques that he would teach them after they had settled down. The half-elf knew that rebuilding the Deadlands from scratch would be a time-consuming process. He could use his god points to fix it completely, but the cost would be astronomical. Because of this, Optimus gave a suggestion that William only use the god points for an electrical grid and plumbing, so there could be light and a clean source of water that would allow the city to regain its basic functions. William decided to follow Optimus' advice, but there was one part of the city that the red-headed teenager fixed properly using god points, and that was none other than the theme park. He decided to let the children of the demon races have fun and enjoy the rides that were available inside it. When his wives learned about his plan, they got very curious about it, so they decided to follow William to the theme park to become its first customers. When Princess Sydney, Ash, and Chiffon tried the bump cars, the 3 got addicted pretty quickly and fought William in a 3-versus-1 battle by ramming him with their cars. The half-elf had enlarged the bump car area to thrice its original size, so it was pretty spacious. Since the theme park was closed to the general public for the time being, the 4 enjoyed the rides as they waited for the 3 other clans that William had accepted under his wing to finish their preparation for migration. The red-headed teenager had a satisfied smile on his face as he watched his wives enjoy all the rides in the theme park. This was a first for them, so they really enjoyed the experience. After several hours, the 4 of them sat on the giant Ferris wheel overlooking the sunset. Optimus had fixed the settings of William's domain long ago, so that it would have night and day. Since they needed a fixed point to use as an anchor, they had used the town of Lant in the southern continent as the base, so the positions of the stars in the sky, as well as the sun, wouldn't change even if William went to the different places in the world. After a fun-filled time with his wives, William returned to the demon realm just in time to hear Polox's report about the Greenskin clan. As expected, they refused to follow you, Lord William, Polox stated. William smiled as he patted Polox's shoulder. It doesn't matter. They're not important. After talking to the patriarchs of the different clans, as well as getting Princess Sydney's thoughts about the matter, William decided to not take the Greenskin clan under his wing. There was no need for him to expand his forces in the demon continent because that wasn't his main goal for coming. Still, I will still go and see them, William said as he ordered Polox to call for Vesta, Kira, and Athrun. Because of the things he had done with the demon clans, he hadn't talked to his new friends for a while. William had asked all three of them to stay in the city of the One-Horned clan in order to prevent them from getting involved in the struggle for territories. The three of them had nothing to do with this, and he didn't want any rumors flying around that they were supporting him from the shadows. Although it didn't show on his face, William really liked Kira and Athrun. Knowing that they were having difficulties with their families, he knew that getting them involved would only complicate things. As for Vesta, she was a special case. As the daughter of a demigod, she couldn't side with anyone because doing so would involve her father. When a demigod became involved in the affairs of mortals, things usually got pretty dicey, so William made sure the three of them remained inside the city to wait until he finished everything on his end. 15 minutes later, "You finally have time to see us?" Vesta asked with irritation. "We're not your lackeys, who are at your beck and call." "Calm down, Vesta," William replied as he made a gesture for the green-haired beauty to sit down. "I called the three of you here to discuss how all of us will proceed from here." William paused to ensure that the three demons were properly seated and that he had their full attention. "As you already know, 9 demon clans have become my vassals," William stated. "I don't have any plans to add more for the time being. However, since this matter has already spread among the major clans around this area, we can expect that our movements will be monitored from this moment onwards. Because of this, I ask that you stop referring to me as William. My new name is Raymond, and my surname is Parker." Kira and Athrun had complicated expressions on their faces as they looked at William. The two of them didn't know if they should be relieved or sad that William wasn't planning on adding more demon clans under his influence. The two of them had made plans together and were planning to talk to William about it. However, after hearing his words, they decided to postpone it for the time being. Vesta, on the other hand, looked at the black-haired teenager with a frown on her face. Although he had already stopped adding more vassals under him, the fact still remained that he had antagonized several clans in the process. "Where are the clans now?" Vesta asked. "Are you planning to create a grand exodus from here up to the north? That move will only slow us down. The reason why we are traveling by flying carriage is to get to our destination as fast as we can. If we carry baggage with us, our journey will take several more months than we initially intended. Also, caring for them won't be easy. We will need a lot of resources like food, water, and many other things. Not to mention, we will be treading through the territories of different clans, whose patriarchs might think that you are planning to invade them. Are you sure you are going to take them all with you?" William smiled because Vesta thought that he would be traveling alongside the other clans like merchant caravans do. If he didn't have the Thousand Beast domain, he would have never done such a thing as accept demon clans to become his vassals. Fortunately, he had his own portable domain, so taking several clans wasn't an issue for him. "You don't have to worry about them," William replied. "Aside from the One-Horned clan and 3 other clans, the 9 clans serving under me have already migrated. You don't have to worry about them." Vesta looked at William in confusion because she couldn't understand what he was saying. The half-elf didn't bother to explain and simply waved his hand to push the issue aside. "You will understand tomorrow when the One-Horned tribe migrates in full," William explained. "I called the 3 of you here to inform you that we will be leaving this place tomorrow night, so we can resume our journey. Also, Kira and Athrun, I apologize to both of you because I got you indirectly involved in this conflict. If you wish to clear your names, it would be best if we part ways here. I don't want to get the 2 of you in trouble." Kira and Athrun glanced at each other because this was one of the other things that they had talked about a day ago. Unlike Vesta, who had the backing of her father, the two teenagers didn't have a strong backing. Kira was the third son of the patriarch of the Sand Clan, while Athrun was the fourth son of the patriarch of the Sky Clan. Both were medium-sized clans and held considerable influence in their respective territories. The half-elf was afraid that if the two boys continued to travel with him, they would be excommunicated from their families and have to live a life of exile. "Bro, don't worry. I've already decided to go with you all the way to your destination." Kira patted his chest with confidence. "I am only the third son of my clan's leader. I am not that important." "The same goes with me," Athrun replied a few seconds after Kira finished his statement. "I have already broken away from my family and, aside from my trading business, I don't have any familial attachments. I won't be missed by my clan." William had a calm expression on his face as he handed the two demons a contract. "Sign this first," William said. "This contract states that anything I tell you will not leave this room. Otherwise, both of you will lose the memories of the time we've had together." The half-elf had been in cahoots with the god of contracts ever since he agreed to let Donger stay in his mailbox. Right now, all the contracts that William made were backed by his divinity. Since that was the case, the half-elf decided to get some form of insurance so that the two demons wouldn't be caught up in the storm that he might stir up in the demon continent. He had long felt that Kira's and Athrun's perception of him had changed after he had shown them one of his trump cards. William was afraid that they would misunderstand things and think that he was planning to create a new rising force in the demonic continent. In order to prevent misunderstandings in the future, he planned to make the two understand just who the person that they were referring to as brother really was. The next day, Vesta's eyes widened in shock when she saw the dozens of portals that William had summoned in order to help the one-horned clan migrate inside his thousand-beast domain. Polox had gotten the opportunity to enter it a few days ago, when he had become William's vassal. This was why he was very excited to have his entire clan migrate. Unlike Vesta, Kira and Athrun looked at this scene with calm expressions on their faces. After signing the contract with William, the half-elf came clean and told him his real identity, which shocked them to the bone. Even after half a day had passed, their shock had still not waned. So when they saw the massive portals that allowed the one-horned clan to migrate, they weren't in the right state of mind to be impressed by it. As demons, they had been told stories since they were young about the dungeon conqueror who was their mortal enemy. Even after several years had passed, this message was passed on to every generation to ensure that they would grow up knowing who their greatest enemy was. When the half-elf removed his disguise and showed them his true form, both Kira's and Athrun's first reaction was to scramble away from him. This move of theirs made Vesta roar in laughter because of how comedic they looked. The red-headed teenager didn't make any moves and simply looked at the two of them with a calm expression on his face. After letting them know his true identity, the half-elf told them that he would give both of them until noon the next day to think about whether they would continue to accompany him or not. If they decided to part ways with him, all of their memories about him would disappear, returning them to a clean state. That way, even if they were interrogated, they would not be able to say anything. This was William's way of protecting them and himself from the repercussions that would come if his identity were to be exposed to the public. "Have you two thought about what you are going to do?" Vesta asked after she had regained her composure. "We will be leaving soon, so it is best that you make your decision now." Kira, who had a stubborn and straightforward personality, looked at her with a complicated expression on his face. "You knew about his identity beforehand?" Kira asked. Vesta nodded. "Of course. Do you think my father is blind? He knew who he was the moment he entered our fortress city." "If your father already knew, then why didn't he do anything about it?" Athrun asked. "He is the son of his mortal enemy. Why didn't he arrest him back in Amberfong?" Vesta crossed her arms over her chest as she eyed the two demons in front of her. "Back then, my father thought that it would be best to let him pass unhindered out of the fortress," Vesta replied. "Why? Raymond's purpose here is to see his master and take her back to the central continent. Because of this reason, my father didn't think it was worth it to apprehend him." Are you mad that you've continued to let the son of the dungeon conqueror roam free through our lands? Kira asked in disbelief. You already saw what he was capable of. Do you think that letting him continue to travel through our domain is a good idea? Athrun remained silent on the side because, unlike Kira, he believed that the demigod of the south had his reasons for letting William enter their lands. Vesta smiled. Yes, I had the same reaction as you, Kira. I thought my father was mad when he allowed him to leave our fortress unharmed. However, after seeing what happened between the One-Horned clan and the Greenskin clan, I think that it would be best to observe him and truly understand what his goals are. Kira clenched his fist. Although he wasn't as smart as Athrun, he also understood that William took a great risk in telling them his true identity. This was an unprecedented sign of trust that the half-elf had risked in order to give them a chance to leave his side. When he parted ways with William the night before, he had contemplated what he would have done if he was in the half-elf's position and felt ashamed. Just the thought of Athrun and William calling him bro and big brother made him want to smack both of them silly. For a brief moment, he understood what the red-headed teenager was trying to tell them. The half-elf didn't want the two of them to follow him blindly, only to be betrayed at the last moment. Kira was certain that if his respect and admiration for William grew to a higher level, the backlash of the betrayal would leave him damaged beyond repair. It was then that Kira understood why William made them sign the contract to have their memories erased if they chose to part ways with him. This way, they wouldn't be burdened by the revelation they had been given. In the end, Kira only breathed out a loud and deep sigh as he scratched his head furiously, while trying to understand his real feelings. Athrun had a wry smile on his face as he shifted his attention back to the migration that was taking place. He assumed that it would take a little more than 15 minutes before all the members of the One-Horned clan were safely inside William's domain. That is also the amount of time left before the two of them needed to tell the half-elf their decision, if they would continue to follow him or part ways with him forever. Vesta no longer bothered the two demons who were deep in thought. Right now, she was very tempted to sneak inside one of the portals to see what the black-haired teenager's domain was like. She had heard about portable domains from her father in the past, but Josh said that they were very rare and very hard to maintain. Even a demigod like her father didn't own one, so that proved that not everyone could have a domain of their own that they could take anywhere they went. A few minutes later, the migration ended and all the portals disappeared completely. Vesta had managed to convince William to allow her to enter his domain because of various reasons, which made the half-elf chuckle with amusement. Vesta pointed out that this was the least that William could do for dragging her into this territorial dispute, so the half-elf decided to let her have her wish. Actually, this was also part of William's plan in order to get Vesta to take his side completely. He had arranged a powerful lineup of earth snacks and desserts that would get the green-haired beauty addicted. As a final push, he also asked Chiffon to take Vesta to the theme park and let her try out the different rides. William was sure that at the end of the day, the daughter of the demigod would be unable to leave his side due to the luxuries that only he could provide her. HMP, you thought that you could one-up me, Josh? William chuckled internally. I now have a hostage in my hands. If you do something funny, I'll let your precious daughter understand what it means to go against me. Those were William's thoughts as he watched the curious Vesta enter one of the portals that led to his domain. Optimus was monitoring her vital signs and making sure that she wouldn't do anything funny while she explored the world that she had never seen before. After making sure that no one was left behind, William flew towards Kira and Athrun, who were standing on the balcony of the Patriarch's main residence. The half-elf didn't bother to take the crude city inside his thousand-beast domain because the Deadlands would be more amazing after it was properly rebuilt. This was one of the reasons why he asked the clans to migrate. With that amount of free manpower to help him fix the dilapidated city, it would only be a matter of time before he could enjoy Earth specialties within the comforts of his own domain. Have the two of you decided? William asked as he landed a few meters away from the two demons who were looking at him with complicated expressions. Before I answer, can I ask a question first? Kira asked. William smiled before nodding his head. Sure, I don't mind. Tell me, do you plan to conquer the demon lands in the future? Kira asked. This was something that had been troubling him ever since he saw William's display of absolute power a few days ago. He hadn't seen how demigods fight, so he had no idea how strong they were. However, when he saw William on that day, a brand new world had opened up to him. The young geniuses and prodigies he had known in the past couldn't even compare to the black-haired teenager that was standing in front of them. It was then that Kira realized that he was still a frog in the well who didn't understand how the world worked. With such a powerful being wielding that gigantic golden staff in his hand, he wondered if there was any creature in existence that could beat William in a one-on-one battle. I don't think he is that interested in building a faction here in the demon realm. A Thrun who had remained silent beside Kira spoke out his mind. Also, he was the one that conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon not long ago. He has his own territory to manage, as well as this domain that he carries with him. I don't think that he would have any interest in dabbling in demon politics. William smiled before nodding his head. You're right. I don't have any intention to dabble in demon politics. It is not my style to settle down in the demon continent and expand my territory. Make no mistake, I only came here for my master. After my duty here is done, I will take my leave. Perhaps, we won't even see each other again once I've returned to the central continent. After hearing William's answer, Kira gulped before he asked his second question, which had been nagging his mind since he became aware of the half-elf's identity. I know your father is the dungeon conqueror, and I understand that there can only be one person to have this profession at a time. Kira stared at William long and hard as he gathered up his courage to ask him the question that mattered the most to him. Are you perhaps his successor? Are you the new dungeon conqueror? William gave an amused look before nodding his head. Yes, I am the dungeon conqueror of this generation, William replied. So, have the two of you made your decision? Kira and a Thrun exchanged a glance before nodding their heads. Both of them thought that since they were already riding the tiger's back, they might as well ride it all the way. Caspian, who had retreated all the way back to his domain, had locked himself up in his room, leaving his steward to manage the daily affairs of the clan for the time being. His confrontation with Raymond Parker, aka William, had left a lasting impression on him. He didn't regret ordering a retreat because he knew that if he and his clan had stayed even a minute longer, all of them would have definitely been charmed by the incubus progenitor that had appeared in front of them. Looking at the mirror on the wall, Caspian forced himself to stand up from the bed and gaze at his own reflection. He could still hear the teasing voice of the black-haired young man, and it made him wonder if his subordinates had heard him. Tell me, are you a man or a woman? How are you able to command the Impundaloo if you're not a witch? Don't tell me, you're a woman pretending to be a man. Caspian clenched his fist when this memory surfaced inside his head. The Impundaloo was his greatest trump card, and for someone to recognize its true name only meant one thing. That person either studied witchcraft or dark magic. Is he a vampire or an incubus? Caspian muttered as he continued to stare at his reflection in the mirror. In the end, he shook his head to clear the thoughts that were starting to consume him. Vampires and incubus can both practice the dark arts, so it is not impossible for him to know about Impundaloo's identity. Caspian stated as if trying to reassure himself. That's not the real issue. He knows that I practice witchcraft. There is also a possibility that he knows Impundaloo's weakness. Caspian sighed as he pressed his hand over the mirror's surface. I only have two options. One is to kill him, the other is to silence him. Caspian knew that the first option would be hard since his opponent could charm his army if given the chance. Even if he commanded 3 myriad beasts, he had a feeling that it would still not be enough to defeat the black-haired teenager who had pushed him into a corner. Silencing him might be the best option, Caspian muttered. I need to keep this secret and not let anyone discover it. After making up his mind, he decided to wash up and leave his territory under the cover of the night. He didn't bring any of his men with him because doing that would be suicidal. He was confident that he could resist the incubus charm to a certain extent, but his subordinates were unable to do that. It is better to be safe than sorry, Caspian said as he flew in the sky, while riding on the back of a winged tiger. Right now, The agents of the Demon Lord were scouring the lands in search for anyone who had an ounce of dark magic in them. As one of the patriarchs of the major clans in the demon realm, he was able to hide his ability well. If news reached the ears of the Demon Lord that he had evaded the selection for the candidates of the Dark Prince, things would become difficult for his clan, and he didn't want that to happen. Right now, the Raja clan was stable under his rule. However, if he was forced to go to the ancient ruins where the other wielders of dark magic were gathered, he would have to hand his authority over to one of his relatives, which would definitely be a bad idea. Internal struggles in clan politics were quite common, and if those who had evil intentions managed to sniff out this piece of information, they would be able to use that excuse to send him away, and usurp his position while he was being detained in the stronghold where the chosen candidates were gathered. He had no intention of becoming part of the prophecy. All he wanted was to secure the position of patriarch that his mother had sacrificed her life for. Even if he had to plead, he would do it. During the battle, one of the patriarchs, as well as his aides, who now served under William, was present during the battle. He was afraid that William would conspire with these patriarchs to send news about his ability, which would immediately make the sleeping vultures in his own clan wake up from their slumber and swoop down from the sky to grab this juicy opportunity. "I need to find him," Caspian said with determination. "And I need to find him fast." Meanwhile, inside the residence of the Greenskin clan's patriarch. "Oh? The patriarch of the Gremory clan wants to talk to me?" William arched an eyebrow when he heard Dozdar's words, who was missing his left arm after Medusa had eaten it. "Yes," Dozdar replied hatefully. "His messenger is here, and waiting for you in the conference room." Dozdar then pointed at his 3 subordinates and ordered them to take William to see the messenger of the patriarch of the Gremory clan. After his arm was bitten off by the purple-haired girl who had appeared out of nowhere, his hatred for the black-haired young man grew to unprecedented heights. However, since the gap in strength was so wide, he had no choice but to smolder the anger in his heart and try his best to not provoke the vampire who had barged inside his residence. Unfortunately, the hatred in his heart could not be controlled so easily, so he wasn't able to stop himself from glaring at the man who could end his life with a single slap. He knew that this was complete suicide, but he wasn't able to stop himself, even though he tried to hide it. He had never suffered such grievances in his life before, and he was finding it hard to adjust to his new circumstances. As one of the satellite branches of the Gremory clan, he had received plenty of benefits from them. This was why they were able to subdue 2 minor clans in a short period of time. The One-Horned clan was supposed to be his 3rd conquest, but all of it came to an abrupt halt when the young vampire appeared in his life. He had become Dozdar's nightmare and, if possible, he didn't want to see him ever again. William ignored the hate-filled gaze that was directed at him. If this was any other occasion, he might have slapped the demon and sent him flying towards the wall. But right now, he wasn't in the mood for that. After entering the conference room, a handsome demon with 2 small horns protruding on his head gave William a respectful bow before stating his name. "I apologize that I am unable to give my name to you, Lord Raymond Parker," the handsome demon said with respect. "My patriarch sent me a message that he wants to talk with you in private." The handsome demon then placed a round mirror on top of the conference table and bowed his head to William before leaving the room. The half-elf glanced at the mirror and shrugged. Although he knew that there was going to be some kind of negotiation, he didn't expect that he would be talking to the big boss of the Gremory clan. Deep inside, William was quite curious to know the identity of the current patriarch of the Gremory clan, who had ensured that one of his own was seated firmly on the throne of the Demon Lord. Depending on the outcome of their conversation, William might have to change his plans in order to reach the results he was aiming for. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Raymond Parker," Alva, the patriarch of the Gremory clan, said with a smile. "I've heard of your grand exploits, and I am quite honored to talk to you face to face." William gave Alva a brief nod. He had expected that the patriarch of one of the major clans, who the reigning Demon Lord's family belonged to, would use threats or intimidation to deal with him. He didn't expect that the latter would treat him in an amicable manner, which made the half-elf click his tongue internally. This person is a schemer, William thought, as expected of one of the big shots of the demon realm. Alva observed the black-haired young man in front of him. He had been to several gatherings between prominent clans and families, and he was doing his best to try to remember the person in front of him, but no appropriate match came to his mind. Seeing that the young man didn't plan on saying anything, Alva decided to continue the discussion and settle the matter with the Greenskin clan as peacefully as possible. "I've heard that the One-Horned clan had become one of your vassals," Alva stated. "The only reason why the Greenskin clan tried to make them submit to their rule was because they weren't affiliated with any demon clan. Now that they had their own lord to serve, I don't see any more reason for the Greenskin clan to provoke them. Don't worry, Mr. Parker. From this moment onwards, the Gremory clan, as well as our vassal clans, will no longer look trouble for them. All I ask is that you leave the Greenskin clan alone. That way we can continue to be good friends. What do you say?" William smiled in his heart because Alva still used a subtle threat to tell him that if he touched the Greenskin clan, the Gremory clan, as well as their vassal clans, would not like it. In the end, he wasn't able to stop himself from using his position to threaten me, William mused. Dozdar, who was standing at the corner of the room, clenched his fist as he stared at the young man's face to see any kind of change in his expression. Unfortunately, William's calm expression didn't give him the answers he was looking for. A few minutes passed in silence as William stared at Alva without blinking. The latter stared back at him with a confident expression on his face. Alva had dealt with all the patriarchs of the major clans in their realm, so he knew that person in front of him was testing his resolve. After who knows how long, William chuckled as the corner of his lips curled up into a smile. "You blinked first," William stated. "Excuse me," Alva replied. The half-elf crossed his right leg over his left, as he gave Alva a winning smile, which made the latter arch his eyebrow. "I only deal with smart people," William declared. "Those who play dumb are people I despise the most. Being sour must be a trait of the Gremory clan." Alva smiled after hearing William's words. He then briefly nodded his head as he eyed the young man in front of him. "You're right. It is unbecoming of someone of my status to play dumb," Alva replied. "I apologize, Mr. Parker. I did indeed blink first. A man who admits his wrongdoing is an admirable person. It seems that there is still a possibility for negotiations. If you have any conditions, I am willing to hear them, Mr. Parker." William was quite impressed by how eloquent the old man in front of him was. Instead of saying he was willing to hear his demands, Alva said conditions, which had a softer tone, indicating that he would listen to conditions and not demands. "This is the type of person that my grandpa likes to bully." William's smile widened as he thought fondly of James, who disappeared after taking the two little pink-haired girls, Maple and Cinnamon, with him. William lightly tapped his armrest before stating his conditions to Alva, who reminded him of a traitorous snake that would sneak attack him if given the opportunity. "First things first, I'd like to inform you that I no longer have an interest in the Greenskin clan," William declared. "Oh, that is quite reassuring," Alva replied as his mood became a bit better after hearing William's words. "But, allow me to sate my curiosity. What made you change your mind?" "Because they are weak." "Weak? I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Parker. Can you elaborate?" Dozdar, who was standing at the corner of the room, gritted his teeth in anger after hearing William's words. His clan was a rising force in the southeastern region of the demon realm. Although his clan wasn't at the level of a medium-sized clan at the moment, he believed that he would reach that status in 2 to 3 years' time. "I smacked him once with my staff and he was sent flying," William replied with a shrug. "I have no need for weaklings." Dozdar's face turned beet red after hearing William's explanation. He cursed the black-haired young man inside his heart up to his 10th generation for being shameless. Anyone who got hit by a staff that was as big as a castle would be sent flying. Even Pollock suffered the same fate as me back then. "You shameless bastard." Those were the words that Dozdar wanted to shout so badly, but didn't have the courage to do so. In the end, he almost suffered an aneurysm for holding his anger in, making the muscles on his head bulge under his skin. "I only came here to inform you guys that I don't plan to take this second-rate clan as one of my vassal," William stated before standing up. Well then, I am a busy person, I will be taking my leave. William didn't even bother to hear Alva's reply as he left the room, leaving the patriarch of the Gremory clan deep in thought. Raymond Parker. This person is not simple, Alva thought as he watched William's retreating back. The happiness he felt earlier had long disappeared because it was replaced with uncertainty. He had tried to probe William's goal in the Demon Continent, but the latter ended the talks on his own accord without even giving Alva time to gauge his character. Dozdar. Yes, my lord. Don't provoke this person again, Alva ordered. There will be no next time. Do I make myself clear? Dozdar felt cold sweat stream down his face because Alva's expression was menacing. He bowed his head in fear, and was only able to breathe in relief after the connection was cut. William boarded his carriage, and a few seconds later, it soared in the air while being pulled by Maximus. Flying beside him were Vesta's, Kira's, and Athrun's carriages. The two demons had decided to continue their journey with William because they wanted to know more about him. The half-elf didn't mind their company because he could tell that the two were sincere in their decision. With this small incident finally over with, their group once again returned to their journey to the north. They were not aware that the rumors of William's deeds had already traveled far and wide. This made the major clans weary, while the minor clans felt hope. In the end, this small interlude had caused the major clans to treat their vassals better, so they wouldn't choose to rebel against them. Although it was a small change in the policy of these major clans, it still made the lives of the minor clans more bearable. The weak and oppressed clans then started to worship William, and prayed fervently that he would one day cross their paths. That way, they would be able to ask him for his help, and allow them to live better lives that were free from the daily suffering that they were forced to endure. What is this? What is that? How is this possible? How can this possibly exist? This tastes so good. Vesta had been asking questions left and right after she was taken to the theme park by Princess Sydney, according to William's orders. After experiencing the things that the theme park had to offer, as well as the delicious food that was unique to Earth, the green-haired beauty suffered a case of culture shock, which blew her common sense away. Fu, just a little more and she will fall. William grinned evilly as he held Princess Sydney's hand. Good job, Sydney. This little girl will soon be in our hands. They glanced at Vesta, who was currently eating a cake with chiffon, which was baked by the elves using a recipe book he had given them with devilish looks on their faces. Fu, I'm very happy that you think that way, Will, Princess Sydney replied. How do you want me to train this girl? Do you want her as a pet, a slave, or a bed warmer? As long as you wish for it, I will make it happen. Ha. I think I'll pass, William replied because he could feel Ash's and Princess Sydney's fingers resting on his waist. He was sure that if he said the wrong answer, his succubus and mermaid wives would pinch and twist the skin on his waist, making him feel a world of pain. Seriously? Are you planning to make her your wife as well? Ash asked. She's the daughter of a demigod from the Demon Continent. You might be biting off more than you can chew this time, Will. I agree with Ash, Princess Sydney replied. I'll be fine if you treat her as a pet, a slave, or a bed warmer, but a wife's position mustn't be taken lightly. Don't worry, William said as he kissed both of their cheeks in order to pacify them. Even if she begged to become my wife, I won't even consider it. Oh, I love you, darling. As expected of my husband. You understand me. Vesta, who was eating her cake, almost choked because the three were talking about her, while sitting right across from her. They didn't even bother to lower their voices, and let her hear everything, which pissed her off. Chiffon giggled as she offered Vesta a cup of water, which the latter gratefully accepted. Don't mind them, Vesta, Chiffon said with a smile. They are just joking. Are really? It felt as if they weren't joking, especially the part about me becoming a pet, a slave, or a bed warmer. Haha. Don't worry. I promise you that I will eat you before that happens. So, rest assured. Vesta looked at the smiling, adorable pink-haired girl that had accompanied her since she entered William's Thousand Beast domain. After introducing herself as one of William's wives, she took Vesta on a tour of the theme park, which was still closed to the general public. There, the green-haired beauty enjoyed the rides and ate the unique foods delivered to them by the elves like chocolates, potato chips, crepes, and milk tea. "Eat me?" Vesta blinked. "How?" Chiffon covered her lips and giggled. "You will only need to worry about that if you fall in love with my husband. So, don't fall in love with him, okay?" "Fall in love with him? How is that even possible? I have high standards, you know? I'll believe you for now. However, if you ever feel that you are starting to develop feelings for him, come and see me. I'll eat them for you, okay?" I don't really understand what you're saying, but okay?" Vesta asked for another slice of chocolate cake, which she found quite delicious. She had eaten many desserts in the past, but this was something that she had never tried before. As someone that had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth, she enjoyed the best of everything in the demon continent. This was why seeing and eating things that she had never tried before was a luxury that made her happy. "Vesta, after you finish eating that cake, you need to return to the outside world," William replied. "Your two servants were pestering me earlier to let them see you, but I refused. You have to come out and deal with them yourself." The green-haired beauty sighed as she nodded her head. She had asked earlier if she could bring her two shield maidens, Ali and Ari, with her to the Thousand Beasts domain, but William refused. The half-elf only allowed Vesta to enter because she was a potential ally that he could work with while he was in the demon realm. Although he didn't mind letting her shield maidens enter the Thousand Beasts domain as well, he needed to make an impression that only his people could enter it. Since that was the case, the two shield maidens were forced to remain in the outside world and look after the flying carriage, while their master was away. Half an hour later, Vesta finally left the Thousand Beasts domain, in order to pacify her two retainers, who had been worried sick about her because she had been gone for almost a day. After the green-haired beauty left, another presence appeared inside the villa, which made William smile. "Lilith?" William stood up as he walked towards the Amazon princess, and gave her a hug before kissing her. Lilith returned his gesture because she was quite happy with the reception she was getting. She was currently in the Amazon Empire taking care of her duties as one of its princesses. She had also talked to her mother about the good news, and asked her to not send any more Amazons to William, with the goal of taking his seed, so that they could give birth to strong children. Empress Andraste was quite happy that her daughter was able to snag William and make him her fiancé. Although she was a little disappointed that she couldn't let her warriors enjoy the half-elf's affection, she still respected Lilith's wishes, and promised that she would no longer insist on having her warriors sleep with her daughter's fiancé. "Is everything settled in your end?" William asked. Lilith nodded. "Yes, but I have to stay in our empire for the time being. The recent movements of the demons have also alerted my mother. Our warriors are preparing for any unexpected moves from the demon continent. The elven prophecy isn't helping either, and the Ire Empire, which is closest to the borders of the demon lands, is currently on high alert." William nodded his head in understanding. Lilith then took this opportunity to whisper something in his ear, which made the half-elf grin mischievously. Lilith blushed before burying her head on William's chest. She had told her beloved that she missed him terribly, and asked if he would be staying in the villa later in the evening, so that they could spend some quality time together. William was more than happy to shower his Amazon princess with his love and make sure that she is watered properly. Lilith still hadn't given up on her desire to give birth to her daughter, Rizel, as soon as possible. While the two were whispering words of love in each other's ears, Princess Sydney cleared her throat, which made Lilith glare at her. The two of them still hadn't fully worked out their rivalry with each other. In fact, it had even intensified after Lilith became William's fiancée. Only Ash and Chiffon treated Lilith as one of their sisters who loved William just as much as they did. "Oh, before I forget, Mother asked me to pass a message to you," Lilith said with a serious expression on his face. "In the north of the demon realm, an ancient ruin was unearthed recently. According to my mother's informant, all those who wield dark magic have been brought to that place. It seems that it was some kind of holy land for users of dark magic in the past. She added that you should stay away from that place as much as possible. William nodded as he kissed Lilith's forehead and thanked her for the news. He then bid his wives and lovers goodbye before returning to the real world. Truth be told, the moment he stepped into the demon continent's borders, there had been a faint but steady feeling of attraction coming from the north. After hearing Lilith's news, he finally understood the reason for the weird sensation that he was feeling out of late. Holy land for dark magic users? William thought. Sounds like a pain in the butt. Although he was curious, he had no intention of visiting that place, which was now heavily guarded by the forces of the Demon Lord. As for the movements of the demons, he didn't care much about these things either. William didn't think of himself as a hero or a policeman that was responsible for keeping the peace of the world. He had his hands full with his wives and the people important to him. Worrying about the affairs of the Central and the Silver Moon continents was not his problem. That was the responsibility of those who wore crowns on their heads. For others, they would jump at any opportunity to gain riches, influence, and power. William was not one of those people. If possible, he wanted to live a simple and happy life free from the struggles of war with his wives. This was the wish he had wanted long ago, but the circumstances had forced him to fight again, and again, for the sake of those he held dear in his heart. William sighed as he stepped outside of his carriage. Their journey to the north would be a long one. He just hoped that when he arrived at his destination, he would easily find his first crush, after reincarnating in the world of Hestia. Is everyone here? Felix asked as he stood on the platform overlooking all the demons that were lined up in front of him. All in all, they had gathered over 800 users of dark magic, and had brought them all to the stronghold that was built at the outskirts of the ancient ruins. More than half of them were the young geniuses and prodigies of the demon realm, while the remaining were the people who had taught them dark magic. It was not only the members of the young generation that were drawn to the ancient ruins. Even those that had studied the dark arts for a very long time were being called by the ancient ruins, so that they could take a pilgrimage and visit the holy lands that were made for them. Some of these geniuses and prodigies had masters of their own, who had taken them to the ruins, to better understand the sensation that was urging them to head north. Of course, there were exceptions to this rule like Adam. Contrary to what people believed, some wielders of dark magic weren't taught by masters of the dark arts. There were several individuals who were born with this attribute, and being able to wield this power was as simple as breathing to them. Adam was one of these people, and this was why he believed that he was superior to the rest. Unlike those that were forced to learn it the hard way, he had been able to use dark magic ever since he was a child. As luck would have it, his grandfather was also a wielder of dark magic, so the latter took it upon himself to raise and train Adam until there was nothing more he could teach him. This led Adam to believe that he was the lucky one, a person that was born to be great because life had been smooth sailing for him. The only time where he felt a danger to his life was when he entered the ancient ruins using the back door and met the Dark Wraith. Since then, Adam had become more cautious and hadn't gone into the ancient ruins again. Instead, he had intensified his training, which made Prince Felix, as well as the other users of dark magic, admire him. "Everyone is here, Your Highness," one of Felix's subordinates replied. Felix nodded as he continued his speech. "I'm sure that you already know that none of the people that have been sent to explore the ruins have returned. The Demon Lord and I both agree that they might have died inside while doing their duties. Because of this, we have no choice but to send teams in greater numbers to explore the ruins. This way, you will be able to help each other if something unexpected happens. I believe that if all of us work together, we will be able to unravel the mystery of this holy land." Felix paused as he let his words sink in for a minute before continuing his speech. "All of you will be divided into 20 teams with around 40 members each. The masters will move alongside their disciples, so make sure that both of you are in the same team. In order to make things easier for you, the members of the young generation will count 1 to 20. Those of the same number will form a team together. The masters will go with the team their disciples are in. Now, please start counting, so that we can start our exploration." Right after Felix finished his speech, the forming of groups began. An hour later, all 20 teams had been formed. Felix made sure to choose the team Adam was in to enter the ruins. Adam felt both excited and afraid at the prospect of returning to the ancient ruins. Last time, he went alone with no one to help him. However, this time he wouldn't be alone. There would be plenty of people that he could use as shields and cannon fodder if something that would endanger his life arose. To the teams that have been chosen to enter first, go to the warehouse and accept the rations that have been prepared for all of you, Felix ordered. To those that have not been chosen, all of you are on standby until I deem it appropriate to send you in. For the time being, you may return to the stronghold and do whatever you want. Everyone, dismissed, Felix added as he made a gesture for the teams that were not included in the selection to return inside the fortress, where they would wait for his next orders. A few minutes later, Felix found Adam and gave him a communication crystal. If something happens, tell me right away, Felix said. I will send someone to rescue you as soon as I can. Thank you, Your Highness, Adam replied as he took the communication crystal and placed it inside his pocket. Felix smiled as he patted Adam's shoulder. I wish you the best of luck. May you have a fortuitous encounter inside the ruins. Adam nodded. This time, his words were sincere when he replied to Felix. I wish for that as well. Good. Keep me updated. Felix winked before walking away. In his mind, Adam was one of his subordinates, so he needed to ensure that he would be safe during the exploration. After the 3 teams had finished their preparations, they all moved to the main entrance of the ancient ruins, which could only be opened with dark magic. Those who didn't possess this affinity would immediately be sent flying away by the rune inscriptions at the entrance. Felix had learned this the hard way, when he tried to send some of his elite warriors to explore the ruins when they were first discovered. After the last member of the 3 teams entered the ruins, a black barrier covered it in its entirety. What is going on? Felix asked his subordinate, who was looking at the ruins with a surprised look on his face. I don't know, Your Highness, the subordinate replied. This has never happened before. Felix knew that his subordinate was telling the truth because he had spent most of his time inside the stronghold since the ruins had been discovered. This was the first time he was seeing this phenomenon, and it made him feel restless because he didn't know what was happening. I'm going to check the ancient scrolls that pertain to these ruins, and see if I can find the reason for this incident, Felix declared. If you see anything strange, you are to report to me at once. Do you understand? Yes, Your Highness, the subordinate replied. Felix glanced at the dark dome that had encapsulated the ancient ruins, one last time before hurrying towards the stronghold. He hoped that after reading the ancient texts that had been taken from the royal library, he would understand why the dark dome had appeared. Meanwhile, inside the ancient ruins, the 3 teams found themselves in a wide open plain that extended for miles. All of them had no idea what was happening, or if they were still inside the ruins. Adam, who was scanning his surroundings, felt a chill run down his spine as he hurriedly looked to the east where the dreadful feeling was coming from. He was not the only one that was looking towards the east. Those who had a very high affinity to dark magic also felt that something ominous was headed in their direction. Adam narrowed his eyes, as he used the power of his dark magic to see farther than what was humanly possible. Soon, his gaze fell upon the dark wraith that he had met when he entered the ancient ruins for the first time. As if sensing that someone was spying on him, the dark wraith shifted its head to look straight at Adam before laughing. It had been hundreds of years since he had opened the Isle of Desolation to those who wielded the power of darkness, and there was a menacing excitement that could be seen in its glowing green eyes that looked at Adam as if he was a delicious delicacy. Welcome to the Isle of Desolation, young man, the dark wraith said in the same hoarse voice that made Adam's skin crawl. I hope that this time around, you will enjoy your stay. Before Adam knew it, he was already running. His instincts were telling him to run as far away from the dark wraith as possible. He had a feeling that if the dark wraith were to catch him a second time, something very bad was going to happen to him. Not many noticed that Adam had run away, but those who did followed him immediately. Those that had been blessed with a higher mastery of the dark arts knew that whatever was headed in their direction wasn't something that they could handle with their current strength. Even the masters, who had accompanied their disciples in exploring the ancient ruins, hurriedly ordered them to run and follow the people who were running in the opposite direction of where the fearful presence was coming from. "Hey, where are you guys going?" one of the prodigies shouted as he looked at those who were running away without any explanation. A third of the overall number of demons that had entered the ruins had fled, moments after they had passed through the gate, which confused those who were left behind. Just as they were about to ask each other what was going on, they found themselves unable to move from where they stood. It was at that moment when they heard a hoarse, yet powerful voice that made their hearts tremble. "Tell me, children," the dark wraith said as it hovered above the immobilized group of demons who were looking at it in horror. "Do you believe in dark magic?" The dark wraith made a gesture and several dark whips wrapped themselves around the waists of the demons who could not muster any kind of resistance against it. Tugging one of the whips, a demon who was in his early 20s was pulled towards the dark wraith, whose glowing eyes had traces of amusement in them. It was as if it was a child that had found a new toy to play with. "Your answer?" the dark wraith asked as it raised the face of the demon by placing its finger under his chin. "Forgive me. Have mercy. Please," the demon pleaded. "I will do anything. Just don't kill me." Right now, he finally understood why the others had run away. He regretted that he didn't react fast enough and followed behind them. Unfortunately, it was now all too late, and all he could do was ask the dark wraith to spare him. "Wrong answer," the dark wraith replied as it pulled the demon close to it. Everyone watched in fright, as the dark wraith started to suck the dark magic out of the young demon's body, making the latter convulse as if he suffered from epilepsy. The entire process only took 15 seconds, but after the dark wraith had completely drained the demon of his dark powers, he was tossed aside and fell to the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Everyone's eyes fell on the demon who was lying motionless on the ground. Those who were near him immediately noticed that he was no longer breathing, which meant that the latter had died after the dark wraith had sucked his dark magic out. "No, I don't want to die," one of the demons cried out in fear, which broke everyone out of their daze. Just like a domino effect, everyone started to scream alongside him and begged for forgiveness. "Wrong answer," the dark wraith shouted as he pulled the demons to him one by one. He then started to drain them of their dark magic, as well as their life force, to make itself stronger. Soon the screams of fear, despair, and unwillingness spread throughout its surroundings, which made the dark wraith laugh because it had never felt so full and powerful these past 1,000 years. "Weak. All of you are weak." The dark wraith words were like a death sentence as it harvested the lives of the immobilized demons one after the other. It didn't stop devouring their powers, until only one demon remained. The dark wraith chuckled as he moved towards the demon whose tears and urine had already stained his clothes out of helplessness. "Tell me, child." The dark wraith pulled the last demon to it, until their faces were mere centimeters apart. "Do you believe in dark magic?" "Yes, I do. I believe." The demon answered like his life depended on it. "I believe in dark magic." The dark wraith nodded as a noticeable smile appeared on its face. "Good, now prove it." Without saying another word, the dark wraith's right hand pressed over the chest of the young man, infusing him with the dark magic that it had collected earlier. Soon, the demon's face contorted as he struggled with all of his might. Unfortunately, it was useless because the dark wraith was stronger than him. After a minute passed, the demon stopped moving. The dark wraith chuckled evilly before tossing the demon to the ground. Soon, the demon's skin started to change to a black color at a very fast rate. It only took half a minute before his entire body HD turned as black as charcoal, and black mists oozed out of his eyes and mouth. "Go hunt them. All down," the dark wraith ordered. "You have 1 hour." The black-skinned demon nodded its head before giving a frightful war cry. Surprisingly, the demons who were running away heard him, and even redoubled their efforts to gain as much distance as they could from the threat that endangered all of their lives. William's eyes abruptly opened as he propped himself up into a sitting position. His breathing was ragged, as he tried hard to regain his composure from the sudden dread that he had felt deep inside his entire being. What was that? William thought as he subconsciously looked towards the north, where the ancient ruins were located. "Sir William," Charmaine asked with a concerned expression on her face. "What's wrong? Did you have a bad dream?" The half-elf had been resting his head on her lap for nearly an hour, as he took his afternoon nap inside the flying carriage. Charmaine was quite happy to give William a lap pillow, while humming a lullaby, and lightly petting his head while he slept. William's sudden action alarmed her, because she initially thought that she had done something wrong to disturb his rest. "It's fine, Charmaine," William said after regaining his calm. "I just had a bad premonition." "A bad premonition?" "Yes." William couldn't explain it well, but the dark power that was inside his body was getting restless. The hairs on the back of his neck were also standing on end, which alarmed him greatly because having this kind of reaction was never a good thing. Fortunately, the ominous feeling vanished after 5 minutes had passed. However, William was no longer in the mood to enjoy Charmaine's hospitality. He was currently in his vampire progenitor job class, which meant that his current strength was at the peak of the myriad rank. Very few things could make him react in this manner. Even Apophis didn't give him this feeling of dread that could be felt deep inside his bones. Lilith said that the demons had discovered ancient ruins to the north, which seemed to be the holy land for those who practiced dark magic. William inwardly shuddered as he recalled the warning that Lilith had given her a few hours ago. "I should stay away from that place." William pressed his hand over his chest and took deep breaths in order to calm his wildly beating heart. Although he didn't want to admit it, whatever was happening in the north was making him feel restless. "Master, I hope you are safe," William thought as he clenched his fist in frustration. "Wait for me. I am coming for you." Celine's delicate hand, that was about to drop a red crystal to the cauldron, stiffened as she glanced in the direction of the north. The dark magic inside her body started to stir, and it made her feel slightly uneasy. A few seconds later, an ugly hag with a wrinkled nose and skin barged into her room without even knocking on the door. "Did you feel that, Celine?" Baba Yaga asked with an anxious expression on her face. When she saw Celine's shaking hand, hovering her cauldron, she waved her hand, extinguishing the flames to stop the alchemical process that her disciple was performing. She then pulled Celine to her arms and gave her a hug. "Are you all right?" Baba Yaga asked as she patted Celine's back. "Don't worry, I am here. I will not allow anything to harm you." Celine's shaking hand dropped the crystal as she hugged her master's back. Her whole body started to shudder as she tried to calm the powers inside her, which were starting to run amok. Baba Yaga hummed as she unleashed her own dark powers, creating a protective dome, shielding both of them from the influence of the ancient ruins, which was several miles away from their location. A minute later, Celine was finally able to regain full control of her powers as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Baba Yaga, who had extended her senses on the outside world, removed the dome of darkness after the ominous feeling had subsided. As the strongest dark magic user in the entirety of Hestia, she had discovered the ancient ruins many years ago. However, she didn't do anything about them, and simply allowed them to remain buried under the ground. However, a year ago, a strong earthquake shook the entire land, allowing the ancient ruins to rise to the surface. It created a bizarre phenomenon in the sky, which alerted the nearby demon clans, forcing them to investigate the area. When they found the ancient ruins, their first reaction was to explore it on their own. But their plans were thwarted after they read the runes of the entrance, which said that only users of dark magic were allowed entry. Of course, they attempted to break in by force, but it was futile. In the end, they were forced to report the incident to the demon lord, who had sent his son, Felix, to investigate the ruins under his name. Felix was immediately fascinated by the ruins and decided to build a stronghold on its outskirts to better study it. After understanding how the ruins worked, the first son of the demon lord asked his father to issue a decree, calling those who could wield dark magic to come to the north and cooperate with the great undertaking of exploring the ruins. Of course, Felix also went to Baba Yaga's place to respectfully ask for her help, but the Great Witch refused him. Baba Yaga even warned Felix that he and his father shouldn't mess with something that was beyond their control. However, both turned a deaf ear to her warnings, and left her alone when they deemed that she didn't want to cooperate with them. Baba Yaga then placed a protective barrier around her domain, to prevent anyone from entering without her permission, with the exception of her one and only disciple, Selene. Baba Yaga had received her message that she was planning to visit her, so the strongest demigod of the demon realm left her home, and went to fetch her after Selene had passed through the stronghold of the south. Since then, Selene had been living with her. Seeing that her disciple was finally feeling better, the old hag made the beautiful elf stop whatever she was doing. She then prepared tea for the two of them before sharing the news that one of her subordinates, who were scattered about the demon continent, had reported to her earlier that day. "There is some news going around in the south," Baba Yaga said with a smile on her face. "A vampire who goes by the name Raymond Parker has just poached a few minor clans, and it is causing a stir among the major clans in the area." Selene listened with half an ear as she drank her tea. Frankly, she didn't care about the affairs of the demon realm. Baba Yaga also knew this, but the smile on her face didn't disappear as she told her beautiful disciple about the things that had left her quite interested in this troublemaker who had appeared out of nowhere. "According to my subordinates, the daughter of Josh is accompanying this person," Baba Yaga said like an old auntie who was on the lookout for juicy gossip. "Out of curiosity, I used a long-distance call to talk to that black lizard, and heard some very interesting things about this vampire." Selene continued to sip her tea because she knew that her master really liked gossip. When she was still training with her when she was younger, the old hag would often tell her what was happening in the demon continent. This was how Selene had become knowledgeable about the major clans that ruled it, as well as the geopolitics that were shared when it came to each clan's borders. It was one of the things they did to pass the time while they took breaks from training. "This vampire has black hair and light brown eyes, and is very young too," Baba Yaga stated while looking at Selene's indifferent expression. "What do you think? Do you want me to catch him and pair you up with him?" "Master, don't be silly," Selene replied. "Don't make things difficult for other people." The old lady knew that her disciple was not really interested in what she was saying, but the old hag was sure that her current expression would change after she finished relaying the news to the elf who was about to finish drinking her tea. "Don't be so quick to turn him down, Selene," Baba Yaga said while shaking her head. "This is why you are a late bloomer." Now, where was I? Oh yeah, you see, this young man originally didn't have black hair and light brown eyes. His name is also not Raymond Parker, but William. Selene's hand that was holding the teacup shook briefly as she gazed at her master in disbelief. Baba Yaga chuckled as she clapped her hands happily. "Well then, my little princess, it seems that your prince has come to get you," Baba Yaga said in a teasing manner. "Are you going to wait for him, or should I kidnap him and bring him back here? Your call." "Master, are you sure that you're talking about my disciple?" Selene asked. "Could there have been any mistake?" "Well, I don't really trust that lizard, so I might as well see this troublemaker for myself," Baba Yaga replied with a smile. "Also, I've heard that he is traveling with Vesta, Josha's beloved daughter. It seems that the black dragon is trying to fish in troubled waters, using his daughter as bait. What do you think we should do about her, Selene?" Selene had a complicated expression on her face the moment she heard that William had appeared in the demon continent. Half of her was happy that William had come to the continent that treated his father as their mortal enemy to find her. The rest of her was very worried because once his identity became known, he would be besieged on all sides, with no place to escape to. Baba Yaga knew how deep the hatred of the demon lord was to the enemy that had stood in his way. Although William wasn't even born when the great war between Lucian and Maxwell was fought, his fate was sealed the moment he became the dungeon conqueror's son. "Master, I have a favor to ask," Selene said with a serious look on her face. "Well, I'm all ears," Baba Yaga grinned as she eyed her disciple with a mischievous gaze. More than anything else, the old hag wanted to see the son of the dungeon conqueror, as well as the man that had conquered her disciple's heart and body. Selene wore a cold and indifferent persona in the outside world, but deep inside, she was a warm and loving person. As someone who had raised her and treated her like her own daughter, Baba Yaga swore to protect her from those who wanted to take advantage of Selene. Since that was the case, it was only natural for her to see this possible son-in-law that had come from distant lands to find Selene. Baba Yaga had heard many things about the half-elf from Selene, and she could tell that her disciple was very fond of the red-headed teenager who had become the talk of the land, ever since he conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. Baba Yaga wanted to know if William really had the ability to protect her disciple, as well as daughter, from the prophecy that bound her mind, body, and soul. If the half-elf didn't meet her standards, she would then take Selene and leave the demon continent with her. Every day that passed, the darkness inside her body was getting stronger, and the old hag knew that these happy days of theirs were numbered. In truth, she wished that the bride of darkness was Selene's twin sister, Celeste, and not her disciple. That way, the beautiful elf who had lived with her during her younger years would not be involved in the struggle that was brewing within the demonic lands. A struggle that would make their happy and peaceful lives come to an untimely end. The sound of explosions reverberated in the surroundings as spell after spell landed on the dark abomination that had been hunting them for the past 3 days. Forced into a corner, they all ganged up on the demon, who had somehow transformed into a berserked beast whose sole purpose was to kill any demon that it saw in its sights. In the end, those who had managed to survive from its onslaught numbered 15. It was at that moment when they realized that no matter where they ran, the dark abomination would just hunt them down, until none of them were left. Out of necessity, they all banded together to make one last stand against their enemy, whose power exceeded Theres by an incredible margin. "Don't stop and keep on bombarding it with ranged attacks," Adam ordered. "If any of you run, it will just hunt you down again, and by that time you will be fighting it alone. Now is the only opportunity we have to kill it. If you want to live, then fight." Adam summoned 2 dark whips in order to lash at the abomination who had charged in his direction. The fiend also summoned its own dark dip and clashed with Adam's. But at the moment of impact, the abomination's dark whip sliced through Adam's dark whips, just as easily as a hot knife cut through butter. All the demon candidates noticed that the monster they were fighting against also wielded dark magic. But its dark magic was different from theirs. For some reason, they felt that the fiend's dark arts were purer and higher in quality, making their own dark arts no match against it. "Is this the true power of dark magic?" One of the candidates trembled as he summoned dark clones in order to grab hold of the fiend who was nearing their location. Adam and the other candidates imitated his move because they understood that it would help delay the monster that was aiming to take their lives. Each of them were able to summon 2 or 3 dark clones of themselves. These clones were only half as strong as their masters, but in this kind of warfare, it was more than enough to gain a decent number advantage. Or so they thought. Adam, who was able to summon 3 clones of his own, bombarded the dark fiend with several dark bullets. These attacks managed to push back the fiend, preventing it from advancing forward. The other candidates also did the same. They were like a bunch of armed soldiers firing at a single target with a Gatling gun. The fiend was forced to use its hands to defend its body as the powerful bombardment rained on its body. The ground under its feet was obliterated, creating a cloud of smoke that blocked their view. Even so, they didn't stop firing spell after spell because they felt that if they stopped, the dark abomination would continue its deadly offensive. Suddenly, 3 dark spears shot out of the smokescreen, hitting 2 of the candidates in the chest, making them collapse on the ground in disbelief. Not long after, they died with their eyes open. The 3rd spear almost took another life. Fortunately, the demon that had been targeted by the fiend had higher awareness. At the last moment, he was able to turn his body to the side, making the dark spear graze his shoulder, leaving a minor injury. One by one, the demons stopped attacking as they panted for breath. They had used almost all of their mana and were on the verge of mana deficiency. They stared anxiously and waited for the smoke to clear up, to see if they managed to subdue the beast that had plagued them for the past 3 days. When the cloud of smoke disappeared, the abomination lay on the ground with a dark spear embedded on its chest. This was the spear that Adam had thrown with all of its might, which had miraculously pierced through the fiend's chest. Is it over?" a young lady whose clothes were in tatters asked. If this was an ordinary situation, she would definitely feel embarrassed about her current attire, because her clothes could no longer be called one. However, due to the life and death battle they were waging against their enemy, she had no time to worry about embarrassment, and fought hard like everyone else. No one dared to answer her question, because they were afraid that if they said yes, the fiend laying on the ground might stand up, cutting apart their last shred of hope. Adam gritted his teeth as he moved closer to the creature that lay unmoving on the ground. When he was only a few meters away from their enemy, he summoned another dark spear, as he braced himself for the worst-case scenario. Meter by painful meter, Adam closed the distance, while the other demons watched him with anxious expressions. When he was only 3 meters away from the fiend, Adam threw the dark spear in his hand, which pierced the abomination's lower half. Everyone waited with bated breath to see if the monster was going to react to Adam's attack, but it remained unmoving on the ground. Adam didn't want to take any chances and summoned another spear, which he used to cut off the enemy's head. Suddenly, the head that was cut off turned into ashes. Not long after, its body slowly turned to ashes, until the fiend that had become their nightmare disappeared in front of their eyes. "We did it!" one of the demons shouted as he raised his hand. "We beat it!" Some of the demons sat on the ground in relief after their legs gave way under them. They had fought tooth and nail with the dark abomination, pushing themselves to the limit. Even Adam sighed in relief as he glanced at his comrades who had fought alongside him. He had fought many life and death battles before, but he had to admit that this particular battle was the closest he came to actually dying. While everyone was celebrating their victory, the dark wraith suddenly materialized above them. Their earlier shouts of victory turned into cries of fear and despair. "This is it," Adam thought as he stared helplessly at the dark wraith, which had used its powerful presence to immobilize all of them. "I am gonna die now." It was not only Adam who felt this way. All of the demons shared his thoughts, as tears streamed down the sides of their faces. They no longer had the will to fight, and even if they did, the end result would be the same. The dark wraith was an existence that they couldn't beat because its strength was at the pseudo-demigod rank. "All of you passed the first test," the dark wraith announced in a hoarse voice. A few seconds later, all the survivors felt a burning sensation on their arms. Adam endured the pain and looked at his left arm, which was giving off a black smoke. When the smoke disappeared, he saw a small, black, inverted, 5-pointed star that looked like a tattoo on his shoulders. Adam was not the only one who received the mark. All of the survivors were branded with the black inverted star. "I'll wait for your return. In 3 days," the dark wraith laughed. "Only those who manage to pass 7 trials will become the heir of darkness. Farewell, challengers. If you are not here in 4 days, you will die." The dark wraith laughed once more before waving its hand. That was the last scene that Adam saw before his world was covered in darkness. Felix, who was inside his office, read the documents of the ancient ruins with a serious expression on his face. It had been 3 days since the first batch of candidates had entered the ruins. He believed that, with so many people taking part in the expedition, their chances of discovering the secrets of the Holy Land were quite high. Just as he was about to take a short break, a loud knock was heard on the door. Felix frowned because he had given explicit orders that he didn't want to be disturbed. Even so, he still decided to see what was happening just in case and called out to his subordinate who was waiting for his reply. "Come in," Felix ordered. Just as soon as the door opened, Felix's subordinate knelt on the ground and gave his report. "Your Highness, the exploration party has returned. They are at the entrance of the ruins, and are currently being tended to by the soldiers we stationed there," the subordinate replied. "Wonderful," Felix replied as he stood up. "How many returned?" 13. "Excuse me?" The demon raised his head and repeated his answer to his superior. 13, Your Highness, and they seem to have suffered minor to serious injuries. All of them are unconscious right now, and are being carried to the infirmary. Felix frowned before nodding his head. He then left the room and headed straight to the infirmary. He couldn't believe that after sending over 100 people inside the ruins, only 13 managed to return alive. Just what did they see inside the Holy Land? Felix thought. No matter. I'll find out as soon as one of them regains consciousness. This was a very important matter, and he needed to know the answers to his questions as soon as possible. I hope that Adam is one of the survivors, Felix thought as he increased his pace. After painstakingly making him my subordinate, the least he can do is survive and tell me everything that he saw inside the Holy Land. A smile appeared on Felix's lips as he thought of a way to keep the treasures within the ruins to himself. Just like his father, he was also very ambitious. He didn't care about the process. What he cared about were the results. Even at the cost of many lives, Felix wouldn't bat an eye as long as he benefited from it. Such were the ways of the demon realm. Always had been, always would be. After 3 days of traveling, William and his entourage arrived at the outskirts of a city that belonged to one of the major clans in the demon continent. The half-elf gathered Zhu, Sha, Kira, Athrun, Vesta, and her 2 shield maidens, to discuss their next course of action. I plan to rest for a day and resume our traveling tomorrow at noon, William said. If you guys want to explore that city, then you may do so. I will stay in the Thousand Beast domain for the time being. Vesta immediately crossed her arms over her chest, as she looked at William with a serious expression. I don't want to enter the city. I plan to visit the Thousand Beast domain as well. William arched an eyebrow at the green-haired beauty, but he didn't reject her. He then glanced at Kira and Athrun, and both of them nodded their heads in agreement with Vesta's words. In truth, both of them were dying to enter William's Thousand Beast domain. When the 2 of them were allowed to enter it for the first time, the half-elf only took them to his villa, and didn't allow the 2 demons to wander around. This left them feeling quite helpless because they were hoping to do some exploration, to better understand the portable domain that belonged to the black-haired teenager, who still remained a mystery to them. Bro, I want to go there as well, Kira said with a smile. Can I? Big brother. I also want to visit your domain, Athrun stated. Can you accommodate this request of mine? William rubbed his chin as he pondered if he should allow the 2 demons to enter his domain a second time. He didn't mind taking Vesta in because he planned to make the green-haired demon an ally in the future. After making her 2 shield maidens sign a contract with blood, they were allowed to follow Vesta inside the domain. Only Kira's and Athrun's retainers were barred entry, because William had no intention of letting too many people wander around the Thousand Beast domain, because they might accidentally stumble upon things that they weren't supposed to see. Fine, William answered after a few minutes. Kira, Athrun, tell your retainers to rest inside the city. We will meet with them at the North Gate tomorrow to continue our journey. Understood. Very well. Kira and Athrun went to their men and issued their orders. Right now, William was a wanted person, and several clans had their eyes on him. Going inside the city wasn't exactly the smartest thing to do because it might cause tension with the local warlord. After the battle against Caspian and the Raja clan, he deemed that it wasn't worth it to show his face in public. He also didn't plan on absorbing any more clans. There were already 9 minor clans inside the Thousand Beast domain that were starting to orient themselves with their new environment. William did his best to provide them with good living conditions by spending god points to add lakes, rivers, as well as fertile lands that they could farm, and a forest that had many fruit-bearing trees. The half-elf had also created white sand beaches, where people could take a swim and enjoy the sunset. In fact, the minor clans fell in love with the Thousand Beast domain and never wanted to leave it. Although they were surprised at first when they saw several beasts loitering around the domain, they all understood that all of them belonged to William. The clans were also forbidden to hunt any of them, and the consequences of killing one of them would be expulsion from his domain. Everyone took this seriously because they didn't want to give up this wonderful place where they could live in peace. Besides, there were plenty of places to fish, forage, and plant vegetables that they could eat. William's ultimate goal was to make the Thousand Beast domain self-sustainable, so that it would truly become a miniature world where people and beasts could live in peace. The first thing that Vesta did after entering the Thousand Beast domain was to go to William's villa and invite Chiffon to go with her to the theme park. She had become addicted to the gaming arcade that William had expanded during his free time. The green-haired beauty was particularly invested in mastering the songs in the Let's Dance Revolution, in order to set the highest record for all of the songs on it. Chiffon and Medusa were more than happy to accompany her. The three had become something short of rivals, and often challenged each other in arcade fighting games like Tekken and King of Fighters. They also enjoyed the multiplayer shooting games like House of the Deads and Tame Crisis. There were times when William regretted taking the girls to the arcade because all of them had become gaming addicts. While everyone went their own ways, the half-elf returned to the villa. There he found Kenneth sleeping in the hammock that he had built recently outside the residence. Ever since the silver-haired elf had accompanied him in his journey, all he did was sleep. This was why William tossed him inside the Thousand Beast domain, so he could rest as much as he wanted. "All you know how to do is to sleep," William said as he approached the sleeping elf. After looking at his peaceful sleeping face, the half-elf noticed a small book that was lying on Kenneth's chest. Out of curiosity, William picked it up and opened its pages. He was quite curious about what kind of book Kenneth liked to read, so he decided to take a peek. Third day of the month of the High Priestess. The stupid human tried to pull on my hair, so I decided to teach him a lesson. He looked like a stupid monkey hanging from a branch after I tied him up. Fifth day of the month of the High Priestess. It's raining. I hate rain. Sleeping on muddy ground is the worst. Eighth day of the month of the High Priestess. Why is this human so annoying? Since I'm too tired to walk, he decided to pull my hair and drag me along, so that we could continue our journey. This is why humans have no class, they are barbarians. I'll just tie him up in a tree again. This will teach him not to mess with me. 15th day of the month of the High Priestess. Not bad. He decided to carry me this time. I don't think I'll mind if we travel as long as he carries me like this. 22nd day of the month of the High Priestess. The human is burning up with a fever. This is not good. All he does is sleep on the ground. Is he trying to compete with me? If yes, I won't lose. Sleeping is my specialty. 23rd day of the month of the High Priestess. This is bad. I think this human is actually dying. Should I do something? But I'm too lazy to move. Okay, I guess I'll just let him die then. 24th day of the month of the High Priestess. So scary. After pinching, flicking, and pulling on that scary worm, I think I got pregnant. I'm starting to regret helping him recover. This is why humans are so detestable. But having a baby doesn't sound bad. At least I won't be alone, right? William closed the diary, which he thought had been a book at first, before placing it back on Kenneth's chest. The other entries that were written in the book were simply someone cursing the stupid human, which seemed to be up to no good. The half-elf scratched his head as he gazed at the sleeping elf before walking away with a smile. In truth, William was feeling restless the past few days, so he decided to take a day of rest from traveling because there was a nagging feeling in the back of his mind that wouldn't go away, no matter how much he tried to ignore it. The diary he had read a while ago amused him enough to momentarily forget the thoughts that were inside his head. Once William entered the villa, he closed the door behind him. The silver-haired elf who was sleeping on the hammock opened his eyes. He then summoned the silver ballpoint pen that William had given to him as a gift, and opened the diary. He turned several of its pages. Kenneth then started to write his latest entry in the diary. 14th day of the month of the lovers. The stupid monkey read my diary without my permission. I was forced to fight the urge to wrap my hair around his waist and hang him up in a tree because of his crassness. Doesn't he know the meaning of privacy? Well, I guess it is my fault for sleeping here with my diary out in the open. Next time, I will make sure that I put it in my storage ring before I sleep. After admiring his work for a minute, he returned the diary and ballpoint pen inside his storage ring and closed his eyes to sleep. A smile hung on his delicate-looking face as he once again entered his dream world, where a silver-haired man with blue eyes stood while carrying an elf in a princess carry. Both of them looked at the picturesque scenery in front of them that made his heart skip a beat. He had seen this scene a few times already, but he didn't get tired of it. In fact, he even anticipated it. "You see that, Astia?" the silver-haired man asked the beautiful elf with long blonde hair that he held firmly in his arms. "That's our destination, the Violet Ever Garden." "Beautiful," the long-haired elf replied. This was one of the very rare occasions when she didn't feel sleepy. Because of this, her memory of the view was quite vivid. The silver-haired man chuckled. "Well, it's not as beautiful as you, Astia." Astia hummed. "Will, are you going to leave me once you bring me there?" The smile on William's face stiffened, and the happy expression he had was replaced with a sadness that made Asedia's heart ache. "If I told you that I don't want to leave you, would you believe me?" "I believe you, but you will still leave me, right?" William sighed as he forcefully tore his gaze from Asedia's tear-filled gaze that made his knees weak. Astia wiped the tears from her eyes with her hands, before shifting her gaze to the promised land where she would spend her eternity by herself. "I wish we didn't go here," Astia said softly. "That way, this journey of ours would never come to an end." William closed his eyes as he held the lady in his arms tighter. For a brief moment, he also wished that their journey would never end. But all journeys had an end. Both of them understood this, and yet, the thought of parting made them feel uneasy. Astia pressed her hand over the silver-haired man's chest as she listened to his beating heart. The beautiful scenery, which both of them loved, faded away. But before that happened, William had made a promise to her, and she made a promise back. Kenneth's lips moved as he muttered something in his sleep. It was also at that moment when a tear streamed down his eyes. The memories of the two people slowly faded away, turning into a storm of flowers. "This time things will be different," Kenneth muttered softly with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt something pressing lightly on his face, near the corner of his eyes. Kenneth opened his eyes and saw William using a handkerchief to wipe the tears that streamed down from his eyes. "What's wrong?" William asked in a teasing tone as he continued to wipe Kenneth's tears away. "Did you get pregnant in your dream and cried due to the pain of childbirth?" Kenneth blinked once then twice, before his hair extended and wrapped itself around William's body, turning him into a half-elf spring roll. The silver-haired elf then hung William on a tree branch upside down, with an annoyed expression on his face. "Stupid monkey," Kenneth said before closing his eyes to sleep again. He completely ignored William's pleas to let him down, and just left the half-elf dangling there without a care in the world. On top of the roof of the villa, a giggle escaped Ella's lips. It was very rare for her to see William in such a state, and it was pure eye candy in her eyes. "Oh, Will, I wish these days could last forever," Ella said softly with a smile on her face. "That little baby of long ago is now a very handsome and dependable young man." Ella looked fondly at William. Although she didn't know what choice her adopted son would choose in the future, she would give him her full support regardless of what it was. That was her duty, and the reason why she transformed into a constellation. To give the helpless and dangling teenager, who was wrapped up like a spring roll, a chance to make a choice that would affect the unfulfilled promises of the past, present, and future. Hestia Academy. Princess Ayla was walking back and forth inside her room while contemplating many things. The first one was her duty as the princess of the Zealand dynasty. The other was her feelings towards someone who was making her feel restless. Although she already had feelings for him in the past, those feelings only became stronger after she started having dreams about her past life. Night after night she would dream, dreams of days long forgotten, in a world that had long ceased to exist. After talking to Conan and Elliot, she found out that William only planned to have 9 wives, 10 including Belle. Right now, only one spot was missing, and Conan told her that if she didn't hurry, that last spot would be taken by another. What should I do then? Princess Ayla wondered as she pressed her head against the wall of her room. I'm not a strong warrior. The only thing I can use is life magic. If I go to the demon continent, I'll only get in his way. Princess Ayla knew this. She had told herself these words for the upteenth time already. The angelic beauty had forced herself to accept that it was impossible, and there was no way she could cross that gap between her and William, who only treated her as a fellow disciple of Owen's. Although the half-elf didn't call Owen one of his masters, he treated him as one in his heart. Without the old cow who liked to eat young and tender grass to train his stamina, and teach him the way to fight and win battles in the bedroom, he might have not been able to satisfy his wives and lovers. Although it might sound ridiculous, William was very thankful that Owen and the goddess Eros taught him how to be peerless in the arts of lovemaking. Princess Ayla didn't know these details because when Owen taught her, he was a wise and dedicated teacher who could do no wrong. Master, I wish you were here, Princess Ayla thought as she remembered the henpecked old man, who couldn't say no to his beautiful and young wife, who was 50 years younger than him. It was at this moment when she heard a soft knocking sound on the window. Princess Ayla smiled when she saw Conan waving at her from the window. Is there any news? Princess Ayla asked after opening the window to let the devil familiar in. Conan smiled as he landed on Princess Ayla's shoulder. Due to her request, Conan and Elliot decided to help her better understand her feelings, while there was still time for her to secure the final seat in William's heart. Well, Elliot managed to convince Chloe to come with us to the demon continent, Conan explained. The only hurdle is trying to convince Celeste to agree to let her go there. I see. Thank you, Princess Ayla replied. If she comes with us, we will be able to overcome most obstacles. Conan chuckled and nodded his head in agreement. If they had Chloe by their side, even if a myriad beast or a pseudo-demigod appeared, they would be able to stand their ground and beat it to a pulp. Are you sure about this, Ayla? Conan asked. The demon continent is a dangerous place. Once we step on it, there will be no turning back for us. Yes, I am sure, Princess Ayla answered. I'm sorry for making things difficult for you and Elliot. Kakik. Indeed, it is a very difficult thing to do. Conan chuckled. But, if you don't do it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The little devil then sighed. As a being born from William's soul, he knew the regrets and unfulfilled promises that William carried from his 2 previous lifetimes. This was why he didn't want Princess Ayla to suffer with the same. Sometimes one must take a leap of faith and push ahead regardless of the outcome. By doing so, they would not remain in the same place for eternity. A life of stagnation was a life worse than death. But there is still one more problem, Conan stated. Even if Chloe comes with us, going to the demon continent will not be easy. We have 2 options. One of them is to travel the Black Sea, and the other is to use one of the teleportation gates that leads to the demon continent. If we don't want to get detected, traveling by sea is ideal, but the journey is longer. If we use the teleportation gates, we will be able to arrive faster, but getting past the stronghold that protects its borders is quite hard. Not to mention, you are very beautiful, Ayla. If those demons see you, they will definitely do their best to capture you. Are you sure you want to do this? Princess Ayla nodded. Just like Conan said, she didn't want to have any regrets in her life. Even if she failed in the end, at least she did her best. She would be able to accept this kind of outcome, unlike the one where she did nothing and simply waited for a miracle to arrive. You want to go to the demon continent? I can help you, you know? Princess Ayla and Conan almost jumped in fright after hearing a soft and silky voice behind them. The princess immediately turned her head to look at what was behind her, but she saw nothing. Conan immediately summoned his death scythe and stood in front of his best friend in order to protect her. However, both of them saw nothing. Where are you 2 looking at? The voice once again came from their back. so the two immediately faced that direction with grim expressions on their faces. But, just like the first time, they saw nothing behind them. "We can do this all day, and the result will be the same," the voice said in a mischievous tone. "Worry not. I meant neither of you any harm. I just overheard your discussion and thought that I should lend a hand." Conan hovered above Princess Ayla's head as he scanned his surroundings. "Who are you?" Conan demanded. "Show yourself." A giggle sounded inside the room, which made Princess Ayla feel like the person talking to them was doing this on purpose in order to make them feel anxious. "I am willing to show myself, but you will not be able to handle it," the voice replied. "So, for your sake, how about we just chat instead?" Conan frowned, but he no longer said anything. Instead he whispered to Princess Ayla that she would be the one to talk to the voice, while he guarded her from any possible sneak attacks. "Will you really help us get to the demon continent?" Princess Ayla asked. "What do you want in return?" The voice didn't reply right away. It was as if its owner was pondering on what it really wanted. A few minutes passed in silence as both Conan and Princess Ayla kept their guard up. Although they had not been given any reply, the two of them were sure that the person talking to them was still inside the room with them. "Well, I guess you can say that what I want is freedom," the voice said after a long sigh. "Although I can go anywhere I want to, my hands and feet are tied. That's why you will take me with you when you go to the demon continent." "And if we refuse?" Conan asked as his eyes and ears scanned the room for any signs of the elusive person that was talking to them. "You can refuse if you want to," the voice replied calmly. "But your chances of catching up to him are slim. With my help, I can bring you to exactly where he is without fail. This offer isn't too bad, right? All I ask is for you to help me gain my freedom. Is it too much to ask?" Princess Ayla and Conan glanced at each other. They could hear the traces of sorrow and loneliness in the voice that was talking to them. After pondering for a moment, Princess Ayla gave her answer, which made the owner of the voice smile. "Thank you, Princess Ayla of the Zealand dynasty," the voice said. "I will forever remember this favor." "Don't thank me yet," Princess Ayla replied. "So tell me, where can I find you?" "This might be a bad idea," Conan said while seated on Princess Ayla's shoulder. "I agree. This is a very bad idea," Chloe commented as she bit into a chocolate bar. "Taking her out is like taking a weapon of mass destruction. I can't do this with good conscience. I don't want to dirty my hands with the deaths of the innocent." Princess Ayla remained silent as she sat quietly on her chair. After finding out who the owner of the voice was, she felt as if she was making a deal with the devil. Elliot, who was seated beside Chloe on the table, had his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes were closed as if he was in deep meditation. An awkward silence descended inside the room as the four of them stopped talking. Only the chewing sounds coming from Chloe could be heard from time to time. "All of you are thinking too much. It is going to be just fine." Chloe snorted as she raised her chocolate bar towards the ceiling of the room. "Shut up, Shannon," Chloe shouted. "Only fools will set you free. We're not gullible children, you know." Suddenly, a small purple cloud appeared in the place where Chloe had pointed her chocolate bar. This was Shannon's way of communicating with people outside of her room, but she rarely used it. Only when she saw things that could potentially harm the Academy's interest would she use this ability to talk to the headmaster of the Academy, Byron, to inform him of the things that were happening in the world. "Chloe, it's not what you think," Shannon replied. "I have divine artifacts that can keep my divinity from leaking out. If I wear them, I would be able to step into the outside world for a month without endangering anyone." Chloe snorted unconvinced. "Let's say that I believed you. What happens after a month? Would you return to the Academy and allow yourself to be bound by chains once again?" "I think not." "Don't try to sweet-talk us into this, Missy." "You know, I'm starting to dislike you," Shannon replied. "I promise that I will return to the Academy before the power of the artifacts wears off. I swear it upon my true name." Chloe ignored her words and returned to eating her chocolate bar. The little fairy knew that the outside world was a very tempting place to explore, especially for someone who had been stuck inside a shrine since the day she was born. Many people had already died trying to find ways to help Shannon control the power of her divinity, but all of them failed in the end. Even William wasn't able to last long when facing her, even after Chiffon merged with his body. Amun wanted his daughter to experience happiness as well. If she could live her life like a normal girl, he would be extremely happy. This was why he had asked William to set Shannon free as his final request. Not as a god, but a father who dearly loved his daughter. While everyone was pondering their next course of action, Elliot opened his eyes as he breathed a sigh of relief. "It can work," Elliot declared. "We can take Shannon with us." Chloe, who was eating the chocolate bar, almost choked after hearing Elliot's words, who was seated beside her. "Are you nuts?" Chloe shouted as she pointed her little finger at Elliot's face. "Do you plan to commit mass murder?" "Wait, forget about a mass murder. What you want to happen is a mass genocide, right?" Elliot chuckled nervously because Chloe had raised the chocolate bar in her hand. From her posture, it was very obvious that she was planning to swat Elliot with the snack in her hand. "Relax, Chloe," Elliot said with both of his hands raised in surrender. "Believe me when I say that Shannon would be able to help us. Also, she would indeed be harmless for a month, if she keeps the artifacts she has in her possession on." "No means no," Chloe stated before shifting her gaze to Princess Ayla. "If you persist with this folly, I will tell Celeste and the headmaster about your plans. Let's see if you can leave the academy then." Princess Ayla's face became grim because she could tell that Chloe's threat was genuine. Because of this, she shifted her gaze towards Elliot, who was wearing a serious expression on his face. This was the first time that Princess Ayla saw Elliot with this appearance because Conan's twin brother always had an angelic smile on his face. "William's life is in danger," Elliot stated. "I don't care if you agree or not. You can stay here in the academy if you like. But I will go. We will all go." Chloe raised the chocolate bar and swatted Elliot without holding back. However, the angelic familiar had turned into a small lightning bolt and easily escaped her attack. "Chloe, I will say this again. William's life is in danger," Elliot declared. "You know about my ability. I don't care whether you believe it or not, but we are going. With or without you. HMP. Let's see if you can do it then," Chloe shouted before flying towards the window. None of them stopped her because none of them could. "Oh no. What should we do if she tells Ms. Celeste or Sir Byron about this matter?" Princess Ayla asked in a worried tone. Elliot turned his head to look at Princess Ayla with a smile. "Don't worry. She won't tell anyone. However, we need to make preparations." The little angel then looked up at the purple cloud that was hovering on the ceiling before voicing his plan. "We will leave at this time 3 days from now," Elliot announced. "Make the necessary preparations on your end. Shannon. Make sure to bring your brush and canvas with you." "I don't plan on leaving them behind," Shannon replied. "But why should we leave in 3 days? Leaving tonight is better, no?" Elliot shook his head. Although leaving now would indeed be a good decision in Shannon's eyes, it would in fact have the opposite effect. Although he knew that Chloe wouldn't tell anyone about what they talked inside the room, that could change if they really tried to free Shannon tonight. Elliot knew that Chloe was still feeling angry, and angry people couldn't think properly in their current state. If they did anything that might provoke her, she would definitely head straight to Celeste and Byron in order to get the two of them to stop Alia and company from freeing the one person that could cause mass genocide by simply existing. Elliot understood that Chloe was only thinking of their safety, which was why she was against the plan to work with Shannon. Also, he still had loose ends that needed tying up, and he wouldn't leave until they were done. "For now, don't go anywhere near the shrine," Elliot ordered. "Heck, it would be best if you don't leave this room for 2 days. Let Conan bring your meals to you, Ayla. We mustn't do anything to provoke Chloe right now." "Understood." Princess Ayla nodded her head in acknowledgement. Right now, she was depending on everyone to help her go to the demonic continent. If this was the only way that she could see William and understand her true feelings, then she was willing to risk it all. "What? You're leaving, Master?" A chubby boy with blonde hair and blue eyes looked tearfully at Elliot, who was standing in front of him. Yes. Elliot nodded. I leave in 3 days' time. Thorfinn, you should continue your training while I'm not around. Do you understand? But master, without you around, how will I be able to practice lightning magic? Silly boy. Even without me, welding lightning for you is the same as breathing. Believe me when I say that you are far stronger than me, once you unleash your full potential. The chubby boy wailed as he hugged the 12-year-old boy, who had saved him from being bullied by his classmates in Hestia Academy. As one of William's familiar, Elliot enjoyed the prestige that the half-elf had achieved after conquering the Tower of Babylon. Because of this, many people didn't want to be on his bad side. Contrary to his angelic looks, the little familiar carried grudges, and these grudges were paid in full when it was least expected. When Elliot declared that Thorfinn would become his right-hand man, all the bullies stopped pestering the chubby boy and made peace with him. This event made Thorfinn indebted to Elliot. After discovering that the person he had saved on a whim had an innate talent for learning lightning magic, Elliot didn't spare any expense and started to train him. Lightning magic was a very rare magic, and anyone who possessed it was treated with great respect by the other races and hated by the demon race. The only problem with Thorfinn was that the magic veins in his body were not functioning properly. Because of this, the only thing that Thorfinn could do was make some small sparks with his hands, which was only good for parlor tricks. Fortunately, Elliot was a wielder of lightning magic, and the first thing he did was revitalize Thorfinn's innate talent by electrocuting his body every day. After a month of electrotherapy, the lightning veins inside Thorfinn's body healed at a rapid rate, which allowed him to shoot lightning from his fingertips, which made him incredibly happy. However, before he could even rejoice, Elliot told him that he should keep his ability as a secret, or the demons would come and kill him. Thorfinn treated Elliot's words like the words of a messiah, and didn't show his ability in public. The two of them would often go to secluded places together in order to train Thorfinn's ability until he had complete mastery over it. Thorfinn, listen to me and listen well, Elliot said as he reached out to pat the crying teenager's shoulder. I have nothing more to teach you. However, in the 2 days that I am here, I will give you one final test. No, master. Don't leave me, Thorfinn pleaded as he hugged Elliot tighter. I still have many things to learn. You still haven't taught me on how to peek into the girls' changing room without being seen. You still haven't told me how to take a girl out on a date and ensure that she will give me a kiss before we go our separate ways. Master, there are still many things that you need to teach me. Elliot sighed. He had indeed not taught his disciple on how to snag a beautiful lady and sweep her off her feet, but he didn't have the time to do that. Thorfinn, listen to me, Elliot said as he patted the head of the crying teenager. While it is true that I still haven't taught you how to make girls fall in love with you, that is not important. What is important is that you never waver in the face of adversities. Life is full of challenges. You know that famous saying, right? What famous saying, master? What doesn't kill you will kill me another time? Elliot nodded. So, in order to prevent that from happening, I will give you the magic words to make all your dreams come true. Listen well, because I will not repeat it a second time. Thorfinn pulled back and wiped the tears from his eyes. He then looked at his master with a serious expression, as he listened to the words he was going to say to him. Elliot smiled as he said the magic words that would make his disciples' dreams come true. However, he added that he should only say these words as a last resort, or risk divine punishment from the heavens. 2 days after Princess Ayla, Conan, Elliot, Chloe, and Shannon had their meeting. Why have you called me to this secluded place, Elliot? Chloe asked with her arms crossed over her chest. If you plan to convince me, don't bother. My answer will not change. Elliot smiled bitterly after hearing Chloe's words. Although his purpose for bringing her here wasn't for the sake of convincing her to collaborate with them, her outright rejection still gave him a headache. I didn't call you here for that, Elliot answered. The reason why I ask you to come here is to fight. What? You plan to fight? Yes, fight. Chloe grinned evilly as she transformed into a 12-year-old girl, making the ground under her feet crumble due to the force she was releasing. Good, Chloe stated. I've always wanted to punch that face of yours. Have I told you before? I hate looking at your smile. It looks so fake. My goodness. Such a barbaric lady. Elliot wiped the smile from his face, because he knew that the young lady in front of him wasn't joking. I said that I asked you to come here to fight, but I didn't say that I would be the one to fight against you. Huh? What kind of bull crap are you spouting all of a sudden? Chloe shouted. If you want to fight, then fight. Who dares to challenge me? Elliot struck a pose as he pointed his finger at Chloe. Come out, Thorfinn. A lightning bolt descended in front of Elliot, and from it, a chubby boy stepped forward. I am the one who will fight you, Thorfinn said. You ugly little piece of shit. Ho! You sure have some guts, Porkchop, Chloe said as took a fighting stance. Do you know who I am? Thorfinn nodded. The Juggernaut of Hestia Academy. I've long known who you are, you pathetic little twerp. Remember my name and remember it well. My name is... The chubby boy wasn't able to finish his words because Chloe had vanished from where she stood. Immediately, she reappeared right in front of him, and delivered a blow that was enough to turn a millennial beast into meat paste. Fortunately, Thorfinn had expected this to happen, so he immediately turned into a lightning bolt and evaded Chloe's deadly attack. Is that your best? Thorfinn taunted. My grandma moves faster than you, little bitch. You fucking pig. I'll murder you, Chloe shouted as she once again charged at Thorfinn, this time using her ability to break the laws of the world in order to double her speed. For a brief second, the world slowed down in front of Thorfinn's eyes. He could clearly see Chloe's hate-filled expression, as well as her fist that was only inches away from his face. In that moment of life and death, Thorfinn once again turned into a lightning bolt, barely evading Chloe's attack by a fraction of a second. That was close, Thorfinn thought anxiously as he appeared several meters above the ground. I almost died in that class. The chubby boy wasn't able to finish his words because he once again turned into a lightning bolt, barely evading Chloe's attack for the second time. Soon, Thorfinn found himself backing away as he tried to keep himself alive from Chloe's relentless attack. He didn't have any time to counterattack and was doing his best to evade the Juggernaut whose bloodshot eyes spelled his doom. Every second that passed had made him realize that death was only a mistake away from happening. Every minute that passed felt like he was living years of his life. This one-sided dogfight in the air continued for a quarter of an hour. All Thorfinn did was evade, and all Chloe did was attack. Even though she was indeed very powerful, she couldn't close that gap. The chubby boy was faster than her by a heartbeat. Soon, the two challengers reappeared in the air, facing each other. My name is Thorfinn L. Hazard, Thorfinn declared. Remember the name of the man who will teach you that you can't kill what you can't hit. Remember that. Chloe die Wisteria. The smile on Chloe's face widened as she increased the power output of her body. I admit that I underestimated you, Porkchop, Chloe replied with a devilish smile on her face. But you see, I was only using 30% of my power right now. I thought that it was enough to crush a bug like you. But I guess I was wrong. Golden lightning snaked around Chloe's body as her long blonde hair fluttered in the breeze, making her look like a war goddess. It's not only you who can use lightning magic, Chloe said. I can use it too. Chloe turned into a golden lightning bolt as she shot towards Thorfinn without any warning. Now die, Chloe shouted as she punched without holding back. Thorfinn had already turned into a lightning bolt, but Chloe's speed has surpassed his. Just as her punch was about to smash his face, it was met with a punch that contained as much destructive powers as hers. A powerful shockwave spread across their surroundings, and Thorfinn was blown away by the impact. HMP. I knew that you would not stand by and let that porkchop die in my hands, Chloe snorted as she tried to push Elliot, who had faced her attack head-on, back. Thorfinn is my only disciple, so I can't possibly let him die under my watch, Elliot stated. Good. Then I guess I'll just have to kill you first, Mr. Fake Smile. That way, I can finally rid you of that mask you always wear. My goodness. Fine. Bring it on, Pancake Girl. Let's see if your puny fist can reach me. Don't think that using William's remnant powers, that you absorbed after we merged last time, will do you any good. As soon as Elliot finished talking, 2 golden lightning bolts zigzagged across the sky. Each time they clashed, a blinding flash of light would spread across the heavens, followed by a thunderous roar. Thorfinn watched the battle from afar with a serious expression on his face. Every move the two made, he remembered. Every exchange of blows, he embedded them in his soul. As the 2 familiars fought for what they believed in their hearts. A certain girl, who was trapped inside the shrine that had served as her prison for 19 years, drew on her canvas. Beautiful, Shannon said softly as she painted the 2 familiars that were making a commotion in the skies near Hestia Academy. She had seen many battles before. Battles that were fought amongst the truly powerful in this world. Although Chloe's and Elliot's battle wasn't at the level where it could demolish entire cities. Their battle was simply too beautiful in her eyes. 2 familiars, fighting for what they believed in, and staking their lives on the line to overpower each other, made her heart skip a beat. In their original forms they were quite small, only as big as a hand. But right now, in her eyes, they were like 2 massive stars, whose light illuminated the entire world. More, Shannon muttered. I want more. I want to see things I've never seen before. I want to feel things I've never felt before. This world is my canvas, and I want to paint the greatest masterpiece that would be idolized for eternity. Bring me to that brand new world. Make me a part of that world. The young lady's hair color and fox ears turned black as her eyes turned golden. Her brush danced in front of her canvas, never missing even the smallest detail of the battle that was currently being waged in the heavens. On the ground, Conan, who sat on Princess Ayla's shoulder, stared at his twin brother, who was giving his everything to fight for what he believed was right. Kakik, Conan chuckled softly. Beautiful, isn't it, Ayla? Yes, Princess Ayla replied. Sometimes I wonder if love is worth fighting for. But then I remember his face and I'm ready for war. Good, because that is where we are headed. We are going to war. Take me there, Conan. Bring me to his side. The little devil grinned as he nodded his head. Princess Ayla's heartfelt request made the fire in his little heart burn brightly, like it did 1,000 years ago. I will take you there, Ayla, Conan vowed, even if I have to go through damnation and beyond. What was that about, Chloe? Celeste asked the little fairy who was currently seated on top of the table while eating a plate of pancakes. Why did you and Elliot come to blows with each other? Difference in perspective, Chloe replied before biting into a new pancake. That's it? Just a difference in perspective. Celeste frowned. Both of you demolished an entire mountain just because of a difference in perspective? Chloe no longer answered Celeste's question and just continued to eat her pancakes. After leaving Elliot half dead, she returned to the academy to binge eat, but was found by Celeste. Claire just hovered behind the beautiful elf with her arms crossed over her chest. Just like Celeste, she didn't understand why Chloe went ballistic and duked it out with Elliot, who was currently being nursed by Princess Ayla back to health. What really happened? Celeste inquired. Elliot isn't the type to start conflicts. Did you do something again? Chloe still kept her silence as she stuffed her small mouth with pancakes. In the end, Celeste gave up and left the room. Only Claire remained and landed on the table where her twin was eating without a care in the world. Tell me what really happened, Claire said. If you do, I promise to think of a way to help you out. Chloe shook her head firmly. She trusted her twin sister with her life, but the matter with Shannon was truly too important. Elliot had firmly told her that even if she told anyone about their plans, it would still come to pass one way or the other. This is inevitable. Those were the words that Elliot told her while both of them were fighting each other seriously. Right now, Chloe was very conflicted. She was only left with 2 choices. The first one was to tell Celeste and Byron about Shannon's plan. As for the second one, she assisted them in freeing Shannon and accompanied them to the demon continent. Seeing that Chloe wasn't budging, Claire sighed and left the room to follow Celeste. Deep inside, Claire felt that her sister was hiding something from her, but she trusted her enough to support her in whatever she did. If only she knew that Chloe was at the crossroads of her life, she might have stayed with her and waited until she had opened up to talk to her. Hestia Academy. Half an hour before midnight, Conan and Elliot flew towards the shrine under the cover of darkness. Their plan was to free Shannon from the shackles that bound her by destroying the pillars that kept her in place. According to the young fox lady, a protective barrier prevented her from leaving the shrine. In order to disable it, Conan and Elliot must destroy 4 out of the 8 statues that were scattered inside the academy. Princess Ayla was already positioned at one of them, while Elliot and Conan would break another 2. As for the last statue, Elliot planned to turn into a lightning bolt and break it, as soon as he broke one of the 2 statues present outside the shrine. The angelic familiar had already planned everything, even the place where they would meet after they had completed their mission. Usually, Shannon's place was guarded by the elite soldiers of the academy. However, the 2 familiars had the element of surprise, so they were confident that they would be able to neutralize them without alarming anyone else. Just as they were about to enter the shrine premises, Conan and Elliot stopped. They stared at the little fairy that was blocking their path with her arms crossed over her chest. Chloe looked at the 2 of them with a serious expression on her face. "Are you sure that you're really going to do this?" Chloe asked. "Of course," Elliot replied. "Many people might die, you know? I won't refute your words, but if people are going to die, they would be people that deserve to die." Chloe snorted. "You always have a way with words. Not even William is as eloquent as you." The corner of Elliot's lip rose up into a smirk. "Thank you for the compliment. So, tell me, what are you doing here? Don't tell me that you were just taking a stroll and happened to see us." Chloe didn't answer right away. It was as if she was fighting an internal struggle inside her heart, which placed the entire situation in a stalemate. After a few minutes passed, the little fairy voiced her condition to allow them to do what they wanted. "I will go with the 2 of you to the demon continent," Chloe stated. "I can't allow Shannon to run amok and hurt the innocent." "Fair enough," Elliot replied before looking at his twin brother. "You and Chloe destroy the 2 statues outside the shrine. I will head to the last shrine. After you have secured Shannon, meet us at the place we agreed on." Conan nodded as he patted his chest. "Leave this to me." Elliot glanced at Chloe one last time before flying away. Right now, time was of the essence and they would need to destroy all the statues at almost the same time for it to work. Because of this, they decided to do it at the 6th tolling of the bell, after the clock struck midnight. Conan and Chloe flew side by side without exchanging words with each other. Both of them had things going on inside their minds and had no time to do small talk while doing their mission. Inside the shrine, Shannon was busy putting several black beaded bracelets on her left and right wrists. These were powerful artifacts that helped reduce the effect of her powers, but their effectiveness would only last for a month. "Finally, this day has come," Shannon muttered softly as she held a fox mask in her hand. "I will finally leave this place." She was confident that as long as the statues were destroyed, she would be able to go anywhere she pleased using her special abilities. "Wait for me, my prince," Shannon said as she put the fox mask on her face. "I am coming to see you." Right after she finished her preparation, the giant bell inside the academy started to make a clanging noise. "One," Princess Ayla said softly, although she understood that what she was about to do was wrong. This was the only way they could leave for the demon continent without being detected by anyone. "Two," Elliot muttered as he sat on the head of a dragon statue. "Kakik," Conan chuckled as he and Chloe stood in their respective places. "3. 4, Chloe muttered as she transformed into her battle form. After 2 more seconds, the 6th bell finally rang. Everyone immediately destroyed the statue that was assigned to them with as little noise as they could muster. Soon the sounds of glass breaking echoed inside the shrine. Shannon immediately felt the power that was surging inside her body. As soon as the statues were destroyed, the door of the gate opened and Shannon came out with hurried steps. In truth, She wanted to take her time to observe her surroundings, but the circumstances were not in her favor. "Let's go," Conan said. "Everyone is waiting." Shannon nodded, but before she could even take another step, she felt something wrap around her leg, preventing her from moving. Looking closely, she saw that it was a silver chain that held her leg in a firm grip. "What do you think you're doing, Shannon?" Byron, the headmaster of Hestia Academy, asked as he stepped out from behind a tree. "I believe I didn't give you permission to leave the shrine. Am I right?" Byron then glanced at Conan and Chloe, who had flown by Shannon's side. "Do the two of you have any idea of the consequences of your actions?" Byron asked in a threatening manner. "Especially you, Chloe. I expected more from you." Chloe snorted as she ignored Byron's words. Without any hesitation, she swung her arm and cut off the silver chain that held Shannon in place. Without another word, Shannon waved her brush, transforming herself, as well as Conan and Chloe, into a purple smoke that flew towards the north. Byron immediately gave chase as he flew after them with great speed. The gap between him and Shannon was gone in the blink of an eye. He then reached out his hand to grab her hand, but the only thing he caught was a wisp of purple smoke. "That girl got me good." Byron's face became serious as he hastily turned around to return to the shrine. Shannon had the power of creation. She could give life to anything she drew, which allowed her to trick Byron, giving them enough time to flee. It was not only Elliot that had made preparations for their escape. Shannon knew that she wouldn't be able to leave the academy that easily, so she prepared some backup decoys, whose sole purpose was to make Byron think that he had won. "Bye." Shannon grinned as she entered the purple portal that she had created. "Don't worry, Headmaster. I promise that I will be a good girl. I won't be killing anyone unless they deserve to die. See you in a month." "Stupid girl," Byron shouted as he used his fastest speed to reach her. Unfortunately, he was a few seconds late. He could only shout in anger as the girl entered the portal. "Come back here." Shannon didn't bother to look at the headmaster, who had taken good care of her ever since she was a child. Unfortunately, her craving for freedom had made her heart firm, so she wasn't swayed with Byron's words. When the portal closed right in front of his face, Byron knew that it was too late. "The fools!" Byron gritted his teeth as he slammed his staff on the ground. He knew that Shannon could travel to the places that she had seen before, so he understood that going after her was futile. Although the young lady with fox ears hadn't stepped outside the shrine at all throughout her life, her ability to see the world through the eyes of others was enough to allow her to cross great distances using the power of space. Byron regretted that he had been too overconfident. When the statues broke, he instantly knew that the shrine had lost its power to keep Shannon locked up. Because of this, he immediately teleported to the shrine, just in time to see Shannon stepping out of the gate that had barred her from leaving all these years. "This is no time to hesitate," Byron said before crushing a gem in his hand. "Her Excellency must be informed about this." Byron knew that a calamity had been set free on the world, and the mere thought of thousands of people dying in her wake made him shudder. He had been too conceited to believe that the defenses he had set in place were enough to keep Shannon inside the shrine. Little did he know that the young lady with fox ears had long made her plan to escape her prison. All she needed were a few helpers from the outside to help break the shackles that bound her in place. High above the pommel of the sword that was embedded at the center of the academy, a beautiful lady wearing a white dress looked at her daughter who had escaped from her prison. She had heard Byron's call of distress, but she ignored it for the time being. "So, there really was no stopping this prophecy from coming to pass," the lady muttered as she closed her eyes. "Shannon, my dearest, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not being able to give you the freedom you deserved." Only when Shannon took Princess Ayla and Elliot with her to leave the academy did the beautiful lady answer Byron's call for help. "Travel safely, my dearest," the lady thought as she gazed at the purple portal that was slowly shrinking under her watchful gaze. "I pray that the next time we meet, the freedom that you desperately craved for will finally set you free." "You again? What do you want?" William asked as he stood with his arms crossed over his chest. "Don't worry. This time, I came to see you just to talk." Caspian replied. After traveling for 2 days, William's group had made good progress on their journey. They didn't encounter any problems along the way, and everything was smooth sailing. All of that ended when they neared the borders of the desert, where several warring clans lived. However, before they could even enter their territory, Caspian appeared and blocked their way. "Just to talk?" William asked back. "I don't think we have anything to talk about." "Actually there is," Caspian answered with a smile. He then made a gesture for them to land on the ground, in order to continue their discussion. William frowned, but still decided to hear what the patriarch of the Raja clan wanted to discuss for the time being. He had never liked politics, but the overall situation of the demon continent was quite volatile when compared to the peace that everyone enjoyed in the southern and central continents. Also, he didn't like to be constantly hounded by one of the most powerful patriarchs in the demon realm. Even though William could smack Caspian and his summons silly with his heroic avatar form, he also understood that sitting down to discuss things in a civilized manner would avoid any unnecessary conflicts. William, Vesta, and Caspian sat as Charmaine and the other elves served them some snacks and coffee. The three enjoyed some small talk as they drank and ate. The half-elf as well as the green-haired beauty were quite curious why Caspian traveled so far in search of them. Usually, patriarchs didn't travel far from their territory, especially without their elite guards because it was dangerous. "Originally, I came to find you in order to negotiate certain things," Caspian said. "However, after hearing the news that you declined to make the Greenskin clan one of your vassals, I realized that this was a good opportunity to form a collaboration with you." William arched an eyebrow as he made a gesture for Caspian to continue speaking. "Be honest with me. Do you know witchcraft and dark magic?" Caspian inquired. "Yes," William answered. "Is this about you being able to summon Impundalu?" According to the system, only those that practiced witchcraft or specialize in dark magic would be able to make this extremely malevolent creature their subordinate. The vampiric lightning bird, Impundalu, was nearly immortal. Even the strongest demigod, Tarask, wouldn't be able to kill it because it had only one weakness, and that was flames that held a strong divinity. "Yes," Caspian admitted. "I thought that you are going to expose to everyone that I know witchcraft, so I hurriedly came to find you in order to negotiate." Vesta, who was only listening to the side, raised her head to voice her opinion. "Isn't witchcraft only available to women?" Vesta asked. "How come you can use it?" "That is because she is a woman," William answered before sipping his coffee. "Right, Caspian?" Caspian eyed William for a few seconds before waving a hand over his face. The face of the strong demonic tiger that led the Raja clan to battle was replaced by a sensual lady who seemed to be in her early 20s. Her long orange hair, green eyes, and fluffy tiger ears was a very stark contrast from the domineering image that she had shown on the battlefield. "I never thought that one of the overlords of South was actually a woman," Vesta muttered. "I see. So that's why you have to hide your identity. The rules of the Raja clan don't allow women to become patriarch." Caspian nodded. "When I am in this form, feel free to call me Cassie. This was the name my mother gave me before she died. As you can see, I'm a half-breed. In order to gain the seat of patriarch, I had to rely on witchcraft to change my appearance." William and Vesta nodded in understanding. This rule that only men could inherit the head of the family was very common in Hestia. The Amazon Empire, which was purely ruled by women, was a rare exception to the established rules of the world. "If you are afraid of your identity being exposed by me, then you can rest easy," William stated. "I have no intention of divulging your secret. Now, since that is out of the way, what is this collaboration that you are talking about?" Cassie smiled because she understood that William didn't have any intention of bringing up past events to make things difficult for her. "Tell me, Raymond Parker, what do you think of the Gremory clan?" Cassie asked. William replied. "You can call me that when it is just us." The smile on Cassie's face widened because she understood what William was trying to say. In order to gain his trust, she was willing to show him her true form. The black-haired young man's gesture of goodwill made her feel that her effort to find him was not in vain. "Very well, William," Cassie said. "What do you think of the Gremory clan?" I don't know much about the Gremory clan, William answered. However, I have a grudge against the Demon Lord. So, tell me, Cassie, are you perhaps aiming for the seat of Demon Lord? Cassie firmly shook her head. A very tempting offer, but I am someone that looks at reality. What I want to do is simply change the rules a bit. Oh, I see. William nodded in understanding. So you want to make it so that women can also have the right to sit as the head of the clan? But I don't understand. What does the Gremory clan have to do with what you plan to do? Cassie's expression became serious as she looked at William. During her journey to find him, she had thought about many things along the way. One of those was to reshuffle the major clans in the Demon Continent. She wanted to kick the strongest clan out of their seat and make hers, the Raja clan, the new head of the major demon clans in the continent. My domain is in the south, while the Gremory clan's territory is in the north, Cassie explained. In normal conditions, it is impossible for me to travel to the north and wage war with him. However, from what I've heard, you and your entourage are headed north. William nodded. I see. So your plan is to use us as your army to clap their butt cheeks, while letting your clan remain in the south. You won't even send any of your men to fight, leaving us to be used as cannon fodder to fight your battle for you. Cassie chuckled. Cannon fodder? I think not. I have 4 myriad beasts under my command. They are more than enough to trample my adversaries. Also, the Impundalu's one and only weakness, which is fire, can easily be countered by the ancient fire elemental under my command. With the two of them fighting side by side, I am invincible. True, William nodded his head in agreement. But this logic only holds true until a demigod comes along and wrecks your plan. Cassie gave William a knowing smile, which made the latter's liver itch. And that is where you come in, Cassie stated. Alone, I am more than enough to bring the Gremory clan to their knees. But, if a demigod intervenes, I hope that you can hold them off for me. William lightly tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered Cassie's proposal. Anything that would make the Demon Lord feel constipated was a worthwhile endeavor to do. Weakening his backing was very important because his influence over the other clans would also fade. Even though he was the strongest demon in the continent, his rank was only at the peak of a saint. He had weakened considerably after fighting against William's father, Maxwell, and losing his arm in the process. My priority is to find someone in the north, William said after careful consideration. I would not make trouble with the Gremory clan until I found her first. Once she is in my custody, I don't mind going with you to pay a visit to the Gremory clan. Cassie raised the coffee cup on the table and took a sip. She then stared at William with a curious gaze as she voiced the question in her mind. In the rare chance that the Demon Lord is there when we declare war on them, what will you do? Cassie asked. Although she knew that William was strong, she needed to know if he had the resolve to face the one who held the greatest influence in the entirety of the demon realm. William smiled evilly after hearing Cassie's words. Believe me when I say that I would love to see the Demon Lord in that place, William said. That will save me the trouble of finding him, and giving him a beating that is long overdue. Cassie smirked as she extended her hand towards William. They said that the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Right now, William was an ally that could tip the balance of power in the demonic continent. If they really succeeded in what they planned to do, she would not only be able to legitimately sit in the position of clan head, but also take her revenge on the scheming demon, who was responsible for the assassination of her mother when she was only 10 years old. To a long and lasting partnership, Cassie said as she shook William's hand. Likewise, William replied as he shook Cassie's hand. He had to admit that Cassie's plan was in line with what he had wanted to do in the past. Since there was an opportunity for a collaboration, he was more than happy to join her and make the lives of those who supported the Demon Lord, and those of his family, a living hell. Amon sighed as he massaged his face with both hands. He had heard from his significant other that their daughter had escaped from Hestia Academy, and was headed to the demon continent. After regaining his calm, he closed his eyes as he pondered on the things that he could do for her daughter, which was very limited. He was the patron god of the Creator Empire, and yet, there was no one that he could ask to go look for his daughter in the demon realm. Although he was a god, there were certain restrictions that were placed over him that prevented him from directly interfering with the affairs of the mortal realm. Because of this, Amun's hands were tied. Is there really no other way? Amun muttered as he tapped the arm rest of his throne with his hand. After pondering for 10 minutes, he realized that there was nothing that he could do for his daughter at this point in time. He then looked at the image of the beautiful woman in front of him, who had a sad expression on her face. "Don't worry, no one can harm our daughter," Amun said with a serious expression on his face. The beautiful woman shook her head. "I am more worried about the people that will be unlucky enough to cross her path. We both knew that this would happen sooner or later, so we prepared the artifacts for her. For the time being, the worst-case scenario is not going to happen. Probably." Amun nodded his head in understanding. Fate worked in mysterious ways, and even they, as gods, were subject to its whims. What more could ordinary mortals do against it? "You said that she was headed to the demon continent," Amun stated. "Do you know why exactly?" The beautiful woman was about to shake her head, but stopped midway. "I only have a hunch, but I guess she plans to meet with William." "Him? Why him?" The beautiful woman sighed as she closed her eyes. "Her recent drawings are all about him," the beautiful woman answered. "Although I am not 100% certain, I think our daughter is interested in him." "Only interest?" Amun arched an eyebrow. "Nothing more than pure interest?" The beautiful woman shrugged because she also didn't know the answer to his question. Her daughter had no chances to interact with the half-elf on an extended basis, aside from her paintings. William had tried, but her daughter's divinity was too much for the half-elf to handle, even if he merged with one of his wives. "Wait, let me call someone who is more knowledgeable in this thing," Amun said as he sent a message to a friend of his through telepathy. A few seconds later, Sankis, the god of contracts, appeared in Amun's throne room. "What's wrong? Do you need me to prepare a special contract for you?" Sankis asked. "No, my friend," Amun replied. "I called you here to ask for your help. I know that you are very knowledgeable, so you are my best bet in this matter." "Fomu, indeed. I am one of the wisest gods around." "You forgot to add the word scheming in your introduction." Sankis chuckled as he made a gesture for Amun to continue what he was planning to tell him. "You see, my daughter has gone to the demon continent," Amun stated, "and we highly suspect that she has gone there to see William." "Are you talking about Gavin's follower? That William?" Sankis asked as he played with his beard. "Yes, I don't want to say this, but our daughter might have developed a crush on him." That's fairly normal for girls her age, no?" Amun and the beautiful woman nodded. However, the thing that bothered them was how William would react to their daughter's feelings. The beautiful woman told Sankis of the possible reason why her daughter found William interesting, and the god of contracts smiled when she finished her story. "Isn't this just a common fangirl scenario?" Sankis asked. "I think in your daughter's eyes, William is one of her favorite actors. You see, in William's previous world called Earth, there are these famous young actors and boy bands that girls go gaga about. Whenever they see them, they can't help but feel excited and want their autograph. I think your daughter's feelings are similar to this. She decided to sneak outside of the house to meet her favorite actor and get to know him better." Amun and the beautiful woman were finally enlightened about their daughter's actions after hearing Sankis' words. Just like the god of contracts said, for Shannon, William was her favorite actor, and she was dying to meet him in real life. "But our daughter carries a powerful ability in her body," the beautiful woman stated and proceeded to tell Sankis about Shannon's peculiarity. "Interesting, but there is no need for concern," Sankis replied. "After all, William had Donger with him. Actually, I am more scared about your daughter meeting with William. Who knows? The next time you see her, she might be carrying a little William in her belly." Amun, who was seated on his throne, immediately stood up and grabbed hold of Sankis' collar, almost choking him. "What did you say just now?" Amun asked with a serious expression on his face. "The next time you see your daughter, she might be carrying a little William in her belly?" Sankas answered with a confused look on his face. No. Before that. William had Donger with him? Amon's and the beautiful woman's faces turned pale when they heard Sankas' words. All the gods knew what Donger was, and its reputation was something that all the goddesses abhorred. Because of this, Sankas was forced to seal Donger and prevent it from appearing in the multiverse again. However, the seal wasn't omnipotent and the chances of Donger breaking through it were getting higher with each passing year. Take Donger back now, Amon said. If that filthy thing touches my daughter, I'll fight you to the death. Now, calm down, Sankas replied as he patted Amon's shoulder. Although William has Donger, the boy has refused to use it. Because of this, he stored it in a place where it doesn't pose any threat to anyone. Your daughter will be just fine. Are you sure about this? Are you sure that William will not use it? Sure, I'm sure. Donger has been with him for several years, and it is still safe and sound. Your daughter will be fine. Amon and the beautiful woman breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Sankas' confident answer. Although they wanted their daughter to be happy, they didn't want her to suffer any harm. Donger was an existence that all goddesses loathed. Even the goddess of lust, Eros, hated it with a vengeance. This was how dangerous Donger's existence was to the world. After having a bit of small talk, Sankas finally left Hell and returned to the Temple of the Gods. Oh, I forgot to tell them that Donger has one unusual ability, and that is to immediately come to its owner's rescue during unusual circumstances. Sankas thought. Well, I guess it's going to be fine. As long as that girl Shannon doesn't do anything reckless, Donger will continue to be locked up inside William's mailbox. The god of contracts hummed as he returned to his stall, which was managed by a few of his followers. As the god that presided over contracts, he had a duty to uphold all the terms that were written in them. Just like the contract that Donger made with him, Sankas would do everything in his power to ensure that the promise he had made with Donger hundreds of years ago would finally become a reality. After a successful negotiation, Cassie decided to join William's journey to find the person he was looking for. Although she didn't know who she was, the patriarch of the Raja clan was certain that this person was very important to William. They had just entered the desert area, and this place had several warring clans inside it. The desert had very limited resources, especially water, so most clans built their cities around oases and guarded them with all of their might. Bro, if we follow our flight path, we will arrive at my clan's territory in 3 days' time, Kira said while talking to William from his carriage window. It has been months since I've seen my family. If it isn't too much of a bother, can we drop by and stay for a day or two? I want to assure my parents that I'm doing fine. Also, I want to introduce them to you. William pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Sure, William replied. Spending time with family is important. I don't mind if it's only for 2 days. William had taken a liking to Kira and Athrun, and both of them had become his friends. They had also signed a contract to not divulge his secrets, which gave the half-elf some peace of mind. The travel towards the northeastern regions was long, and he didn't mind making a few stopovers along the way, as long as it didn't take too much time. Athrun's family lived near the capital of the demon realm, which was not within the route that they had chosen. When William asked if Athrun wanted to visit his clan, the handsome scholar only shook his head and said that he had no attachments to his family. Since the half-elf wasn't willing to pry in Athrun's past, the latter didn't mention anything about his circumstances with his family. Truth be told, this was the first time that William was traveling over a desert. As far as the eye could see, there were only desert sands. He had seen them several times in T.V, but seeing them in reality made him understand how vast the world really was. It was quite hot during the day, and very cold at night. This was why he and Vesta stayed inside the Thousand Beasts domain most of the time, leaving Kira and Athrun to deal with Cassie, whom William didn't fully trust. On the 3rd day, after entering the desert, they landed on the outskirts of a medium-sized city that was brimming with life. Out of respect for Kira's family, William placed Gluteus and Maximus inside his Thousand Beasts domain. He was certain that if the Sand Clan Patriarch saw the 2 dangerous flying armored elephants enter the city, he would surely die from a heart attack. Cassie had decided to use her true form, while she journeyed with William so that no one would recognize her. She also wore a style of clothes that was quite different to what the Raja clan wore on a regular basis. After her discussion with William, both of them decided to make her William's advisor. As someone who was familiar with the customs of the demon realm, Cassie's new identity was foolproof. Even if the demon lord or the patriarch of the Gremory clan were to sit at the table with her, neither of them would be able to tell that she was, in fact, the reigning patriarch of one of the major clans in the continent. "Open the gates," Kira ordered as he disembarked from his carriage. "I have returned." The guard captain immediately recognized Kira, but didn't make a move to open the gates for him. "Young master, I apologize, but I cannot open the gates even for you," the guard captain said. "Your father is currently in a high-level meeting with someone, and because of this, the entire city is under martial law. No one is allowed to enter, and no one is allowed to exit. I apologize, but I cannot allow the young master to enter the city at this point in time." Kira frowned because this had never happened in the past. The city of Alton had never been put into martial law ever since his grandfather had become the patriarch. "Who is the person that grandfather is meeting with?" Kira asked. "Surely, you can tell me this much, right?" The guard captain didn't answer right away. Instead, he pondered if he really could tell his young master who their VIP guest was. However, before he could even decide, a loud and confident voice spoke out from his side. "Oh, so you're here, Kira?" A man dressed in a white robe and holding a fan in his hand said with a smile. "Have you gotten tired of pursuing that Vesta girl?" "Orin," Kira muttered as he gazed at the second oldest son of the Rains clan. The Rains clan was the lord of the Sand clan. The reason why Kira had left his family was not because of his wish to pursue Vesta. It was because he didn't want to participate in the upcoming struggle for the seat of patriarch of the Rains clan. Their clan had always been neutral and didn't dabble in politics. However, the four heirs of the Rains clan were busy trying to gather as many factions under them before the selection ceremony. Even the Sand clan's neutrality was being put to the test due to the insistence of the candidates for the position of patriarch. "Yes, it is me, Kira," Orin smiled. "Welcome back, is what I'd like to say. Unfortunately, this city is currently under my older brother's jurisdiction. No one is allowed in or out unless the Sand clan agrees to join our faction." Kira's expression immediately became gloomy after hearing Orin's words. He had expected that they would be forced to choose a side, but he never expected that Orin and the brother he was supporting were going to use such a high-handed method to deal with them. As Kira clenched his fist in anger, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder, which made him turn his head to his right side. "Who is this guy, Kira?" William asked. "Is he the one responsible for preventing us from entering the city?" "His name is Orin," Kira answered. "He is one of the sons of the Rains clan, which is our lord in this part of the desert." William rubbed his chin. If he wanted to, he could easily smash the gates and enter the town if he wished. However, since this was Kira's hometown, he definitely wouldn't use such a barbaric method. "Vesta, come out for a while," William said to Vesta, who was currently playing Let's Dance Revolution with Chiffon and Medusa in his Thousand Beast domain. "I need your help with something." Orin looked at Kira and the person standing next to him in disdain. As one of the sons of the Rains clan, his word was law among the vassals who served their family. He had long wanted to put Kira into his place, and he thought that this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Kira looked up at the arrogant son of the Rains clan with contempt in his heart. If he was alone, he would definitely not be able to put up any resistance. However, he was no longer alone. The person standing next to him was no ordinary man. Kira wondered what would happen if William revealed his identity to the pompous young master, who was looking at them as if they were dogs wandering in the streets. "No good," Kira thought as he suppressed the sneer that was about to appear on his face. "I am very tempted to ask Bro to let Gluteus and Maximus make an appearance. I'm sure that if this bastard saw them, he would be running like his life depended on it." A few years ago, a herd of flying armored elephants destroyed half of the city where the main residence of the Rains family was located. Ever since then, Orin's family had long dreaded these beasts who were known to cause mass destruction wherever they went. He was sure that if the two behemoths were to suddenly appear at the gates of the city, not only would Orin panic, but the entirety of the Sand clan would be engulfed in complete and utter pandemonium. William returned to his carriage and summoned a grumpy Vesta out of the thousand-beast domain. The green-haired beauty had completely become a game addict, and she was not pleased to have her gaming time disturbed. "Sorry, but we have a situation," William said as he explained the details to the green-haired beauty who had a frown on her face. "The Rains clan? They are one of the clans that had a pacifist mentality," Vesta stated. "It's quite unfortunate that the apples that were born from a fine tree turned sour." "Fine, I'll handle this." Vesta disembarked from the carriage with an arrogant look on her face. As the proud daughter of one of the demigods in the continent, her persuasive ability was the real deal. Very few would deny her what she wanted, and those who did found themselves face to face with an angry black dragon, who spoiled his daughter very much. "I am Vesta Agni," Vesta declared as she stood beside Kira. "Who dares block my path?" Orin, who had a haughty attitude earlier, immediately narrowed his eyes as he looked at the young lady whose beauty and fame reached far and wide. "I am Orin D. Rains." Orin bowed as he introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet the gem of the South. If Lady Vesta wished to enter the city, I would gladly open the gates for you and become your host. However, only you may enter. The rest are not allowed to step foot inside the city." "I am not asking you to let me enter the city. I am ordering you to let me enter the city along with my entourage," Vesta replied crisply. "You have no qualifications to block my way. If you really insist on making things difficult for me, I will be more than happy to tell my father to visit your clan's main residence and have you punished with your family's laws." Orin kept the smile on his face as if Vesta's threat wasn't a big deal. He even chuckled as he fanned himself with the fan in his hand, as he looked down on the green-haired beauty who was glaring at him in irritation. "I'm afraid I can't do that, Lady Vesta," Orin replied. "The Gremory clan and our Rains clan have formed a partnership. This partnership has the blessings of the Demon Lord, and I would greatly appreciate it if you don't intervene in these political affairs." "So, you mean to say that you won't let us enter the city?" Vesta asked. "Lady Vesta, like I said earlier, you are more than welcome to enter the city," Orin answered with a smile. "But only you alone are welcome. The rest should just stay here at the gates and wait for your return." "Okay." Vesta nodded as she walked towards William. "I did my best. Now let me go back." The corner of William's lips twitched before nodding his head. The green-haired beauty then hurriedly climbed the carriage to enter the portal that William had created inside it. In truth, she didn't really want to intervene in the geopolitical situation of the continent, because her father had told her not to stick her hands in politics. Since that was the case, she didn't put much effort in trying to convince Orin to let them enter the city. "Okay, time for Plan B," William muttered with a smile. Without warning, William turned into a lightning bolt and appeared behind Orin, who was standing proudly on the top of the city gates. The half-elf kicked the arrogant young man and sent him flying off of the gates and out of the city, where he landed face first on the desert sand. "You bastard! How dare you hurt me?" Orin shouted in anger and shame. "Do you know who I am?" William appeared in front of the young man and clapped his hands together. "Spoken like a true third-rate villain," William replied. "I don't care who you are or who your daddy, mommy, grandpa, or grandma is. Since you refuse to let us enter, I will make you pay the price of your arrogance. Shah, will you do the honors? Just tie up his hands and feet, so he can't move." Shah nodded and waved his hand. As a demon that specialized in manipulating sand, the desert was like his home turf. Even myriad beasts would have a headache fighting him if they fought in a desert. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" Orin shouted at William before turning his head towards the guards who were watching the commotion from on top of the city gates. "Oi! You bastards! Come here and help me!" William chuckled as he summoned the most horrifying weapon in his arsenal. He was certain that after he was done with Orin, the latter would flee if he caught sight of the half-elf. "You know, I am a very kind person, William said as he walked towards Orin while holding a chamber pot in his right hand. But there are times when I can be evil beyond comparison. This is one of those times. Your name is Orin, right? Well, congratulations. You will be the third person to experience this out-of-this-world experience. Wait. Why are you holding that thing? Orin felt the scalp of his head turn cold as he looked at the chamber pot in the black-haired teenager's hands. What are you planning to do? The time for talk is over. William grinned evilly as the chamber pot's lid opened. It's time for you to eat shit, motherfucker. The guards who were about to help Orin all froze from where they stood when they saw the small hill of night soil that buried the second oldest son of the Rains clan. So vile. How evil. Shit. None of the guards dared to help Orin because William had glanced in their direction. The half-elf's eyes were smiling, as if he was inviting them to join Orin in his special aromatherapy treatment that made everyone who saw it uncontrollably shudder due to how horrifying William's method was. Sir, please hurry. One of Orin's aides said pleadingly to the sharp-eyed young man, who seemed to be in his mid-20s. That person is so disrespectful. His actions alone make it seem like the Rains clan is nothing in his eyes. Nothing in his eyes? The sharp-eyed young man snorted. He must be a foreigner. In the Forterre Desert, there is no one that doesn't know who the Rains clan is. It is as you said, young master. He is simply a barbarian who knows nothing of the world. Let's hurry along then. I want to see this person who dares to disrespect my clan's name. Yes, young master. As the sharp-eyed young man headed towards the gate, an old man with a long white beard watched him from afar. The corners of the old man's lips were raised with a smile. Although he was old, his features were still prominent, which showed that he was once a handsome man who made all the girls swoon over him. Kira, you've brought some interesting people, the patriarch of the Sand Clan and Kira's grandfather, Zeph Al-Rin, mused. It seems that Walric and his brother Orin are going to suffer some losses today. Zeph narrowed his eyes as he made a beckoning gesture. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man appeared beside him. Father, is it fine to leave things the way they are now? Kira's father, Fabian, inquired in a respectful tone. The patriarch of the Rains clan is currently very ill. If Walric and Orin suffer some grievances in our territory, they might get even with us after they become the next patriarch of their clan. Zeph hummed as he played with his beard. The first and the second son are allies. The third and the fourth son have also recently formed an alliance to fight against them. In this two-way struggle for the seat of patriarch, I am leaning more towards the third child, but our family has remained neutral all this time. It is in our best interest to keep it that way. Fabian nodded his head with a bitter expression on his face. They had already told the two brothers that they didn't plan to choose any faction in this power struggle. And yet, they were powerless against them. Walric had somehow managed to get the token of the patriarch of the Rains clan, and used it to declare martial law in their city. The oldest son of the bedridden patriarch was a very bull-headed person. He was someone that wouldn't take no for an answer, and had already considered himself to be the new heir of the Rains clan. Anyone who defied his orders would be punished. This was why the Sand Clan was forced to go into lockdown with no one coming in or going out of the city. Walric vowed that the lockdown would be in effect as long as the Sand Clan refused to become part of his faction. He had also mentioned that any uprising would be quelled by execution, so the Sand Clan had issued a decree to their citizens to remain in their houses for the time being, until their current yet dire predicament passed. Father, are we going to the city gate as well? Fabian asked. I'm afraid that Kira might get into trouble if we don't go to mediate things. It's fine. Let's stay here, Zeph answered with a smile. Kira will be safe. Also, I am not confident that I will not be able to hold back my laughter if I see Orin's sorry state up close. Even now, I am doing my best to prevent myself from laughing. Fabian sighed before nodding his head. Just like his father, he could also see what was happening outside the city gates. It was one of the special abilities of the Rin family. They were able to see great distances, as long as they used their bloodline power alongside their vision. I wonder how this little farce will end? Zeph smirked as he placed his hands behind his back. Although he was a carefree person, the two brothers had made things difficult for him and his clan. Even though he kept a respectful stance on the surface deep inside, he was giving the two annoying brats the middle finger in his heart. Stop. Please. I beg you. Orin pleaded as his head poked out of the small hill of night soil. I apologize for what I said earlier. I give you permission to enter the city. William smirked as he stood over a dozen meters away from the arrogant young man, who was having the time of his life. Nah, I'm good, William replied as he waved his hand. I don't mind staying here for a few hours. It has been a while since I smelled some fresh air. The half-elf took a deep breath and smiled, which made the city guards, as well as Zhu, Sha, Kira, and a Thrun have the strong urge to spit at him. What fresh air? You call that fresh air? Bruh, do you live in the sewers or something? The half-elf had disabled his sense of smell with the help of Optimus, so he wasn't too bothered about the smell around him. His friends, on the other hand, had moved 100 meters away from him, and a Thrun even used the power of the wind to blow the annoying smell towards the city gates, as per William's orders. The guards' faces were already turning green due to the diabolical fragrance that was lingering around them. Some of them were even holding their breaths for long periods of time in order to endure the aromatherapy that they were being subjected to. Suddenly, a cold and demanding voice spoke from the ramparts, which made Orin's expression change drastically. It was as if he had seen his savior who would save him from the situation he was in. Stop this at once, Walrick shouted. In the name of the Rains clan, I order you to stop. William turned his head to look at the sharp-eyed young man, who was quite charming in his own right. The half-elf's first impression of the oldest son of the Rains clan was a true militant, who would declare war on his neighbors if he had the opportunity to do so. Are you this guy's brother? William asked as he used his thumb to point backwards at Orin, who was currently shouting to his brother for help. I am, Walrick answered. My name is Walrick, and I'm the oldest son of the patriarch of the Rains clan. State your name and affiliation. Sorry, but you don't have the qualifications to know, William replied. Are you also the one responsible for declaring martial law in this city? Walrick sneered. You don't have the qualifications to ask me that, mongrel. I order you to release my brother and surrender yourself to receive your punishment. William smirked as he turned into a lightning bolt and appeared behind Walrick. Since you are also responsible for this mess, go and join your brother, William said as he kicked Walrick's back that sent the latter flying towards the hill of night soil. Eat shit, motherfucker. Everything happened so fast that Walrick didn't have to react. The next thing he knew was that his head was only a few inches away from the hill his brother was buried in. A few seconds later, a squelching sound was heard as Walrick smashed onto the night soil, face first. Kira's jaw almost dropped to the ground when he saw the unbelievable scene in front of him. To him and the Sand Clan, the Rains clan were people they couldn't afford to offend. However, his bro William didn't give a fuck and treated them like trash. Damn, I wish I could do that as well. Kira could feel his blood boiling inside his body as he looked at the two arrogant brothers who were currently buried in a hill of the most smelly shit in the multiverse. Somewhere in the city, a loud roar of laughter reverberated in the air. It sounded so amusing that William couldn't help but laugh alongside it. The laughter that came from the heart reminded him of his grandpa, James, who would often laugh like this when he was in a good mood. Suddenly, the hill of shit exploded, sending the filth flying everywhere. Shah raised his hand and a wall made of sand blocked the approaching projectiles, keeping them at bay. William raised his hand and a small tornado appeared, sucking up the filth and sending it in a different direction. He then gazed at the two brothers, whose entire bodies were covered in shit, and smiled. So, sons of the Rains clan, are you going to scram? Or do you want to get buried a second time? William asked as he showed them the chamber pot in his hand. There's more where that came from, you know? Walrick glared at William, while Orin's body shuddered uncontrollably. As a proud member of the Rains clan, He had never been humiliated like this. However, for some reason, Oren had developed some kind of fear toward the smiling black-haired teenager, who was holding the cursed chamber port in his hand. Walric, on the other hand, was raging in anger. As the oldest son of one of the 3 major clans that ruled the desert, he would not allow anyone to treat him in this manner. "You're dead!" Walric shouted as he raised the token of the patriarch of the Rains clan in his hand. "Come forth and kill this ignorant fool in front of me. Tear him to pieces. For Tear Death Worm." A 1,000-meter-long giant desert worm materialized behind Walric, whose anger had reached its peak. The Fortear Death Worm couldn't see, but it was able to use its powerful sense of hearing, as well as its uncanny ability to detect every living creature in its environment. Anyone who held the token of the patriarch of the Rains clan would be able to order it around, and since Walric had designated William as its target, the death worm opened its gigantic mouth to utter a deafening shriek towards the half-elf. "This reminds me of my battle with Apophis," William muttered as he rubbed his chin. "Peak myriad beast. Not bad." Walric and Oren expected that William would panic and beg for forgiveness after seeing their clan's powerful summon. However, William was unfazed. In fact, he even looked amused as he looked at the desert worm, whose entire body could easily crush the city that belonged to the Sand Clan. Fortear Death Worm, Devourer Beast of the Desert. Threat level, Myriad, High. Peak Myriad Beast. Cannot be added to the herd. The Fortear Death Worm is the largest and most powerful monster in the Fortear Desert. According to legend, it is said that this monstrous beast, who moves in the desert like a fish in water, is as old as the very desert itself. Do not be fooled by its massive size, because it can move very fast in the sand. It is the apex predator of the desert, and no other beast within the desert is able to challenge its sovereignty. Even flying wyverns are no match for this creature, and are treated as its snacks. Dragons, on the other hand, steer clear of its territory in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts. It is highly resistant to physical and magical attacks, which makes fighting against it a hurdle even for myriad beasts of the same rank. When angered, this monster can cause earthquakes, destroying entire cities in a span of a minute. "Not bad," William muttered as he continued to rub his chin. "I still have 1 pocket cube with me. This beast will suit me nicely." The half-elf turned into a lightning bolt and headed towards the giant monster with a wide grin on his face. Although the death worm was a peak myriad beast, he had nothing to fear, because his vampire progenitor prestige class was of the same rank. Cassie watched William with her arms crossed over her chest. She had seen how William fought in the past, but she wasn't able to truly gauge how strong he was. "This is a good opportunity to see what you are made of," Cassie thought as a smile appeared on her pretty face. "The death worm is not an easy opponent. I wonder what tricks you will pull from your sleeve." Zeph, the patriarch of the Sand Clan, had a frown on his face as he looked at the death worm in the distance. This could be a problem, Zeph thought as held his own token in his hand. He was no longer laughing, and his expression was grim. The giant desert worm was how the Rains clan had become one of the 3 overlords of the desert. If the current patriarch wasn't a pacifist, he would have already united the desert clans under the banner of his family. This was why Walric wanted to become the patriarch of his clan so badly. He knew that once he had unleashed this monster from its long rest, he would become the one true master of the desert. Suddenly, a resounding clap echoed in the desert as William's fist connected with the scaled head of the death worm, which made the half-elf wince. "This is harder than I thought," William thought as he followed up with a kick that sent the head of the death worm swaying to its right side. William didn't hold back in his attack, but the death worm was a pure physical beast. Its defenses, as well as its physical prowess, were at the peak of the myriad realm. The vampire progenitor was a balanced type that was good in both physical and magical attacks. However, because of the giant worm's near immunity to magic, and strong defenses that could withstand his physical attacks, the half-elf knew that he had to be resourceful if he wanted to beat his opponent. "Optimus, can you modify that thing?" William asked. "I can, but it won't be enough to make your plan work." You need to weaken it a lot first. I know, just modify it for now. I will think of a way to deal with this thing. Understood. William swapped his job class to his prestige class, Champion of the Sun, which was the second form of the Sun Knight job class. Although this job class was weaker than the vampire progenitor, William was confident that he would be able to use its ability to the fullest, given his current circumstances. Stepping on Soleil's body, William zigzagged across the desert to avoid the death worm's furious attacks. He was luring it away from the city in order to prevent Kira's clan from getting entangled with the battle he was about to wage against the most powerful creature of the desert. The jewel on his chest glowed brightly, and several tablets came flying out of it. They then encircled William's body as he continued to dodge the attacks of the giant monster, who had resorted to spitting some kind of acid, because it was unable to land a decisive blow on the slippery half-elf, who was using Soleil as a surfboard in the air. When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and Demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. William chanted, and the tablets around him started to shine brightly. Mother of creation, ruler of every creature in the world, I call upon your mercy, William said with determination. Come to my aid, so my enemies will get a taste of your overwhelming might. Support me with your heavenly blessing, and grant me your sacred favor. The tablets flew towards the sky to create a 7-pointed star that encompassed the clear blue sky of the desert with its radiance. Let the world tremble at your greatness, William roared as he raised his hand towards the heavens, while looking down on the giant death worm on the ground. Enuma Elish! An overpowering presence descended upon the battlefield, as a creature of myths and legends made its appearance. A gigantic beautiful lady with two, long, curved horns on her head emerged from the magic circle that appeared in the sky. Her figure was quite seductive, with 8 pairs of wings on her back. The lower half of her body ended in a serpent's body, and its length was at least 2 kilometers long. She was more than twice the size of the giant death worm, whose aggressiveness suddenly disappeared when she made her appearance. Tiamat, the primordial goddess of chaos, opened her mouth and screeched, which made the giant death worm cease all hostilities. Although the goddess in front of him wasn't the true Tiamat, her will had been embedded among the 7 tablets of creation, allowing William to summon her avatar for a short period of time. The primordial goddess stared down at the great death worm whose body had started to shudder. It didn't need eyes to see because its bestial instincts recognized Tiamat as someone that it couldn't defeat no matter what. Tiamat made a humming sound, and the giant worm bowed its head in submission. It had surrendered completely to the being in front of it, and didn't dare resist whatever the primordial goddess planned for it. Modification is complete. You can now use it, Will. Thank you, Optimus. William replied with a smile, as he took out the modified pocket cube from his storage ring. The half-elf then tossed it towards the death worm, whose body shuddered from time to time. When the pocket cube hit its body, the giant monster was sucked up inside the cube, which also grew to the size of a small house. When the entirety of the death worm had been captured, the pocket cube glowed faintly as if waiting for the beast to resist the overwriting of the contract that had been placed on it by the patriarch of the Rains clan. The pocket cube had the ability to terminate contracts. However, it would take time for it to do that. The great death worm was a myriad beast, and not a centennial beast, so it wasn't supposed to be captured by the pocket cube. However, since Tiamat was there and made the giant worm submit, it didn't resist the process of the contract being overwritten, which would have easily destroyed the pocket cube if it had tried. After 20 grueling seconds, the pocket cube shrank and flew towards William. The half-elf held the cube firmly in his hand as he turned around to bow deeply towards the primordial goddess, Tiamat. The beautiful lady snorted before turning into particles of light. Just like its owner, the will that resided within the tablets still retained the primordial goddess personality, even after her death. The 7 tablets once again flew towards the gem on William's chest in order to recharge their divinity. The half-elf couldn't help but be grateful for his luck at that time, when he saw the black box in the treasure vault of the vanquished warlord. If I hadn't taken it back then, I might not have defeated Apophis, William thought in hindsight. According to Optimus, there were 7 wills embedded in each tablet. This also meant that William would be able to summon 7 different kinds of gods to come to his aid at the right moment. Let's see how fast the 2 of you can run, sons of the Rains clan, William said with a devilish smile on his face. It's time for payback. Due to Tiamat's appearance, a powerful pressure descended on the desert, which made everyone within 5 miles away from her suffer from an effect that was similar to Dragon's fear. Cassie and Zeph, who were observing the battle from afar, felt that if they continued prying, their eyes would be gouged out of their sockets. Because of this, they immediately lowered their heads and refrained from looking at the battlefield. Only when the overwhelming pressure disappeared were the 2 of them able to muster their courage enough to raise their heads and look at the result of the battle, which they were unable to see until the very end. However, what they saw made them think that there was something wrong with their eyes. William stood on top of the giant deathworm's head with his hands behind his back, and his robes fluttering in the wind. It was a very surreal sight, which made Cassie and Zeph doubt their eyes for a second. However, what they were seeing was the reality, so they had no choice but to accept it, no matter how unbelievable it was. A minute later, the giant worm arrived at the city gates, with a smug-faced half-elf riding on its back. I have returned, William declared as he looked down on the 2 brothers who were still covered in filth from head to toe. So, tell me, how do you want this worm to eat the 2 of you? Orin, who was the weaker-willed between the 2 brothers, collapsed on the ground as he looked up at William, who was smiling at them like a devil. He was so scared that he wasn't able to control his bodily functions, and peed himself on the spot. Walrick, on the other hand, looked up at William with a dumbfounded expression on his face. He never expected that their clan's most powerful protector was now at the beck and call of the black-haired teenager, whom he had met for the very first time today. Why you? Just who are you? Walrick stuttered in anger as he glared hatefully at William. Return our family's protector. Return it to me. William took out the fan that he had stolen from Orin, before covering him in filth, and fanned his face like an aristocrat. It seems that you still don't understand your current situation, William said with a sneer. Right now, this beast belongs to me. Originally, I did not wish to interfere in the affairs of the desert clans, but since you sent this monster after me, I am more than happy to accept your gift. The giant desert worm screeched, blowing the 2 brothers off the ground and sending them crashing towards the city gates, where they slid down like puppets whose strings had been cut. William then glared at the guards manning the gate as he pointed his fan in their direction. Your young master, Kira, has arrived home, William stated. Are you going to open the gates, or must I open them for you? The giant deathworm moved its enormous head near the gate, which made the city guards jump back in fright. What are you fools doing? Open the gate and let His Excellency in. The guard captain hurriedly ordered his men to open the gates, lest they annoy the black-haired teenager, who was now in control with the Lord of the Forterre Desert. Right now, no one in their right mind would disobey William. Having the Forterre Deathworm as his subordinate was akin to owning the entire desert. No one, not even the 3 major clans, would dare to close their doors on him. Before I forget, take these 2 pieces of trash away and send them back to where they came from. Also, send a messenger to the Rains family. Tell them that the new boss of the desert will give them a visit in a few days. Do I make myself clear? Why, yes. The guard captain bowed respectfully as he ordered his men to carry the 2 unconscious troublemakers away. William smiled as he turned around to give Kira a brief nod. Little bro, let's go, William said. I am looking forward to your clan's hospitality. Okay, Kira stuttered but managed to catch himself just in time. I will give you the grandest welcome. Food, wine, and women. I will prepare them all for you. Charmaine, who happened to be standing beside Kira, stomped her foot on his, which made the young demon cry out in pain. My master is already married, Charmaine stated in a voice that carried a trace of killing intent. If you value your life, make sure that you remove the women from your plan. Got it? Why yes. I'm sorry. HMP. Charmaine took a step back and lowered her head. She didn't dare to look William in the eyes because her cheeks were currently burning in shame. William didn't notice the blush that was creeping on his personal maid's face. He was still in a very good mood because he now had a peak myriad beast under his control. Truth be told, Optimus and he had also arrived at the same guess that the Forterre Deathworm was the strongest beast under the demigod rank in Hestia. There could be no other beast stronger or more ferocious than it. Even dragons wouldn't stand a chance against it even if they worked together. This was why William didn't bat an eye when he decided to capture it for his own. With the addition of this mighty beast in his king's legion, William now had the entire Forterre Desert in the palms of his hands. Although this wasn't his original intention, the reach of the Gremory clan was starting to get on his nerves. As the family that was behind his adorable wife's suffering, how could he possibly let them do as they pleased? This was why William thought of a plan to bring the entire desert region under his command. That way, even if the Gremory clan decided to stick their hands in their affairs, the patriarchs of the three major clans, as well as their vassals, would not listen to their commands. After all, the Gremory clan's main base was in the north, and they were in the southeast. With such a great distance between them, they would be hard-pressed to ignore William's presence, even if they lowered their heads and closed their eyes. Due to Walrick's and Orin's high-handed methods, the prestige of the Rains clan, that had been kept for nearly 1,000 years, had finally come to an end.